Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, Michael Jackson. On the second floor of a Japanese-style building stood a young boy with unique blood-red eyes and glossy black hair. He absent-mindedly gazed out of the open window, carefully going through the huge chunk of memories he had just received. His expression kept changing again and again, showing a multitude of emotions, from disgust to anger, until finally he heaved a small breath and narrowed his eyes. Damn, I became a wannabe Michael Jackson. AKA the demon ancestor Muzan from the world of Demon Slayer. TSK, now how the hell am I supposed to watch that epic ending fight of the series? Kokoshibo versus the Hashiras. I was really looking forward to it. That fight was supposed to blow the internet. Second only to my goat, Gojo versus Sukuna. Well, anyway. At least he was immortal now. You win something, you lose something. So it's okay, he's not complaining. And he has 5 brains, so the chances of him suffering from Alzheimer's were non-existent. Muzan focused his senses and carefully observed his demonic body. 5 brains, 7 hearts. It was hard to describe this feeling. Though he did feel extremely powerful, as if his entire body was running on some shady government drugs. Muzan raised his fair childish hand and instantly increased its size, giving it a more ferocious look with hardened pointy nails and extremely strong muscles. Just as he was experiencing his new powers, he frowned and silently reverted his hand back before looking towards the empty window. And just a moment later, a shadow quietly appeared on the window. It was someone he knew all too well. His signature sleeveless Haori was missing, exposing his chest etched with more dark markings. His blue eyes with bright golden pupils clearly engraved his identity. Upper rank 3. Akaza of the Destructive Death. Golden rings jingled softly at his ankles against his bare feet as he stepped down from the window frame and walked towards him in an upright posture before lowering himself onto one knee. Master Muzan. Akaza. Muzan called out his name in a deep voice. I am here to report to you. I was unable to locate the blue spider lily, Akaza said in an even tone. As ordered, I did eliminate one Hashira, so you may rest assured. Rengoku is dead then. As his mastery over his newfound powers increased, Muzan was able to go through Akaza's memories, where he instantly saw the whole fight from Akaza's perspective. It seemed to have happened several hours ago. Seeing that Master Muzan was not replying, Akaza quietly kept his head lowered, awaiting his punishment. Just then, he heard something unexpected. You're dismissed, and you don't need to look for the blue spider lily anymore. Akaza's eyes widened a little, but he quickly controlled his expression and resolutely said, yes. Getting up from the kneeling position, he instantly vanished through the window he had just appeared from. After Akaza jumped down, Muzan quietly appeared by the window and saw him angrily breaking Tanjiro's sword with his bare hands. After blinking his eyes a few times, Muzan closed the window and sat down on the soft luxury chair. The blue spider lily grows somewhere around Tanjiro's house. It blooms only in the morning, and that too only a few days a year if the climate conditions are correct. What a troublesome flower. Currently, it was November, meaning the blue spider lily would not bloom for at least the next 9 to 10 months based on climate conditions. And based on the story progression, by that time it would be around the Swordsmith village arc. I can have Doma and his mentally retarded cult monitor the whole mountain. All year long. Hopefully, the Demon Slayer Corps wouldn't notice their movement. Which should be unlikely since they're more concerned with demons and not humans. Unfortunately, there was one big problem that could end up ruining things for him. Kagaya Abuyashiki. Head of the Demon Slayer Corps and his undefined future sight or instinct. With his transmigration, he didn't know if Abuyashiki's future sight would suddenly change or not. I will need to get out in the sun if I want to be the real Michael Jackson. False immortality and true immortality. And more importantly, I won't need to eat humans to survive. He really couldn't bring himself to do that. Even the memories he received from the original Muzan were more like a movie, not something he experienced personally but something he simply watched as an outsider. By attaining true immortality, he would become the so-called perfect being, no longer needing to act as a demon who survives on human flesh. Now here's the problem. According to his calculations, even in ideal conditions, the blue spider lily would take at least 9 months to bloom. And although he would not die of starvation if he were to not eat for that long, he would enter a state of extreme hunger and weakness, both of which were things that put him at risk. Though there was one quicker solution to this problem. A small light passed through Muzan's eyes. Nezuko. By getting Nezuko, he would become immune to sunlight. But right now she should be with Tanjiro, and although Muzan was a fan of the series, he didn't remember the exact locations, as he never bothered properly listening to them. He only knew the names of the major places like the entertainment district, whose location he had just come to know by going through Daki's memories. He also came to know about Tanjiro's house's location by going through the original Muzan's memories when he killed Tanjiro's family. Muzan suddenly fell into a dilemma. He refused to eat human meat, he couldn't have his strength weakened, he didn't want to kill characters from the series he loved, and yet he wanted to obtain true immortality and walk under the sun. If only that damned Sundara flower would bloom a little faster, I could become immortal and simply go overseas until everyone from the original cast dies of old age. Suppressing his growing irritation, Muzan thought for some time before making a decision. I must have true immortality. That was non-negotiable. As a fan of the series, he cried for the deaths of the major characters and cursed the villain Michael Jackson. But now that he had become Muzan, his viewpoint naturally changed, turning into one that favored himself more. Living forever. Such a cheat ability. Unless one was a saint, no one could resist such temptation. In his previous world, there were world leaders who would indirectly enslave entire nations and pull their neighbors into unnecessary wars just to profit from them in order to maintain their status and way of living. I will try to reduce the original character's casualties as much as I can. That is all. Having made his decision, Muzan opened his mouth and said, Neikime. Train. With the sound of a biwa, the floor underneath him vanished as he appeared inside the Infinity Castle. Muzan watched the eternally moving Japanese-style constructs around him before focusing his gaze on the demon sitting before him, holding her biwa. Master Muzan. Neikime silently called out his name. Muzan watched her long black hair covering the upper half of her face. Knowing what was under it, he curiously took a step forward before raising her chin with his hand. Neikaime's hair cleanly parted, revealing a big round eye. Since Hantengu was still alive, she hasn't been promoted to upper rank 4 and was currently unranked demon. Feeling her master's gaze deeply examining her, Demon Neikime quietly blushed and slightly lowered her big eyelid. Muzan interestingly stared at her large pupil before slowly raising his hand and poking it. Neikime. While Neikime was feeling confused, Muzan's thoughts started changing. These demons. I can do anything with them, can't I? It was like a common man had suddenly become the emperor and had only just realized his power and authority. Getting corrupted by the darkness of power, Muzan raised both of his hands and grabbed Neikaime's cheeks before stretching them. Neikime. Just as Neikime was wondering if she was in an illusion, she saw something shocking. She saw her master. Smiling. And it was not like his usual sadistic smile, but a genuine one. She had never seen Master Muzan genuinely smile before. This was the first. Did stretching her cheeks and poking her eye really make him happy? As her mind was going through a short circuit, she suddenly felt a familiar hand pat her head, making her freeze in place. Oh no. Master Muzan was going to tear her head off for having such thoughts. Just when she thought she was about to be killed, Muzan started patting her head. Neikime almost fainted. Master Muzan was patting her head. Is this for real? It felt really nice for some reason. Just as she was having some weird fantasies, Muzan's voice brought her out from her reverie. You think too much. Neikime saw Master Muzan retract his hand and instantly felt empty inside. Why couldn't Master Muzan pat her head forever? The corners of Muzan's mouth twitched as he sensed her weird thoughts. Neikime, summon every upper moon back. Yes, Master Muzan. Having received a command, Neikime quickly played her biwa, changing the structure of the Infinity Castle. Then, under Muzan's senses, strong demons quickly approached his location. The first to come was the strongest demon under him. Upper rank 1, Kokushibo of the Crescent Moon. He was already in the Infinity Castle, just at another location. Master Muzan, Kokushibo said in a respectful tone while sitting behind the yellow Japanese door. Muzan turned to him and asked. Why are you hiding behind the door? Kokushibo. Are you trying to act cool or something? Kokushibo. Feeling confused, Kokushibo stepped out from behind the door, revealing his terrifying appearance to all. I apologize for my mistake, Master. Muzan observed his 3 pairs of eyes before nodding and turning to look at the other demons who had just arrived. The next to arrive was upper rank 2, Doma. Long platinum blonde hair fell over his shoulders while rainbow-colored eyes engraved with the kanji for upper 2 gazed around with a cheerful smile. Dressed in his white lotus-patterned robes, he gracefully folded his fan. Master Muzan. Next, a porcelain vase dropped from the sky. Upper rank 5, Gyako slowly crawled out of it. Tiny hands protruded from his face while his misplaced eyes blinked strangely. His pale body twisted unnaturally as he smiled grotesquely. My lord, your presence is as beautiful as ever. A beautiful woman appeared next, jumping from one place to another before dropping beside Gyako. Upper rank 6, Daki. Her long white hair with green tips flowed down her back and colorful obi sashes floated behind her. Lime green eyes carrying the kanji of upper 6 glanced proudly around the room. Master Muzan. Then a figure suddenly did a superhero landing behind her, startling Daki. Akaza arrived. Master Muzan. Daki gave him a hateful look, which Akaza naturally ignored. Finally, a small hunched old demon silently appeared, trembling. Upper rank 4, Hentengu. Tears streamed down his face while his frightened eyes darted everywhere. Please forgive me, Master Muzan. I have done nothing wrong. Muzan silently looked at the 6 powerful demons before him, feeling good inside. Yes, he was now the main antagonist of Demon Slayer. Muzan Kibutsuji. This feeling of power felt great. Chapter 2, Assigning Tasks. Note, made a small mistake with Neikim's rank, now it has been fixed. 113 years. That's how long it had been since all the upper moons were summoned together. And now, they were here again. Muzan looked down at the 6 strongest work forces under him. Kokushibo. Doma. Akaza. Hentengu. Gyako. Daki and her brother. With his future plans sorted out, Muzan first turned to Doma. Doma. Yes, Master Muzan. Doma instantly replied with a cheerful smile, as if happy at being chosen. I give you a new task. From now on, you are to use your followers to find the blue spider lily around this mountain. Doma's eyes widened slightly as Muzan's memories passed through his mind. After getting the location, Doma asked in a curious tone. Master Muzan, has the blue spider lily finally been discovered? All of the upper moon's eyes instantly turned to Muzan at the same time. They were all curious if the flower their master had been chasing for centuries had finally been found. Yes, Muzan replied in a calm tone. Clap. A loud sound rang out throughout the place as Demon Doma excitedly clapped his hands. Wow. Today is a day of profound joy for everyone. Doma exclaimed, with tears flowing out of his eyes. Ah. I just received enlightenment for an art. Demon Gyako said while disgustingly wiggling his small arms. Daki quickly stepped forward and said. Master Muzan. Please allow me to bring the blue spider lily for you. The upper demons gave her a side glance. You. With your weak strength. Heh. Muzan gave the excited Daki a weird look before explaining. The blue spider lily only blooms under the sun and only for a few days a year, so how are you going to get it? Daki's smile froze. Demon Gyako gave her a gloating look. Daki lowered her head in embarrassment. At the same time, a thin dark figure came out from her back. Jotaro, upper rank 6. My poor sister is a bit of an airhead, my lord. Please forgive her foolishness. Ah. Master Muzan, it was me who turned them, so. Muzan looked with interest, seeing the upper moons bickering among themselves like a group of children. Well, bloodthirsty, sadistic, maniacal children, to be exact. And just then, a heavy pressure enveloped all the demons as Kokushibo appeared between them like a ghost. His 6 eyes leaked out a dangerous aura, silencing every upper moon in an instant. Even in the presence of Master Muzan, all of you show such disrespect. Veins appeared around Kokushibo's face, displaying his anger. Undermining subordination. Muzan was quite interested in seeing all of them fight, but since there were more important matters at hand, he lightly clapped his hands. And with that single clap, all the demons suffered damage at the same time. Kook. Blood seeped out of their mouths as an intense pain assaulted their bodies. Only Kokushibo and Neikime remained calm, as Muzan didn't target them. Akaza, what did I do? Seeing their pained expressions, Muzan retracted his control, allowing them to breathe in relief. Doma, make sure what I told you is completed. Rest assured, my lord. Have I ever left you disappointed before? Ubuyashiki family hideout and blue spider lily. Ahahaha, well, reconnaissance isn't my strong suit. Doma let out a slightly awkward laugh. Muzan ignored him. Now for the next task. Demon Lady Tamayo. She was a hidden danger that shouldn't be ignored. There's a traitorous demon who was hiding in Asakusa district of Tokyo before moving to another hideout. Kokushibo's eyes flashed with a dangerous light at the sound of traitor. Her name is Tamayo. She was last seen in her clinic in the Asakusa district, but now her whereabouts are unknown. Everyone except Kokushibo, Doma, Daki, and Jotaro will go and find her traces. So many upper moons just to capture a single demon. Remember, you are to perform the mission in a covert manner. Don't let humans know of your existence, and quickly capture Tamayo and bring her to me. Yes, Master Muzan. Times. Neikime, send them out. Kokushibo, stay. Train. With the sound of her biwa, the upper moons were sent out to fulfill their missions. Eternal Paradise Faith. Inside a dark room, on the empty seat at the head, Demon Doma appeared. With a big smile on his face, he rested his chin on his hand before speaking in a small tone. Master Muzan. Was so different today. Is it because of the blue spider lily? Infinity Castle. Muzan sensed Doma and the other demons' thoughts before ignoring them. He wasn't the original Muzan, so changes were all but inevitable. Anyway. Currently, it was the Taisho era in Japan. Meaning the country was under a constitutional monarchy with an imperial family, a parliament, and a modernized police force. Getting control of the government, especially the police responsible for maintaining order in the cities, would be extremely helpful. The only problem was that if he turned higher government officials into demons, they would become hungry for human flesh, assuming they even survived the transformation. Only a select few humans were capable of enduring Muzan's blood and successfully transforming into demons. Tamayo is a walking pitfall. I need to do something about her. Muzan's demise in the original series was 70% Tamayo's poison's fault and 30% the Hashira and Tanjiro's fault. The four-phased poison she created with the butterfly Hashira was truly dangerous. The reason he didn't send more upper moons after her was to maintain his advantage of future sight. Daki and Jotaro must continue whatever they were doing so that the sound Hashira would find their traces and take Tanjiro and his sister to the entertainment district. Muzan closed his eyes and tried sensing his blood connection with either Tamayo or Nezuko. Unfortunately, he couldn't sense anything. Expected as much. Opening his eyes, Muzan turned to look at the silent upper rank one, Kokoshibo. Kokoshibo, you use moon breathing, yes. Yes, master. And you know the transparent world? Kokoshibo paused for a moment before nodding his head. All right then, teach me. Neikime almost let go of her biwa. Something was very wrong with their Lord Muzan. Kokoshibo's 6 eyes widened in surprise. My lord. You wish to learn moon breathing? Yes. Are you not going to teach me? Kokoshibo tightly clenched his hands before saying in an excited voice. It will be an honor. Then let's get to it. At a large area in Infinity Castle. Kokoshibo moved his sword, sending crescent moons flying everywhere. Muzan sat some distance away, carefully observing all of his movements with his 5 brains. 6th form, perpetual night, lonely moon, incessant. At the same time, he accessed Kokoshibo's memories directly, learning through his centuries of combat experience. With 5 brains working in sync, his learning speed could only be called terrifying. But at the same time, he managed to hit a very troublesome roadblock. You see, all breathing techniques are derived from sun breathing, created by Yoriichi Tsujikuni. And Yoriichi, although a terrifying monster, had the physiology of a human with a single heart and a single brain. That is why breathing styles are created specifically for those who have human body parts. And of course, since every demon pretty much had the same internal parts as a human, they too could use breathing techniques. Just with the sole exception of Kibutsuji Muzan. He had 7 hearts, which gave him terrifying physical capabilities, but also prevented him from using breathing. But of course, everything has a solution. If I fix the position of 1 heart and 1 brain, making them act as a human. Inside his body, a single heart and a single brain suddenly stopped moving, becoming fixed in place. Then, just using them as a base, Muzan started using moon breathing. And the result was instantaneous. A heavy breath escaped Muzan's mouth, slightly increasing his already terrifying physical abilities. After mastering it fully, I can try to create my own breathing style, which will utilize all 5 of my brains and 7 hearts. Just thinking about the terrifying physical boost he would gain from it made him feel excited. Standing up from the ground, Muzan manipulated his flesh to create a sword similar to Kokoshibo's in his hands. Let's do live training, Kokoshibo. Yes, master. Kokoshibo tightly held his sword, appearing more serious than ever. Finding Tamayo's traces proved to be more problematic than what Muzan had assumed. 2 months. 2 whole months passed by without any news. Although his plan to find Tamayo made 0 progress. Muzan himself underwent an earth-shattering change. Inside the training area, Muzan calmly observed Kokoshibo's body. As he focused, he was able to see the muscles, veins, and every small movement taking place. Transparent world. With 2 months of unrelenting effort, he had managed to achieve it. And there were several reasons behind his success. First and foremost was Muzan's terrifying physical strength and senses. Second was the first-hand memories he received directly from Kokoshibo, who had already mastered it. And third were his 5 brains and unending endurance. He had been training for the entire month without a single break. A demon's body was truly a terrifying asset. Muzan released a condensed breath. He had managed to learn all of moon breathing's 16 distinct styles as well. With his flesh manipulation, he could also copy all of Kokoshibo's moves perfectly, making crescent swords from all over his body. The sword in Muzan's hand was retracted inside his body. And at the same time, he felt a feeling of hunger coming from his body. It was small for now, so it wasn't a big deal. Unfortunately, the hunger would only continue to grow. Controlling his power, Muzan connected with Daki. How is the mission I gave you coming along? Master Muzan. As you instructed, I have been carefully releasing hints about my presence in the entertainment district to attract that sound Hashira. What about the 3 women I told you to keep an eye on? I'm keeping them under surveillance as you instructed. Are you sure they didn't notice anything? Yes, I'm sure. For some reason, Muzan felt that she sounded really unreliable. Then, tonight, go ahead and kidnap all 3 of them. Yes, Master Muzan. Entertainment district. Inside a small room. A mature black-haired lady was silently writing down a secret letter to convey her latest findings. Husband, our cover has been compromised. Chapter 3, Entertainment District. A mature-looking woman with black hair quickly wrote down her recent findings in a letter. Her name was Hinetsuru. One of Tengen's 3 wives. Husband, our cover has been blown. But we have managed to track the identity of the Upper Moon. She is the Oiran at the Kayagaku house. The reason they were able to find the Upper Moon's identity was because the Upper Moon had actually come looking for them. Well, to be exact, she was trying to sneakily observe the 3 of them. Alas, her sneaking skills weren't very good against trained ninjas. After quickly writing down the details in the letter, Hinetsuru gave the letter to the muscular rat. Muscle asterisk. The mouse showcased his muscular body before taking the letter away. With the information sent, Hinetsuru opened the window before jumping out and quickly evacuating the place. The location of the Upper Moon had been confirmed, and she had relayed the information as quickly as she could. Now she must escape. As she was running, her husband's words passed through her mind. Put your own lives first, then civilians, then the mission. Hinetsuru lightly clenched her fists. All 3 of Tengen's wives had decided to flee in 3 different directions at the same time. This way, their chances of survival would be the highest. Hinetsuru, Makio, and Suma. The sound Hashira Tengen's 3 wives. As soon as they sensed they were being observed, they silently exchanged information and found out the identity of the perpetrator. Then, with further investigation, they managed to discover Daki's demon identity. Without delay, they relayed the information to Tengen and immediately made their escape in 3 completely different directions. Their plan and quick actions were indeed very effective. What? How? How did they find out? Because Demon Daki was indeed caught off guard. And even if she did her best, on her own she would only be able to catch one of the 3 escapees. Tengen's 3 wives. Their plan was good. Unfortunately, they suffered from a lack of information. Because Daki was not alone. She had a brother. And her brother, Jotaro, was quite fast. Inside a forest. Heh, look at you. Trying to escape my airhead sister's carefully constructed plan. Hinetsuru's body froze in place as a terrifying killing intent locked onto her. How? Her hands trembled as she turned her head and saw the thin, disgusting-looking demon leaning against a tree. His eyes revealed his identity. Upper rank 6. Heh, go on, why aren't you escaping anymore? Jotaro said in a snickering tone while showing his creepy smile. Hinetsuru bit down on her lip, staring intently at the limp figure Jotaro was holding in his left arm. Suma. Jotaro casually waved his bloody sickle before placing it against Suma's neck. Kiki, now would you come quietly, or should I knock you out like this one? Hinetsuru's face fell. Daki, with Makio wrapped around in her fabric belts, heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing that Jotaro had managed to capture the other 2. Precious sister, if I wasn't here, then you would have let these 2 escape, Jotaro said with a snickering look on his face. Daki instantly exploded. Shut up. I am not airhead, Jotaro. I had everything completely under control. They only got away because they were sneaky, cheating little pests. I am beautiful and strong, and Lord Muzan himself praised me. Muzan, I did. Besides, it is your job to help me when things get annoying. You are my big brother, remember? You are supposed to protect me, not stand there and lecture me like a mean old bully. Damn, the rapid fire was crazy. Hey, look at you, crying and screaming like always. Jotaro ignored the angry look she was giving him and turned to Hinetsuru, who was carrying the unconscious Suma on her back. Take them. Sneaky pests. Where will you run now? Daki exclaimed and also wrapped the 2 in her fabric belts. Having completed her master's mission, Daki quickly sent him a message through the blood link. Master Muzan. I have captured the 3 humans as you instructed. A few seconds later, she received a reply. Good job. Hearing the words, Daki's face instantly lit up with immense happiness. Because Master Muzan had just praised her. She had never seen Master Muzan praise anyone before. Could it be? Had Master Muzan finally realized how competent she was? Just then she received another message from Muzan. Bring them to the Infinity Castle. Huh? Why did Master Muzan's voice sound somewhat exasperated? Inside the Infinity Castle, Hinetsuru and Makio stared in horror at the infinitely shifting dimension while being trapped inside the fabric belts. Had they entered the true hideout of the demons? Daki and Jotaro jumped from one platform to another before arriving at their destination. Master Muzan. Daki and Jotaro instantly went down on one knee. Muzan sat casually on an expensive-looking chair with Kokoshibo standing behind him. After waving for the two siblings to get up, Muzan turned to look at the three women. Release them. Yes. Daki instantly recalled her fabric belts, causing the three to fall onto the tatami mat. Hinetsuru, the eldest of the three, completely ignored the pain and looked at the demon sitting at the head seat with a horrified expression. It's over. Kibutsuji Muzan, the leader of the demons. They had been captured by this monster. As soon as their eyes met, her body started trembling on its own. She wasn't just feeling fear. Her entire body, the instincts hidden deep within her blood, were screaming at her to flee. And not only him. Hinetsuru's gaze fearfully landed on the six-eyed demon behind Muzan. Upper rank 1. She's dead. All three of them are dead. Lord Tengen. No, even if every Hashira came to save them, they would still not survive. Silently, she felt someone hold her arm. It was Makio. Her situation was even worse than Hinetsuru's. Drops of tears had already formed at the corners of her eyes, ready to spill out. Perhaps the only fortunate one was the crybaby Suma, who had been knocked unconscious by Jotaro. Hinetsuru slowly lowered her head, unable to maintain the heavy gaze of these monsters. Weak mental fortitude, Kokoshibo silently thought to himself before turning his gaze away from them. Muzan silently thought to himself while looking at Tengen's three wives. They definitely know the address of the Demon Slayer Corps. The three of them were ninjas responsible for intelligence gathering. But getting information from them seemed rather difficult. One thing common among every member of the Demon Slayer Corps was their spirit of self-sacrifice. And their hatred for Muzan. I mean, these people would sacrifice themselves without hesitation if they could kill or even just injure him. If it were a Hashira, then Muzan would have definitely never bothered trying to get information from them. A Hashira would die before giving him any help. But these women were not Hashira. Through the transparent world, Muzan clearly saw their rapidly beating hearts, tensed muscles, and most of all, fear. Muzan said to Jotaro, "Go back to the entertainment district, the sound Hashira must be coming quickly to save them." Hinetsuru and Makio visibly trembled. Tengen-sama. It was a plan to lure their husband, Tengen-sama. But why? Why was Muzan after Tengen-sama? Seeing the change in their physical state, Muzan continued without stopping. "Leave Daki here, you will be stronger alone." Without Daki, the only way to kill Jotaro would be sunlight. Daki opened her mouth, wanting to say something, when she suddenly met Muzan's calm gaze and fell silent. Unfair, she silently complained in her mind. Muzan heard her tantrum and gave her a weird look before instructing Jotaro to leave. At this time, Muzan saw unusual movement from Hinetsuru, Makio, and Suma. Yes, Suma. The crybaby was actually pretending to be asleep. But Muzan and Kokoshibo had already seen through her act with the transparent world. They simply didn't bother pointing it out. And right now, the three of them, as if by some coincidence, made similar movements inside their mouths at the same time. Poison. The world suddenly seemed to slow down. In this slowed-down world, Muzan was about to move when he sensed something and stopped. And the next second, Kokoshibo behind him vanished at an incredible speed, placing his single sword inside all three of their mouths at the same time. Excellent skill and precision. Daki and Jotaro, who had just noticed what had happened, quickly moved and took out the hidden poison from the three of their mouths. "You pests! You dare try and ruin Master Muzan's plan." Daki raised her sharp claws, about to turn Makio's beautiful face into a bloody mess. But just then, an authoritative voice stopped her. "Step back, Daki." Daki hurriedly lowered her raised hand and turned to look at her master. "Jotaro, you may leave now." "Yes, master." Hee hee. After Jotaro left, Muzan turned to the three women. The three of them had looks of fear and dread on their faces. Even their suicide attempt had ended in failure. Muzan asked them in an even tone. "Tell me your names." Hinetsuru looked at Muzan in confusion, then firmed her resolve and kept her mouth shut. Similarly, Makio also lowered her head. Only the last one. Suma suddenly had an outburst. "Wah! Please don't eat me, Mr. Demon King, sir. My name is Suma. I'm just a super useless, clumsy, everyday girl. I don't taste good at all, I promise. I'm mostly made of water and anxiety. If you eat me, you'll get a terrible stomachache." Please let me go home to Lord Tengen, I miss him so much. Well, at least one of them answered. Muzan found her comically crying face quite amusing, but he couldn't laugh right now or he'd end up breaking character. Still, he couldn't help but say. No, I think you'll taste quite good. Suma suddenly paused, then shrieked in a loud tone. Eek eek. No, no, no. You're completely wrong. I taste awful. Like sour plums and dirt. I swear. Okay, the high-pitched voice was a bit annoying. Calm down, I won't eat you. Hick, hick. Wait, really? You promise? Her eyes suddenly lit up. Hinetsuru and Makio gave her helpless looks. Why are you believing a demon's words? It's like a wolf telling a sheep he's vegetarian. Muzan nodded. Yes. If you tell me a few things, then not only will I not eat you, but I'll also let you go. Really? You'll let me go home to Lord Tengen? Suma's eyes lit up with hope, but then suddenly a jolt went through her mind. Oh no. He won't ask me about the Demon Slayer Corps, will he? Her worries were totally on point. Tell me the location of the Demon Slayer Corps. Suma's face fell. Hinetsuru and Makio clenched their fists. He wanted to gather information from them. Suma panicked, then looked left and right as if trying to find some support. But she was literally in the demon's headquarters. And the demon boss was staring straight at her. Quickly making something up in her mind, she said. The location of the Corps headquarters. No, 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 I got no idea where that is. She even made a cross with her arms as if to emphasize she didn't know where it was. But just then, a long sword filled with creepy eyes was silently placed against her neck. You lie, Kokoshibo said in a calm tone while reading her heartbeat through the transparent world. Suma wanted to make another excuse, but the cold blade made her tremble and lose her voice. Muzan saw their silence and said. If you tell me the location of the Demon Slayer Corps, then not only will you three live, but the sound Hashira, Tengen, will also stay alive. The three remained silent. Muzan narrowed his eyes. As ninjas, you three should know there are fates worse than death. I believe you will not succumb to things like torture due to your ninja heritage, but what about this? What if I forcefully turned one of you into a demon and made them eat the other one? Silence came over the place. For your knowledge, I can read the thoughts of all demons under me, meaning I can simply get the location of the Demon Slayer Corps by turning just one of you into a demon. To be exact, he needed Nezuko's location, not the Demon Slayer Corps'. The three visibly lowered their heads, maintaining their silence. Are they not scared, or do they really trust Tengen so much? Muzan thought to himself. Tengen must be coming to the entertainment district soon to save them. If he brings Nezuko and Tanjiro with him like in the original, then everything will be solved. A week at most. He could wait that long. Muzan turned to Daki. Daki, you're responsible for keeping the three of them in check here. Don't let them die of hunger, and don't randomly hit them in anger. Why yes, Master Muzan. Daki nodded in a hurry. Train. With the sound of the biwa, the floor beneath Daki, Hinetsuru, Makio, and Suma's feet fell away, sending them deeper into the Infinity Castle. Chapter 4, Hashira's Arrive. After sending the three women away with Daki, Muzan sent Doma and Akaza a message. Come to Infinity Castle and be prepared for battle. He decided to prepare in case the Demon Slayer Corps sent more Hashira. Well, with his current strength, even if all of them came together, they would not be able to beat him. Still, since he had manpower, then why not use it? Walking up to the silent Neikime, Muzan sat down beside her and asked in curiosity. Hey Neikime, what's your chest size? Neikime. It's alright, you don't have to answer. I already know. Neikime, Demon Slayer Corps. Today, on very short notice, several Hashira had been summoned to the estate. Wind Hashira, Sanemi Shinazugawa. Water Hashira, Jutomioka. Love Hashira, Mitsuri Kenroji. Insect Hashira, Shinobu Kocho. Serpent Hashira, Abanai Iguro. The reason. The location of an upper moon had been discovered. As everyone was waiting in silence, the door suddenly slid open and a tall figure entered. Sound Hashira, Tengen Yuzui. As soon as he entered, every Hashira's gaze fixed straight on him. Instantly, a figure appeared in front of Tengen. Wind Hashira, Sanemi. I heard you got information about an upper moon. Don't you dare say it's a lie now, you bastard. He said in an excited tone while showing a tightly clenched fist. Tengen calmly met Sanemi's gaze, then turned towards Kagaya Abuyashiki, head of the Demon Slayer Corps. Master. Kagaya Abuyashiki gave Tengen a gentle nod before saying. I summoned all available Hashira after receiving your letter, Tengen. My wives have confirmed the existence of an upper moon in the Yoshiwara district. All the Hashira became focused. A few months ago, the flame Hashira had fallen at the hands of Upper Moon 3. Just as they were grieving the loss of their comrade, they were suddenly presented with an opportunity for revenge. Tengen, have your wives evacuated yet? Kagaya Abuyashiki asked in a calm tone. No, master. I lost contact with them right after receiving the news. I fear that they have been captured by the Upper Moon. Captured? That didn't seem likely. Everyone knew it in their hearts, but no one said anything. Kagaya Abuyashiki sensed the silent anxiety in Tengen and gently nodded his head. Then we must act as swiftly as possible. According to their estimates, an Upper Moon was equal in strength to 3 Hashira. Yet Kagaya Abuyashiki summoned a total of 6 Hashira for the mission. This was both a power move and, at the same time, an extremely dangerous one, as Hashira were needed to maintain the safety of several districts. And now 6 of them were going on a single mission. Which meant not only did they need to kill the Upper Moon, but do so quickly so that they could return to their posts as soon as possible. I'm counting on you, everyone. Yes, master. Times. Butterfly Mansion. Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke, who had mostly recovered from their injuries, were exercising when they received news that the Hashira were being deployed. What? An Upper Moon. Haha. Finally, a powerful prey. Eek. So scary. Let's go. We must make sure nobody gets hurt. Under the bright sun, several carriages were making their way through the streets, rushing toward the Yoshiwara district. Inside, the Hashira sat in silence, focusing their energy. They already knew the identity of the Upper Moon, so there was no need to do an infiltration. Instead, they would first discreetly evacuate the citizens before launching an all-out attack on the Upper Moon. Time passed. Soon the sun went down and night came. Silently, the Hashira also arrived near the Yoshiwara district. Oirin at the Kayagaku house. The Hashira silently surrounded the whole place in a circle, leaving no place for the demon to escape. Then the lower-ranking members of the Demon Slayer Corps quietly started their undercover action, discreetly emptying the streets to avoid casualties. Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke were also among them, quietly helping people evacuate. In no time, they managed to empty the streets. Then, without a second of hesitation, the wind and sound Hashira entered the building. Their eyes scanned the entire interior in an instant. Almost at the same time, their gaze locked onto the roof. Above. Their figures moved with incredible might, cracking the wooden floor beneath them, instantly breaking through the roof with their swords drawn. In the dark roof, Tengen's gaze landed on the thin figure lying casually on the floor. He, have the Hashira finally arrived? Jotaro got up from the floor, staring at the 2 perpetrators with narrowed eyes. 2 Hashira, huh? Tisk, I'll have to put in more effort. Tengen and Sanemi stared at him in silence. It's not a woman. The information was incorrect. The Upper Moon was supposed to be in Oirin. Or perhaps, were there 2 Upper Moons here? He hasn't realized the presence of the others. Tengen silently thought to himself. Even though their target had changed, their plan didn't. You are Upper 6. Tengen asked in a calm tone, staring at Jotaro's golden pupils. He, such fine skin you have. Without any blemishes. How envious. Jotaro seemed to not have heard his question, as he simply muttered to himself while scratching his forehead with his nails. Tengen pressed on. There were 3 women here. What happened to them? And where is the Oirin of this house? Jotaro finally paused and gave Tengen a deeper look before saying. You must be Tengen. Tengen's face darkened. Why did the Upper Moon know his name? There could only be one reason. His wives. This bastard definitely knew where they were. My wives. Tell me where you have hidden them. Jotaro's creepy smile deepened. He clearly remembered that his master was interested in this Hashira. Or else why would he go through the trouble of capturing his wives just to lure him in? Also, did he just say those 3 were his wives? Damn trash. How can this bastard have 3 wives? Capturing him will satisfy Master Muzan. Jotaro was going to contact Master Muzan, but what if he directly delivered this human to Master Muzan himself? This way Master Muzan wouldn't have to move a finger and his task would be completed. The thing with Muzan and the demon's connection was that Muzan had to actively use his powers to see their memories, share their vision, and talk to them. Or the demon had to contact Muzan through the blood first for him to know something was up. In short, if neither the demon nor Muzan actively tried to establish contact, then Muzan would not know what was happening with the demon. Of course, if the demon were to die, then Muzan would receive feedback. This is why, since Jotaro didn't contact Muzan didn't know that the Hashira had invaded the entertainment district. Sanemi, who had been standing quietly on the side, suddenly said in a dangerous tone. Talking to this piece of shit is a waste of time, let's just kill him already. He had been staying quiet until now because Tengen requested that they try and find his wives first. But clearly, this plan was not working. This upper moon before them was clearly hiding something. There was no time to waste. They had to kill him as quickly as possible. Die. A sudden explosion of wind shattered the silence of the rooftop. Sanemi's body blurred, leaving a crater in the roof tiles as he rushed forward. Wind breathing, first form, dust whirlwind cutter. A tornado of razor-sharp air currents ripped across the roof, shredding the wooden beams and tearing straight toward Jotaro's neck. Clang. A pair of bloody sickles intercepted the attack. Sparks flew around as the demon was pushed back a few meters, his feet sliding across the tiles. He. So fast, so strong, he. You even have that disgusting scar all over your body. Jotaro said with a creepy smile on his face. This Hashira, who was as ugly as him. Jotaro liked him. Shut up, you trash. Sanemi shouted, with a cut on his arm spreading his special blood. Just then, Tengen closed in from the flank. A series of anti-demon bombs were dropped at Jotaro's feet. Boom boom asterisk boom asterisk. Sound breathing, second form, sound bombs. The explosions blinded the immediate area, kicking up a massive cloud of smoke and debris. But out of the smoke, a pair of glowing red arcs slashed outward. Blood demon art, flying blood sickles. Jotaro unleashed a dense wave of solidified blood blades that flew in every direction as his body rapidly healed from the explosion. Tengen spun his chained blades like a propeller to deflect the projectiles, but the sheer volume of the blood blades forced him to leap backward. Tengen landed beside Sanemi. The two of them silently glanced at each other. Then moved at the same time. Wind breathing, fifth form, cold winter wind. Sound breathing, fifth form, string performance. Sanemi leapt into the air, unleashing a barrage of circular, sweeping slashes that rained down on Jotaro from above. Tengen followed, rotating his blades at high speed and unleashing continuous slashes at Jotaro. The attacks were massive, cutting off any path of retreat. Jotaro's eyes widened. These Hashira weren't weak. He ducked, twisted, and contorted his unnaturally flexible body to dodge the slashes, but the wind blade still managed to cut his shoulder and abdomen, spilling thick, dark blood. It burns, you bastards. Jotaro shouted in a murderous tone. Die, pests. Jotaro raised his sickles, ready to unleash a massive wave of poisonous blood to wipe out the entire block. But this gave the Hashira who had been waiting their opportunity. Swish. Before Jotaro could swing his arms, a sudden, blinding flash of pink and blue blurred past the edge of the roof. Love breathing, third form, cat love shower. Mitsuri Kenroji dropped from the sky in a beautiful manner, her whip-like Nichiren sword flickering through the air. The flexible blade wrapped around Jotaro's right arm, cutting it off in a smooth motion. What? Jotaro gasped, his golden eyes widening in genuine shock. There were more Hashira. No. It's a trap. Serpent breathing, second form, venom fang of the dual head. Abanai Iguro appeared instantly from Jotaro's blind spot, his slithering blade coiling through the air and biting deep into Jotaro's torso, severing the muscles holding his other sickle. Jotaro tried to jump back to regenerate, but his legs suddenly felt incredibly heavy. His vision blurred, and a cold sweat broke out across his forehead. The intoxication from Sanemi's Merchi blood had kicked in. My legs, what did you do to me? Jotaro panicked. It seems my blood works on upper demons as well. Sanemi said with a ferocious smile while raising his bleeding arm. You. Before Jotaro could say anything. It's over, demon. A silent voice reached his ears. When? Jotaro didn't even have time to react as a sword arrived like flowing water, cleanly cutting through his neck. Thump. Ju sheathed his sword and calmly looked down at Jotaro's head beside his feet. Upper Moon 6's head had been severed. You pests. How dare you? How dare you? Jotaro's severed head started cursing in a loud voice, attracting everyone's attention. He's not dying. But his head had been severed. A sword flashed. Jotaro's head instantly turned into minced meat. But then it quickly gathered back together. The same thought appeared in everyone's minds. Is this demon immortal? Seeing the head assemble again, Ju was about to move his sword when Tengen suddenly appeared beside the regenerating head. Tell me where my wives are. He asked the same question, without a change in his expression. Jotaro, who had just finished regenerating his ears, heard Tengen's question and burst into extreme rage. These trash humans. They were mocking him. Damn them. Damn them. Butterfly Hashira, Shinobu, gracefully appeared beside the head and looked down at it with scrutinizing eyes. There's a poison I have been concocting. Let me see if it is useful against an upper rank. She pulled out her stinger and mercilessly stabbed Jotaro's eye. It didn't seem to do anything, so she increased the dosage and stabbed again. After a few more trials, half of Jotaro's head actually turned purple, and even his continuously cursing mouth came to a standstill. Tengen grabbed Jotaro's hair and pulled him up, asking again in an even tone. Tell me. Where are my wives, demon? Jotaro looked at Tengen with his hazy vision. The poison was affecting his thinking. Just as Jotaro was trying to move his mouth to curse, he suddenly came to an abrupt pause. Then, without any warning, a terrifying smile appeared on his face. Twang. From behind Tengen, a magnetic voice rang out. I know where your wives are. Note, Obuyushiki's foresight is explained to be very vague in the series, mainly it's uncontrollable and unreliable, otherwise he should have been able to save Rengoku and other demon smayers from dying. Also please give reviews if you like the story. Chapter 5, Final Boss appears. With the single sound of a biwa, the entire atmosphere changed. A wooden door had appeared behind Tengen. And from within that door, a figure walked out. Thump. Time seemed to slow down for all the Hashira. Their bodies' instincts were unconsciously raised to their limits as they all simultaneously turned their heads to look at the perpetrator. They saw the demon. He wasn't an upper moon, as his eyes were red, but then what is this? This feeling of dread. Before the Hashira could assess the situation, 3 more figures walked out from the wooden door. A demon with long, flowy black hair and 6 eyes. Upper rank 1. A happily smiling demon with silver hair and platinum-colored eyes. Upper rank 2. Wow. So many Hashira. Seeing him, Shinobu's face contorted in hatred. Lastly, a muscular demon with pale skin, covered in dark blue marks all over, walked out. Upper rank 3. Seeing so many upper ranks, even Sanemi calmed down. But the same question rang out in some Hashira's minds. The demon at the very front. He wasn't an upper rank. Yet he seemed to be leading even upper rank 1. So could he be Muzan? Under the Hashira's watchful eyes, Muzan stopped right before Tengen and said, Can you let go of his head? Tengen stared straight into his eyes and asked back, Are you Muzan? Muzan smiled and replied, Yes. Ancestor of all demons. The source of evil. It's him. Secretly, Tengen moved his left hand filled with anti-demon bombs. He was going to blast them in Muzan's face. But then, a hand grabbed his fist. Tengen's eyes widened. It was Muzan. He moved, so fast. Under the transparent world, Muzan clearly saw through Tengen's trick. At the same time, he saw all the Hashira attacking him. Sanemi, Ju, Mitsuri, Shinobu, and Abanai. They moved with killing intent, wanting to slice his neck. Seeing the scene, Muzan was struck with a sense of sadness. They were all good kids, with very sad backstories. And they're so young. A small sigh escaped his mouth. And then, a long blade made of flesh formed in Muzan's hand. Moon breathing, 14th form, catastrophe, Tenman crescent moon. Countless crescent blades escaped from every part of his body, rushing everywhere as an all-out indiscriminate attack. Every Hashira's eyes widened. The one immediately affected was Tengen, the closest to Muzan. His wrist was chopped off in an instant before he barely managed to jump back. But the bloody crescent moons were still rushing towards him. There were simply too many of them. Suddenly, a whip-like Nichiren blade danced through the air. Love Hashira, Mitsuri. I won't let anyone get hurt. Love breathing, 6th form, cat-legged winds of love. Her blade intercepted the attacks rushing towards Tengen, saving him. Thank you, Mitsuri-san. Tengen shouted in gratitude, making Mitsuri blush. Though Tengen wasn't the only one in trouble. Insect Hashira, Shinobu. She was the second closest to Muzan. And in her breathing style, there was no move to survive such an onslaught. But she wasn't alone. Ju silently came in front of Shinobu and swiftly waved his sword, intercepting every attack aimed at her. Ju-san. Shinobu's eyes widened slightly before a small smile appeared on her lips. The snake and wind Hashira were able to survive unscathed since they were a distance away. Only Mitsuri, who came to help Tengen, had her left shoulder cut by the crescent moon. On the other hand, Muzan picked up Jotaro's head that had fallen to the ground. Master Muzan. Jotaro said in embarrassment and shame. He had failed miserably, trying to complete his master's mission. Muzan looked at the severed head. He suddenly had an urge to kick it for some reason. Waving his hand, Muzan threw Jotaro's head in a clean arc, making it drop right on top of Jotaro's lower body. Hee hee. Thank you, master. Jotaro shouted in excitement as he quickly started reattaching his head. Damn these demon slayers. Ganging up on him like that. He, now feel the despair. Be ganged up on by upper moons. Muzan's eye scanned every part of the broken building, but he couldn't find his target. Is Nezuko not here? If that was the case, then this whole operation would be for naught. No, Tanjiro will never stay out of a battle to hunt an upper moon. Believing in the knowledge from the show, Muzan turned his gaze away. I can sense there are humans outside as well. At the same time, Sanemi appeared on his right, having seized the opening without a second of delay. But before his blade could even touch Muzan, a sword filled with creepy-looking eyes stopped it. Keep them busy, Muzan said as his figure blurred and rushed outside. Understood, Kokushibo replied in a plain tone. The Hashira instantly rushed after Muzan. The leader of demons must be killed. But then, a Buddha made of ice suddenly spurted out from the ground, blocking their path. Ah, everyone, please stay back. It's Master Muzan's order, after all. Doma said, sitting on one of the ice Buddha's palms. But don't worry. I'll be sure to keep you company. He flashed his signature fake smile, earning everyone's ire. Sanemi was about to rush forth and cut him when suddenly a voice called out to him. You look strong. It was Upper Moon 3. Akaza. He was staring at him while in an airtight form. Seeing his action, Sanemi instantly understood what he wanted to do. This bastard. He's challenging me. Instead of going for a sneak attack, Akaza was openly challenging him to a one-on-one fight in a group battle. Don't get ahead of yourself, you monster. How dare this demon try to act noble? He's nothing but a disgusting human-eating monster. Tengen, who had stopped the bleeding on his wrist, quickly thought in his mind. Muzan, he came here for a reason. And it's not us. Kidnapping his wives. Scheming to bring them here. Personally taking action with the upper moons. There has to be a reason. His mind worked at a rapid pace. If Muzan was after the Hashira, then he would have stayed back and focused on killing them. But instead, he first scanned the whole place before turning his gaze outside. What is outside? What is Muzan after? Or who is he after? He seemed to be arriving at the answer. There was only one person who had recently caused an anomaly. The demon girl who was accepted by their master. Who refused to eat human flesh. Tanjiro's sister. Nezuko. He remembered seeing them with the lower-ranked members. Muzan. He's after the demon girl, Nezuko. Everyone paused for a moment. Even the upper moon stopped. But their source of confusion was different. Nezuko. Why her? Nezuko. Who's that? Muzan hadn't informed the upper moons about his actual target, Nezuko. So they were even more confused than the Hashira after hearing what Tengen said. Kokushibo saw the Hashira trying to go after Muzan. None of you are leaving here. Crescent moons flew through the sky. With his inhuman strength, Muzan jumped from one building to another. His eyes scanning everywhere for his target. And at the same time, Tanjiro's nose twitched under a familiar scent. Muzan. His expression underwent a rapid change. Tightly clenching his sword, he jumped up from the alley and arrived at the roof. And instantly, his gaze collided with the monster. Muzan's eyes widened slightly as he exclaimed in pleasant surprise. Tanjiro. Muzan. Tanjiro tightly gritted his teeth and slashed at Muzan. Hinakami Kagura. The target delivered himself to him. How nice. Muzan easily parried the attack, then grabbed the stunned Tanjiro by his neck. The result was obvious. Currently, Muzan was at his peak, not affected by any poison, plus his strength was boosted by moon breathing. And Tanjiro hadn't even completed his training. Quack. Muzan punched his abdomen, shaking his internal organs, instantly knocking Tanjiro out. Since Tanjiro is here. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap and flash. Rumble. Along with a flash of thunder, a golden line pierced through the streets, rushing straight at Muzan. Clank. Muzan quietly looked at the sleeping Zenitsu. He was extremely fast. But not quite fast enough yet. A boar-headed figure jumped up from behind Muzan. Coming through. King of the mountain, Inosuke. Beast breathing, fourth fong, slice, and dice. Muzan released a silent breath. Moon breathing, fifth form, moon spirit, calamitous eddy. Inosuke, with his animal-like instincts, actually ducked just before he launched the attack, surviving unscathed. But Zenitsu was hit square on, the crescent blood moon slashed across his body, spreading blood everywhere. Guh. Spurting out a mouthful of blood, Zenitsu powerlessly fell back down. This was with Muzan controlling his strength, otherwise he would have become minced meat. Muzan glanced at Inosuke, who was sweating buckets, before turning his gaze away. Now where is Nezuko's box? Oh. A small figure quickly approached him, with her leg attacking his arm holding Tanjiro. Muzan could see her eyes burning in anger. As if shouting. Let go of him. Smiling lightly, he raised his free hand and easily caught Nezuko's leg, making her lose her balance. The strength gap between them was quite huge. You are here. Nezuko was about to kick Muzan's face with her other leg when suddenly Muzan's fingers harshly pierced through her leg. His demonic blood quickly spread through her body. The pain made her bite the bamboo in her mouth with so much force that it broke apart. Muzan let go of the unconscious Tanjiro and raised Nezuko up by her leg, ready to knock her out. But when he saw her cute face, he couldn't bring himself to punch her. Well, she wouldn't be able to move anyway with his demonic blood in her system, so it was all right. Muzan placed her over his shoulder and rushed back. At the sight of battle, the horror of upper demons working together was displayed in full. All the Hashira were barely standing, unable to breathe properly. Ah. Sorry. Sorry. I know it hurts, but please don't give up, okay? Doma said to them in an apologetic tone while lightly waving his fans. Disgusting, cuck, demons. Sanemi cursed while clutching his mouth, staring at the upper moons in hatred. The fight was truly difficult. At first, they were able to hold on, even cut off Jitaro's head several times. They almost managed to cut off upper rank 3, Akaza's head through a sneak attack, but then Kokushibo suddenly got serious. Barely surviving the onslaught of crescent moons, the Hashira were just trying to think of a plan when the true hidden danger struck them. Don't use breathing. He's attacking our lungs. Shinobu, the doctor, was the first to notice the effect of Doma's blood demon art. As soon as she sensed the change in her lungs, she shouted to warn all the Hashira. Now the fight became even harder for them. With their breathing constrained, they were unable to bring out their full strength. With their breathing constrained, none of them would be able to awaken the mark either, as a specific body temperature is a requirement. Doma truly is the hard counter to all demon slayers. He was even more dangerous in a group battle like this. You're all sweating so much, and your faces are turning red. Isn't that fascinating? I've never experienced the sensation of suffocation myself, but seeing you six struggle like that makes me so sad. Doma lightly waved his hand, sending an icy wind everywhere. Even as he lamented for them, he didn't stop using his ability. It's because Master Muzan had especially told him how to use his power. Let Akaza and Kokushibo act as tanks while he silently freezes the demon slayers up. Truly a disgusting tactic. As expected of his master. Shinobu clutched her chest and stared at him with intense hatred. Her sister had died at the hands of this monster, and now she and the other Hashira were about to be defeated because of him too. The most infuriating thing was that this bastard kept hiding behind Upper Moon 1 and Upper Moon 3. Not to mention the giant ice Buddha. Isn't he supposed to be Upper Moon 2? So why is he acting like such a coward? My, to think that Upper Moon 2 is nothing more than a pathetic parasite who likes hiding behind others, Shinobu shouted in a sarcastic tone. Her words were clearly aimed at Doma. Doma stopped waving his fan and replied with a bright fake smile. Oh, beautiful Hashira. You're so cruel to say that. I'm just letting them have their turn. Besides, it's Master Muzan's orders dash. Shut your mouth, you fake monster. You think I can't see through you? I know everything coming out of you is nothing but a lie. Doma's smile suddenly froze. Shinobu noticed the minuscule change. It seemed her plan was working. She fearlessly took a step forward and pointed her sword at him. You killed my sister, and I'm here to avenge her, yet you hide. Fight me one-on-one. Or are you too much of a coward to face me without your babysitters? Shinobu knew. She was the most useless in this fight. The poison in her sword couldn't kill an upper rank. Which meant only the second option was left for her. For a few months, she had been injecting wisteria poison into her bloodstream. She had planned to do it for a whole year to increase the dosage to an absurd level, but there was no time. Currently, she only had a few kilograms of wisteria poison in her blood. It might not be enough to kill the upper moon, but as long as she could hold Doma back, the Hashira would have some hope of success. That's right. Her plan was to make Doma eat her. This was the best she could do. The Hashira glanced at her but remained silent. They didn't know what she was up to, but having suddenly gained some safe time, they were focused on patching their wounds. Yes, right now all the upper demons were just standing in place like rocks, not attacking them. Doma wiped away the fake smile from his face and said to the excited Shinobu in a plain tone. You must be Shinobu. Master Muzan told me about you, telling me not to eat you as your blood is poisoned. Shinobu almost lost her footing. How does he know? She hasn't told anyone. Something inside Shinobu seemed to crack. It was only now that she noticed. These demons. These upper moons. They were playing with them, weren't they? Doma continued while looking at the Hashira. If Master Muzan hadn't told us to keep you alive, then we would have killed you already. All the Hashira tightly clenched their weapons. Sanemi opened his mouth and commented in a sarcastic tone. Thank you for your great mercy, demons. Now why don't you be even kinder and cut off your own heads with my sword? Kokushibo stared at him in silence. This human had the best fighting spirit out of everyone here. He appreciated it. This Wind Hashira was a strong warrior. Kokushibo was about to give him an offer when he suddenly sensed the approaching presence. And the next moment, between the demons and the humans, Muzan appeared carrying Nezuko on his shoulder. His gaze scanned the vigilant Hashira. Doesn't look like any of them were injured too severely. He had asked the upper moons to keep the humans alive. But after all, a battle could lead to several unexpected outcomes, so he had also told them not to hold back in case they felt they were being threatened. The 6 Hashira tightly held their swords, looking straight at Muzan and the familiar girl on his shoulder. Nezuko had been captured. Ju's eyes trembled for a moment. Tanjiro. Was he alive? Did Muzan kill him? As the Hashira were going through a variety of emotions, Muzan suddenly opened his mouth and said, "The war is over." He continued in a calm tone. "The demon slayers have lost and I have won." Silence came over the place. The Hashira looked at each other in confusion. 1. Puff. The Wind Hashira, Sanemi, suddenly burst out laughing. 1. Just because of this little battle you think you've won? His eyes burned with a ferocious vigor. The Demon Slayer Corps will never give up. We will kill you. One day for sure. No matter how many Hashira fall, more will rise up to take their place. The war won't be over until your head is rolling in the dirt, Muzan. Now come here and die. Sanemi pointed his raised sword towards Muzan's neck. Kokushibo's face twisted in fury. How dare he talk to Lord Muzan like this? Killing intent started leaking out of Akaza. Doma stayed chill. Muzan didn't care about what Sanemi said. As long as his next words reached Ubuyashiki, it would be enough. You Hashira don't understand, so let me give you some context. The only thing that can kill me in this world is sunlight. And well, sun breathing used by Yorichi. But they didn't need to know that. And this girl will help me overcome sunlight. Muzan pointed at Nezuko on his shoulder. And instantly, a bomb seemed to explode inside every Hashira's mind. The sun will no longer be a demon's weakness. Doesn't that mean even their Nichiren blades will become useless? The reason Nichiren blades could kill a demon was due to their ability to trap sunlight. And if demons became immune to sunlight, disaster. It would be a complete disaster. Even if they die, they cannot allow such a thing to happen. Muzan saw the burning fighting spirit in the Hashira's eyes and continued. Tell Ubuyashiki to stop this pointless hunt. Demons will become truly immortal now, so there will be no need to eat humans anymore. No need to eat humans. He paused for a moment, saw their confused expressions, and said in a sincere tone. Hashira, I know that you hate demons, but try and live your lives. There are more fulfilling things you can do. The sudden, unexpected words stunned the Hashira. Why? Was the Demon King suddenly consoling them? Muzan looked at the love and snake Hashira. You can get married. Mitsuri blushed. Abanai's eyes widened. Muzan turned to Ju. You can make friends. I have friends, Ju interjected. Why was everyone looking at him with pity? Muzan looked at Sanemi, Tengen, and Shinobu. Well, he didn't know what to say to them. Sanemi was crazy. Shinobu was crazier. And Tengen has 3 wives. So he gave a general piece of advice. Try, and move on. His words seemed to pique someone's ire. Move on, you say? Shinobu said with veins appearing around her forehead. You expect me to drop my blade and walk away? How delightfully delusional of you. Muzan turned to her. There is no moving on for me. The only peace I will ever accept is standing over your crumbling ashes. Even if you become immune, I will simply spend every remaining second of my life tearing open your cells, re-engineering 1,000 new toxins, and finding a brand new way to watch you rot. Muzan lowered his eyes. Indeed. They were just like he knew. Hard-headed as a rock, all of them. Muzan opened his mouth and said in a heavy tone. Then you will die a meaningless death, chasing an unachievable dream. He had said all he could. Anyway, after today, they won't meet ever again. All the Hashira moved at the same time. But it was already too late. Twang. The floor under Muzan and the upper moons vanished. Muzan saw in slow motion as the Hashira's desperate blades tried to reach him. Then his vision changed. He had arrived in the Infinity Castle. Damn it. At the sight of battle, the wind Hashira cursed in a loud tone, repeatedly striking the solid ground in vain. No one stopped him. They were all trying to process what had happened. Tengen crouched down and tried searching for some clues. Just then, a wooden door opened on the side and 3 women were kicked out like trash. Everyone instantly locked onto them. They also saw Tengen. Husband, X. Note, world travel will happen in next 1 to 2 chapters. Shinobu had 37 kilograms of poison in her fight a year later with Doma, so around this time she will only have a few kilograms. Give a review if you like the story. Chapter 6, Immune to Sunday Infinity Castle. Muzan placed Nezuko down on the tatami mat. Neikime, don't open the Infinity Castle for anyone from now until I tell you. Yes, Master Muzan. Neikime nodded, looking curiously at the struggling demon. Muzan turned to the upper ranks. Send them to different sectors. Ah. Master Muzan, I want to see you becoming immune to the sun. Twang. Doma's voice was cut off as he was sent away to another part of the Infinity Castle. Similarly, Kokushibo and Akaza also disappeared to different sections of the Infinity Castle. Now he could begin. Muzan lightly caressed the struggling Nezuko's head. Originally, the most convenient way to gain immunity to sunlight would be to completely absorb Nezuko. It was the fastest method. But that would end up killing her. Secondly, the other method was a lot more troublesome and time-consuming. He would slowly absorb Nezuko's body, understand her genetic makeup one part at a time. This would be a longer process, but Nezuko would live, although she would get dismembered several times. Muzan saw the struggle in Nezuko's eyes, so he raised his hand and chopped at her neck, knocking her out. She instantly went limp. Releasing a breath, Muzan prepared himself before tearing off Nezuko's left leg. Twitch. Nezuko's body visibly twitched, but since Muzan knew her condition through the transparent world, she didn't wake up. Raising her fair leg, he placed it against his chest. His flesh split open as he started absorbing the leg. At the same time, Nezuko's healing abilities kicked in and her legs started regenerating. Though since she was knocked out, the healing wasn't as fast as it should be. Well, at least there wouldn't be any pain. This was the plan. Using one part of the body at a time, allowing Nezuko to regenerate while Muzan examined her immunity to the sun. Time passed. From legs, torso, arms until finally, the head. The head was without a doubt the most complicated part. He couldn't just cut it off and absorb it, as Nezuko might not be able to regenerate her head. So he went piece by piece, took out a small part of her head, let her regenerate, then took out another part. Unknowingly. A month passed by. Inside the Infinity Castle. Kokushibo, who was sitting on the floor, suddenly felt his blood boiling. No. It wasn't his blood. It was his Master Muzan's blood. Instantly, his 6 eyes moved at the same time, focusing toward a single direction. Are you awake, Master? Beside Neikime. A bloody cocoon had formed. And inside this cocoon, Muzan silently opened his eyes. Crack. The flesh tore apart, revealing an opening. Muzan silently stepped out of the cocoon, taking his first steps. As the perfect living organism. An incredible power coursed through his veins. Feeling the might, Muzan tightly clenched his fists. A month. It took a whole month for him to accomplish his goal. The first 3 days were spent absorbing Nezuko's body and the rest of the time, understanding and changing his own physiology. He had to make his 5 brains work in overdrive. Especially since he had to connect Nezuko's severed parts inside his body. As Muzan was absorbing his newfound power, inside his body, at a cellular level, the old wounds left by the monster Yorichi started healing. And in no time, they were gone. Making Muzan smile in satisfaction. Congratulations, Master Muzan, Neikime said with a smile on her face. MHM. Muzan gave her a nod, then asked. How's Nezuko? Akaza-sama has been watching over her. Muzan used his power and instantly saw through Akaza's vision. He was currently being attacked by Nezuko. And he seemed very reluctant to fight her, only parrying her moves. Well, it was Akaza after all. Muzan was quickly going through the other Upper Moon's memories when he suddenly paused and exclaimed in surprise. Tamayo has been caught. Yes, Master. Muzan almost couldn't believe it. She was caught by Upper Moon 5, Gyako. The pot demon. I always thought he was the second most useless after Daki. It seems I was mistaken. Because of his previous order, Gyako was not allowed to enter the Infinity Castle, which was why he had been keeping Tamayo captive for almost half a month. This guy is actually quite competent. He felt a bit bad for looking down on him. Bring him in. Yes, Master. SSSSS. Oh, Master Muzan. Master Muzan. You finally answered my call. Words cannot describe how truly delightful I was after hearing your voice in my head. Gyako kept sucking up to him while wiggling his body around in a disgusting manner. But Muzan only smiled in return, his gaze locked onto the bound Tamayo, who was staring at him with hatred. Good job, Gyako. Master Muzan praised me. Master Muzan just praised me. Gyako's eyes started dripping tears of joy, making the corners of Muzan's mouth twitch. Why are you like this? Muzan lightly complained in his mind. As for what happened to Yashiro. From reading his memories, Muzan knew the answer. Gyako had already finished him off. At first, he captured Yashiro like Tamayo. But then, after not getting any reply from Muzan for so many days, Gyako went rogue and threw Yashiro out into the sun. Muzan had not given any instructions regarding Yashiro, so Gyako simply killed the extra burden. Tamayo kept staring at Muzan with unblinking eyes full of disgust. If eyes could kill, then Muzan would have died 1,000 times over. Muzan didn't care about Tamayo's hatred since he didn't plan on letting her live anyway. Yes, keeping an unstable factor like Tamayo, who was immortal, was just asking for trouble. Plus, he didn't have any attachment to her, unlike the Hashira. He let Shinobu go because first, she was a character he really liked. And second, because she would die of old age. Being a man from the 21st century, Muzan had always believed in the power of science. That was why he believed that if Tamayo were given enough time, she might even be able to find some poison that could kill his now perfect self. Her hatred towards him was too strong. Even a little scary. But he also needed her help with something. Nezuko. To turn the girl back into a human and return her to Tanjiro, he needed the drug Tamayo would create. There were two ways he could go about this. First was to convince Tamayo to help the poor Nezuko. Though she might not do it due to her hatred for him. The second way was for him to absorb her, read through her memories, then use his 5 brains to create the drug on his own. The hidden dangers of this method were quite obvious. Tamayo might have drugged her blood like she did in the series. And even if he did get her memories, there was no telling how long it would take for him to create the drug. Bring Nezuko and Akaza here. Twang. The Infinity Castle moved in real time, the platform where Akaza was being relentlessly chased by Nezuko. Master Muzan is finally awake. Akaza said in relief as he blocked a high kick. Woman, I don't want to fight you. He doesn't fight women or children. No matter what. Yet this girl kept attacking him whenever she got the chance. Send. Back. Boom. Tisk. Akaza clicked his tongue in annoyance while raising his hands to guard against her kick. Her strength was quite good and her instincts weren't half bad either. The platform kept rising before finally arriving at its destination. Akaza saw Muzan and instantly went down on one knee. Nezuko also saw him and suddenly froze. Then she slammed her foot on the tatami mat and quickly ran away in the opposite direction. Did I give her trauma? Muzan wondered as he used his blood demon art and captured her using several whips. Nezuko was in her adult form when fighting Akaza, but as soon as she saw him, she quickly reverted back to her child form in fear. Entangled in his flesh whips, Muzan brought her closer to him. Nezuko's eyes instantly started dripping tears. Muzan. Tamayo saw the scene of Muzan bullying a child and it made her eyes burn with even more anger. Muzan. This inhuman monster. Muzan looked at the angry Tamayo, then at the crying Nezuko. His gaze moved between the two of them a few times before suddenly an idea hit his mind. Without hesitation, he threw the crying Nezuko straight at angry Tamayo. Nezuko instantly wrapped her small arms around Tamayo's neck, just like a small child asking for support. Tamayo was taken aback. Just. Who was this demon child? While she was filled with confusion, Muzan's voice reached her ears. Her name is Nezuko. Nezuko. I plan to kill her off. Muzan. Tamayo wanted to shout, but her mouth was sealed. Nezuko is a demon I can't control, an unstable factor. Eliminating her will be the best way to solve the problem unless she gets turned back into a human. If you will do it, then I won't kill you. That was a lie. He would definitely kill Tamayo regardless. Hearing his words, Tamayo froze. Turn her back into a human. Why did Muzan say that? Did he know that she had been trying to make such a drug? But then, instead of killing her, he's thinking of using her to turn this child back into a human. Why? Why would he do that? What was this child to Muzan? Tamayo was feeling perplexed. She knew all too well that Muzan was a monster who only cared about himself and nothing else. So what was his motive? How did turning this demon girl back into a human benefit him? There must be something she didn't know. But whatever the reason may be, she would never do anything Muzan wanted. Muzan gestured for Gyako to release Tamayo's blocked mouth. And instantly she spoke in a venomous tone. Do you truly believe your threats carry weight, Muzan? For hundreds of years, my every waking breath has been fueled by a single desire. To erase your existence from this earth. You steal lives, tear apart families, and turn innocent children into monsters. And now, you dare command me to save a life you ruined. To be a part of your twisted game. A frown appeared on Muzan's face. Did the pitying tactic not work? I understand that you hate me, but this girl is innocent. Tamayo cut him off. Innocent. Can you even comprehend the word innocent? Every single child you have ever slaughtered was innocent. You did not care for their innocence when you forced your blood into their veins. Or when you laughed as they devoured their own families. Do not insult my intelligence with this sudden, sickening display of pity. You do not possess a heart, Muzan. You possess only a desperate, pathetic fear of death. Whatever sickening trap you are setting with this child, I will never aid you. If you truly wished for her to be human, you would never have laid your filthy hands on her to begin with. Enough. Muzan's heavy voice rang out throughout the Infinity Castle, sending waves everywhere. Kook. Akaza clenched his fists, Gyako's pot cracked, and Nakaim directly fell on her back. All of them spurting blood on the spot. Kokoshibo's 6 eyes bled in pain as he tightened the grip around his sword. Doma laughed in a pool of his own blood. Ahaha. Master Muzan is angry. Muzan stared directly at Tamayo with a heavy gaze, making the Infinity Castle around him tremble. He had been in such a good mood after attaining true immortality. And yet. Now it's ruined. All ruined. All because of her. He understood her grievances against the original Muzan. That's why he tried to find a roundabout way to help Nezuko. But she's too smart for her own good. Fine. He'll just do it himself. What's a few more years? Time was meaningless to him anyway. Muzan's figure flashed at a terrifying speed, appearing right in front of Tamayo. He grabbed Nezuko's collar and threw her toward Akaza before harshly grabbing Tamayo's neck and lifting her up. Tamayo stared at him with a bloody gaze filled with hatred. Do your worst. Muzan stared at her with a silent face. Then he raised his other hand and cleanly pierced through her head. Although he was angry, he deeply understood the venomous nature of this woman. That's why he didn't absorb her directly, but first absorbed her memories to look out for any hidden danger. Of course, this also carried risks, but he was willing to accept this much. With his 5 brains, he quickly went through her memories. Nothing. It seemed she was still in the late stages of preparing the drug and had yet to set up any trap inside her own body. Muzan confirmed it a few more times before pulling Tamayo's body closer and absorbing her. You'll die a terrible death. He ignored Tamayo's deathbed curse, completely absorbing her inside in one go. The process was significantly faster than with Nezuko, as he directly took in the whole body. As Muzan's anger calmed down, the upper moons breathed a sigh of relief. Muzan glanced at them and said in a low voice. It seems I lost my composure. I apologize. The upper moons almost wondered if they'd gone deaf. Did they hear correctly? Did Master Muzan just apologize to them? It sounded so shocking they wondered if they were hallucinating. Please do not lower yourself to apologize to us, Master Muzan. Gyako immediately squealed, slamming his head against the floor. Your righteous fury is a work of art. It is an absolute privilege to witness your divine judgment upon that insolent traitor. Nakaim, trembling, struggled to her feet after a fall and quickly bowed her head. There is no need for your apology, Lord Muzan, she murmured in a reverent voice. My only purpose is to serve you. Akaza wiped the blood from his mouth while holding the struggling Nezuko under his arm. You owe us nothing, Master. Your strength is absolute. It is our duty to endure your wrath and execute your will without fail. Muzan remained silent. Everyone else was fine, but Akaza. Sigh, he was only here because Muzan had tampered with his memories. Shaking his head, Muzan waved at Nakaim to send them away. Twang. Walking up to the sitting Nakaim, Muzan sat beside her and placed his arm around her waist. Nakaim stiffened. Muzan looked down at her, then said in a small voice. Lowering his hand, he placed it over Nakaim's stomach before piercing through. Cook. With his arm inside her, he started changing her body composition. Making her immune to sunlight like him. At the same time, he gave her more of his blood to increase her strength to upper moon level. The thing about Muzan was that he wasn't really constrained to having just 6 upper moons. He could have created more, but he didn't because he wanted his own strength to completely overshadow all the upper and lower moons combined. Which did make him immensely strong. But now, Muzan with sun immunity had become even stronger than the original Muzan, so he could increase the number of upper moons without affecting his strength much. Gush. Dark blood veins appeared on Nakaim's body as the blood of her master traveled through her veins. A few hours passed by. Nakaim's eye turned golden, and words appeared on it. Upper 7. Muzan removed his hand from Nakaim's stomach, making her take in a deep breath. "Thank you, Master Muzan." Muzan gave her a nod, then stood up and said, "Bring over my lab." Since he had decided to cure Nezuko himself, it was better to start early. After her master left, Nakaim silently experienced the changes inside her body. It felt wonderful. Her strength and control over the Infinity Castle vastly increased, and she gained a new ability to create detachable flying eyeballs, which she could use to covertly spy on others. As she was sensing her powers, Nakaim suddenly paused. She seemed to sense something. Something far. So very far. Chapter 7, Nezuko cured, reluctant Akaza, Otherworld. Note, 15k words done, the fan FIC will be on rankings now. So give reviews, Power Stone guys. Akaza carried the limp Nezuko under his left arm before coming to an ancient Japanese-style building inside the Infinity Castle. Master Muzan had told him to take care of the girl, so this was his current job. Giving her a glance, he dropped her down on the floor before quickly taking a few steps back. Thump. Nezuko just stayed on the ground like dead wood. This surprised Akaza. He had fully expected her to launch her usual attacks as soon as he let go. Had the girl finally calmed down? Funnily enough, Akaza didn't know Nezuko was Tanjiro's sister. Because during the end of the Mugen Train arc, Nezuko was hiding inside her box and Akaza, only interested in the strong Rengoku, didn't pay attention to anything else. Suddenly, Akaza saw Nezuko tremble. Then he heard faint sobs coming from her small body. Was the girl crying? Akaza furrowed his brows. Why is she crying? She's a demon, not a weak human. There's no reason for her to cry. Only weaklings cry. Weaklings with their pathetic strength, unable to protect anyone, are the ones who cry. Akaza paused. For some reason. The little girl's crying figure seemed to remind him of someone. Akaza's face contorted in pain, so he turned around and walked out of the house. He was never any good at soothing crying people anyway. Nezuko, who was silently sobbing with her head down, seemed to hear several fast sounds. Whoosh whoosh asterisk. It sounded like something powerful cutting through the air. Raising her little head, she looked toward the door with her watery eyes. Whoosh whoosh asterisk whoosh asterisk. The sound was rhythmic and consistent, having a weird beauty to it. Getting up from the ground, Nezuko wiped her tears before walking to the door with her little legs and opening it up. And there she saw Akaza practicing his fist technique. Whoosh whoosh asterisk whoosh asterisk whoosh asterisk. His every move, filled with centuries of experience, flowed so naturally. Every strike carved the air like iron, leaving a faint, shimmering blur in its wake. His footsteps remained steady with no wasted energy, no hesitation. Nezuko's eyes widened unconsciously. She couldn't help but look down at her fists. They were quite small. She blinked, then stood parallel to Akaza, turned her head toward him, and tried copying his move. But Akaza was moving too fast. It confused her brain. So she simply clenched her right palm and sent a straight punch. And nothing happened. There was no sound like Akaza's. Her punch was too pathetic. But Nezuko didn't lose hope. Instead, her eyes lit up even more. She stared back at Akaza, then quickly tried following his moves again. Wa asterisk wa asterisk. Of course, it was impossible for Akaza not to notice her movement. Is she trying to copy me? The corners of his mouth twitched unconsciously. Because her form was just sad to look at. No. This is not my technique. My technique is not this, pathetic. A deep sense of irritation filled his mind, making him stop. Nezuko, seeing him stop, tilted her head in confusion. Akaza gave her a silent look, then released a breath and slowly got into his basic form. Destructive death, fluid stance. Nezuko's eyes lit up. She felt like she could follow him. Whoosh. Woo. Her form got better. Though it was far from being acceptable for Akaza. The sound of fists tearing through the air kept coming from the residence. Some time passed. Akaza was about to change her form when suddenly a familiar voice reached his ears. Whoa. 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 Hold on a second, will you, Lord Akaza? A fair arm grabbed his shoulder. Akaza's face turned unusually calm. I never knew you had a hobby of teaching. Doma said with a friendly smile, completely unaffected by Akaza's hostility. Why are you here? Akaza asked without turning his head. My, how cold, Lord Akaza. Do I need a reason to meet my cherished comrade? A vein appeared on Akaza's forehead. Doma turned his gaze away from Akaza and looked at Nezuko. Wow. Such a cute little sister. I must say. I'm a bit jealous, Lord Akaza. You always refuse to eat women, yet here you are spending such quality time with one. Doma let go of Akaza's shoulder and casually walked up to Nezuko. Crouching down to her eye level, he raised his hand while showing a friendly smile. Hello, I am Doma. Can you tell me your name? Akaza clenched his fist in anger. He was about to punch off Doma's head when he suddenly paused. Because he saw something incredible. Whoosh. A fist with perfect posture hit Doma straight in the face, sending him flying through the air. Akaza traced the path of the flying Doma with his head. He actually made a full parabola before crashing onto the roof of a house. Akaza slowly turned his head back to Nezuko. She cutely blinked her eyes before showing her non-existent bicep. Akaza grinned wildly. This girl. Nice punch, kid. He liked her. In the background, Doma's voice rang out. Lord Akaza. I think she likes me. Everyone conveniently ignored his existence. 3 months later. Muzan, in his upside-down lab, dropped an orange liquid into a flask before stirring it. After a few seconds, the liquid turned blue. Muzan smiled upon seeing the result. He had succeeded. The liquid capable of turning a demon back into a human was now in his hands. What was Tamayo? She, at her best, would have taken another year to create this solution. Yet he, with his 5 brains, managed to complete it in a fourth of the time. During this time, he had also turned all the upper moons immune to the sun. Also, he issued a new order: demons were no longer allowed to eat humans. For the lower-ranking demons, it would have been too exhausting to make them immune to the sun, so Muzan directly killed 90% of them, leaving only 10 behind. These 10 weren't immune to the sun and were simply kept in the Infinity Castle by him in case he needed them for something. As for their food, Doma's followers were more than willing to donate some. For the rest, they would have to survive on animal blood. This was also why he kept only 10 of them, as they were easier to feed. Pouring the liquid into a small bottle, Muzan went through Akaza's memories to see what Nezuko had been up to these past few months. And what he saw left him stunned. No, wait. How did this happen? At Nezuko's place, 2 shadows flashed at an incredible speed, with one rushing after the other. They were Akaza and Nezuko in her adult form. Boom boom asterisk boom asterisk. Nezuko's punches made huge dents in the ground as she chased after Akaza. Akaza kept moving back, deflecting and dodging her strikes with a small smile on his face. Crack. Nezuko suddenly planted her feet on the ground and tightly pulled her hands back before punching. Destructive death, air type. Akaza let out an excited laugh and got into his own stance. Destructive death, compass needle. Instantly, the strike seemed to slow down. He was able to clearly see their path. Raising his hands, he met them head-on. Boom boom asterisk boom asterisk. Large explosions happened, raising dust clouds. But it wasn't a problem for Akaza, who relied on killing intent to find his opponent. And he was familiar with Nezuko's pattern, so he was confident. But then, something unexpected happened. Nezuko silently appeared behind Akaza without him realizing it. Then she hugged his waist, stunning him, and did a suplex, planting Akaza's head into the gravel. Boom. Nezuko let go of Akaza's waist and slowly took a few steps back, looking at him with curiosity. But then suddenly, Akaza's figure blurred. Nezuko's eyes widened. He was fast. So fast. By the time she noticed, a dark blue fist was placed inches away from her face. Akaza saw her cutely widening eyes and lightly tapped her forehead before retracting his fist. The last move didn't have any killing intent. He commented in a calm tone, appearing nonchalant before turning away. But then, before he could take a step forward, Nezuko grabbed his Haori. You promised. Akaza turned back to her, saw her serious face, then scratched his head and released a sigh. I don't understand the point of doing this. Stare. Well, you landed a hit. Being a demon of his word, Akaza silently crouched down. Nezuko's eyes lit up, then her size decreased, turning into a child before she jumped onto Akaza's shoulders. She even grabbed his hair for balance, making Akaza's face twitch. Go, go. Akaza put force into his legs and jumped high from one place to another. On the side, Muzan was looking at the scene with a weird gaze. Is this all right? He felt like he had a lot to say, but he decided to wait until the two of them finished playing. Finally, when they were returning to the residence, Muzan called out to them. Akaza. Lord Muzan. Akaza quickly turned his head and saw Muzan. And instantly, he went down on one knee. Nezuko beside him trembled before actually hiding behind Akaza as cover. Seeing the scene, the corners of Muzan's mouth twitched. Akaza grabbed Nezuko's shoulders before pulling her out from behind him. You are being rude to Master Muzan. But, he's scary. Muzan. Akaza was about to say something when Muzan interrupted him. It's all right. He showed them the bottle containing blue liquid. I have perfected the formula. It is able to turn a demon back into a human. Akaza. Akaza had almost forgotten. Master Muzan intended to turn Nezuko back into a human. But why turn her back into a weak human? Akaza raised his head. He wanted to say something but couldn't. Master Muzan's will was final. He had no right to interfere. Akaza secretly clenched his fist. Muzan looked at him with a complicated gaze. He clearly read everything that was going on inside Akaza's head. So he deliberated for a moment before opening his mouth. Akaza. Nezuko wishes to be a human. Akaza paused and turned to Nezuko. She just stared back at him with a cute gaze. Doesn't seem like she wants to turn back. Muzan read his doubts and said. How about this? I'll turn Nezuko into a human, and if she doesn't like it, I can turn her back into a demon. That was a lie. A demon who eats this medicine will become human and develop antibodies against his demon blood. Meaning they can never turn back into a demon. But that didn't matter since Muzan already knew what Nezuko's choice would be. He had only said it to convince Akaza, although he had no need to do it. Akaza looked at him, then nodded his head. According to him, there was no advantage to being a weak human, and Nezuko would definitely ask to turn back into a demon. And then both of them could continue polishing their technique, forever. After Nezuko received the medicine, the foggy memories of her past instantly became clear. And the result was obvious. Hick. I want to go home. Nezuko weepingly said as she kept wiping her overflowing tears. Back to my brother. Akaza looked at Nezuko as if he were seeing a foreign object. Sob. He silently lowered his eyes. Humans are weak after all. Nezuko looked at Muzan with fear in her eyes. She remembered. He was the one who murdered her family. The one who turned her into a demon. Was she going to die? Muzan saw her fear and said in a calm tone. You are not going to die. Of course, she would never believe anything he said. So Muzan patted Akaza's shoulder. Send Nezuko back to her brother. Neikime will open the door. With Neikime's new ability, she had already found the hideout of the Demon Slayer Corps. Nezuko watched Muzan vanish with tearful eyes. She was too weak to do anything to him. The only thing she could do was watch him walk away. Silently, her gaze turned toward Akaza. She clearly remembered the memories of the past month. Opening her mouth with difficulty, she called out. Akaza. Akaza raised his eyes. This was the first time the girl had said his name. Nezuko held back her tears and asked. You won't take me back to kill my brother, will you? Her doubt was reasonable. They were demons after all. If Muzan were a good person, then he wouldn't have killed her family in the first place. If you are, then, can you please kill me here? She would rather die here than bring her brother down with her. I will not kill your brother. Master Muzan only told me to send you back home. Akaza replied in a calm tone. Nezuko slightly raised her eyes, then asked in a low tone. Promise. Promise. Twang. Near Demon Slayer headquarters. A wooden door opened up, and two figures walked out. Nezuko looked at the familiar road. She remembered walking on it as a demon. But she was a human now. And the sun was right above, shining in the sky. Akaza stepped foot outside the wooden door with Nezuko, bathing in the sunlight. The sun. It was a bit blinding. Akaza covered his eyes with his hand and said. Go. Nezuko looked at the road, then at Akaza. She could really leave. She took a few steps forward before glancing back. Akaza stood still like a statue. Seeing this, Nezuko suddenly gave him a bow. Thank you. Akaza-san. She looked at his face one last time before turning around and running toward the Demon Slayer Corps. Akaza watched her go, then suddenly vanished from his place, secretly following behind her. He saw her safely reach the Demon Slayer Corps and was about to leave when he froze in place. Because he saw Nezuko hugging a very familiar human. How could it be him? Akaza clenched his fists in anger. Tanjiro. Tanjiro was her brother. That weakling will never be able to protect her. Infinity Castle. Muzan saw the scene through Akaza's eyes and silently shook his head. Now, I have completed everything I needed to do. Everything that needed attention had been completed. Now he could just take a step back and relax. Let's go on an overseas trip. Wait, weren't pirates active during this time? Maybe I can roleplay as one for fun. As he was thinking up some obnoxious idea, the silent Neikime called out to him. Master Muzan. What is it, Neikime? There's something I've been wanting to tell you. Muzan turned to her, then casually read her memories. And what he found made him pause. Suddenly, Muzan disappeared from his seat and appeared before Nakeim. Let me see. Yes. Muzan placed his hands on Nakeim's head and pierced his finger through her skull. Gush. As he was exploring the place, Nakeim started guiding him toward the anomaly. What is that? There were several things far away. Muzan tried to reach for the closest one. Blood started dripping down from Nakeim's nose. Was she too weak? Muzan came to that conclusion and injected his demon blood inside her. And instantly, the thing came closer. Muzan suddenly became interested and started pumping more blood into Nakeim. Her rank started increasing. Upper Moon 6. The distance decreased. Upper Moon 5. It was closer. Upper Moon 4. Almost. Upper Moon 3. It's here. Muzan instantly controlled Nakeim, making her play her biwa. And the next moment. Twang. A blackened wooden door appeared before them. Nakeim seemed to be instantly struck by some weakness as blood started pouring out from every hole in her body. Her demon rank also decreased at a quick pace, falling from Upper Moon 3 directly back to Upper Moon 7. Gush. Master Muzan. Nakeim weakly called out his name. Take a rest and regenerate. Muzan laid her down and looked at the closed black door. Having been inside Nakeim's head, he had received an idea as to what this was. A door to another world. Muzan looked at it with curiosity. Where will it lead to? He was filled with intense curiosity. But Muzan turned back to look at the weakened Nakeim. Let's wait for Nakeim to recover. That way she can immediately close the door. Also, I should summon everyone as assurance. Having made up his mind, Muzan waited for Nakeim to recover before quickly summoning all the upper moons and the 10 unranked cannon fodder demons to him. Wow. Is this really a door to another world, Master? Doma exclaimed in surprise and quickly started examining the door from a close-up view. It just looked like an ordinary wooden door. Didn't seem very special. Muzan looked at the upper moons and said. Be prepared. Doma, spread your icy wind. Okay, Master. Doma instantly spread an invisible icy wind all around the wooden gate. Kokoshibo silently pulled out his sword. Muzan saw that everything was ready, so he turned to one of the minor demons. Go and open the door. What? Me. The random demon stared back at him in horror. I'm the weakest one here. Why are you asking me to go? Muzan, that is exactly the point. Under Muzan's intense gaze, the demon gulped down a mouthful of saliva and slowly walked toward the door. Placing his hands on the wooden frame, he slowly pushed it open. Through a small opening, a ray of light fell down on the demon. FCK. The other world also has a sun. The demon hurriedly retracted his hands and was about to jump away when the door was forced open. From the other side. Arg. With an inhuman scream, the demon turned into ash on the spot. Muzan gave a silent prayer for him. It seemed the other world had a sun too. Then Muzan was just about to examine the open door when thump. Someone actually stepped inside. And it seemed to be a human. A human wearing a very particular set of clothes. Muzan's eyes instantly widened. Holy shit. Is that a cultivator? Hint, peak fiction. The chapter became longer than I had intended. I wrote about Akaza and Nezuko, then I liked it and wrote more, and this was the result of V. Chapter 8, Nakeim. Close that fing door. The men who walked out from the blackened wooden door had a rough-looking face, medium-length red-colored hair, and wore clothes that seemed to come straight out of some martial arts novel. Muzan instantly used the transparent world to assess his physical capabilities. Muscle density, veins, blood flow, they all seemed quite ordinary. On the level of a normal human. Making Muzan fall into confusion. The man stood at the entrance with a shocked look on his face, staring at all the demons in confusion. His gaze suddenly landed on Kokoshibo, making his eyes widen in horror as he unconsciously took a step back. At hashtag at asterisk. Muzan couldn't understand what he was saying, but he noticed the man's rapidly beating heart through the transparent world. Fear. Muzan regained his composure and narrowed his eyes. Was the cultivator weak? His guess was proven correct the very next moment. Through the transparent world, Muzan noticed the man moving his muscles to turn around and run back. But it was already too late. His lungs had already started to freeze. The man's face instantly contorted in pain. So Muzan sent a silent command to Jotaro. Attack him. Jotaro was immortal as long as Daki was alive. Especially now, after Muzan had made him immune to the sun. Jotaro, who was already prepared, instantly launched himself straight toward the cultivator at an incredible speed. The man clenched his fists. Then something incredible happened. Through the transparent world, Muzan saw an empty part of the man's abdomen suddenly show an abnormality. He wouldn't have noticed it if he hadn't been paying special attention. What is that? It was as if something invisible was moving there, making the area become heavier. #%@and. The man shouted loudly, and then his body underwent a drastic change. His skin suddenly changed its composition, becoming dense like rock. This surprised both Muzan and Kokoshibo. But just becoming a rock wasn't enough to stop Jotaro's attack. Jotaro's bloody sickle cut through the air, creating a crimson arc before embedding itself into the man's chest. The man coughed out a mouthful of blood before falling onto his back. At the same time, his lungs froze. Doma's blood demon art had always been active. As the man was dying, he seemed to pull something out of his pocket. But Jotaro simply slashed his hand off before opening it for them to see. It was a leaf. A leaf that glowed. Having seen enough, Muzan's figure blurred and then appeared right next to the man. "Let me see what you are." Although he couldn't perfectly obtain a human's memories like a demon's, he could still acquire a large portion of them. His hand easily pierced through the man's stone-like skull. Then, as he absorbed the parts of the brain that stored memories, broken scenes started passing through his mind. It started with a child. He saw images of what seemed to be a clan. Muzan learned the man's language and started decoding the words. "Is that a worm? Ah. Goo. Wait. Holy FCK. Nakime. Close that damn door." Nakime was taken aback by Master Muzan's sudden shout, but she quickly played her biwa. Twang. The blackened wooden door closed. Then it stayed in place. Nakime paused before swinging her biwa again. Twang. The blackened door trembled but remained in place. Muzan saw the scene and instantly flashed from his spot, appearing beside Nakime and piercing through her head. Then he controlled her body and quickly tried to make the gate disappear. Twang. 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 It won't go away. Muzan screamed inwardly before quickly sending his demon blood into the men to prevent him from dying and then focusing on Nakime. Gush. His demonic blood started entering her system at an astonishing speed, making black veins appear all over her body. Twang. 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 At the same time, Nakime's power started rising. Upper Moon 6. Upper Moon 4. Upper Moon 2. Upper Moon 1. Gush. Nakime seemed to have reached her limit as her body started collapsing. Muzan paused, and then a radical thought appeared in his mind. Should I just kill her? Killing Nakime would end her blood demon art and forcefully make the blackened door disappear. Of course, that was just his hypothesis. There was no guarantee that the door would be gone after her death. Muzan calmed his mind and silently retracted his blood from Nakime's body, returning her back to Upper Moon 7. The sudden scene surprised had the demons. They couldn't help but wonder why their master had become so agitated. Muzan turned to the Upper Moons and said in a serious voice. Guard that gate. Don't let anyone come over. Yes, master. Seeing the Upper Moons guarding the door, Muzan couldn't help but clench his fists. Reverend insanity. Damn, what a cursed world. Muzan calmed his agitated heart and turned to the men. His name was Gyumenshur. A member of the Guyu clan, a rank 2 mortal Gu master. Yes, it was the same clan that would one day give birth to the future great love immortal venerable, Fang Yuan. Damn, what a dreadful world it was. There were so many schemes going on all over the place. Everyone was crazy there. Everyone. Those who weren't crazy were either dead or part of the 0.0001%. He had already injected his demon blood into Gyumenshur. He shouldn't let this guy die. His research value was extremely high. Especially now that the cursed door refused to disappear. Muzan was afraid of the Gu world, and also interested in its power system. An aperture, an invisible organ awakened by very few lucky individuals. And the Gu worms, which seemed to be manifestations of rules. Gyumenshur had 3 mortal Gu worms. Rank 2 Monolith Gu. Rank 1 Moonlight Gu. Rank 1 Grass Shoes Gu. The first one was for defense, the second one for ranged attacks, and the third one for movement. A year ago, this Gyumenshur had encountered by Ning Bing and was spared by the latter just because he felt like it. Which meant it was currently about a year and a half before the story's beginning. Though he didn't know which timeline it was. It could be one with an innocent Fang Yuan, or one with the ruthless 400-year-old Fang Yuan. For now Muzan's focus was on Gyumenshur. The aperture of a Gu master, to be exact. Gyumenshur started undergoing the demon transformation. His body started twitching violently as sharp fangs sprouted from his mouth. Muzan kept his hand inside Gyumenshir's brain and started controlling his body. Using his memories, he tried accessing the invisible aperture. The aperture of the Gu world was a combination of flesh, blood, and soul. Muzan didn't know much about the soul, but the flesh and blood were on his side. And his guess was correct. As his blood took over Gyumenshir's body, he was able to sense the aperture's existence. Muzan didn't know how to describe it. It contained a special energy called primeval essence. A Gu master's aperture naturally created primeval essence on its own by absorbing the heaven and earth chi of the Gu world. And since there was no heaven and earth chi here, the aperture had stopped producing primeval essence. Cook. Suddenly, Gyumenshir opened his blood-red eyes and let out an ear-piercing cry. He had successfully transformed into a low-ranked demon. Spikes had grown on his face, making him look a bit unsettling. Calm down. Muzan struck his neck, knocking him unconscious. Then he started exploring the aperture and Gu worms. He summoned a Gu worm outside the aperture, startling everyone. Where did this weird insect come from? Muzan silently held the rank 1 grass shoes Gu in his hand. What would happen if he ate it? He thought for a moment before dropping the idea. He would let a minor demon eat one and observe the effects later. As Muzan explored the aperture, almost an entire day passed by. The upper moons vigilantly guarded the door the whole time. Only Doma let out a yawn, feeling bored. He couldn't help but glance at his master and the new demon. By now, Gyumenshir had calmed down and sat silently in place under Muzan's command. He only knew that he had stopped being human and turned into some kind of monster. Though it did make him feel very strong. Muzan retracted his hand from Gyumenshir's head before thinking about his findings. First, Gyumenshir seemed to have gained the ability to heal his aperture by becoming a demon. Which was kind of a crazy feat. Just imagine what would happen if he were to turn someone with one of the 10 extreme physiques into a demon. Heck, it might even grant a Gu immortal immunity to tribulations. The possibilities were a bit too crazy. Secondly, the primeval essence inside Gyumenshir's aperture was slowly being depleted. It would take about a week for it to dry up completely, assuming Gyumenshir didn't use any of it. That meant a week later, his aperture would dry out and his Gu worms would slowly start dying. Thirdly, he had complete control over Gyumenshir's Gu worms. Because Gyumenshir's aperture had been tainted by Muzan, the Gu worms feeding on its primeval essence were affected by his will. He could make them attack someone while they were using Gyumenshir's primeval essence. The aperture inside a Gu master's body is a very complicated organ. Muzan held his chin, silently thinking about the physicality of the aperture. This thing was made from a combination of blood, flesh, and soul. He could understand the blood and flesh parts if he tried hard enough, but the soul. Muzan had no clue. He believed he could understand and replicate the blood and flesh components inside his own body, but the soul component was simply beyond him. Throughout the entire day, he had tried several methods of accessing the soul aspect. None of them worked. In fact, if Muzan hadn't known from the original story that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable created the sovereign immortal fetus Gu by combining flesh, blood, and soul, he wouldn't have even known that the aperture was connected to the soul. Now, here's the problem at hand. A permanent door to the Gu world had formed inside the Infinity Castle. And Nakeheim was currently too weak to close it. Lastly, the door could be pushed open from the other side. That was exactly what Gyumenshir had done before. Muzan sat down on a mat and thought deeply. Anyone from our world would be considered a complete otherworldly demon in reverent insanity. A complete otherworldly demon that couldn't be controlled by Fate Gu. Sounds nice, doesn't it? But then you realize that the moment he steps through that door, Heaven's will stop at nothing to eliminate him. Why? Because complete otherworldly demons are capable of destroying Fate Gu. And they were physically immortal. There was no way Heaven's will would allow an immortal being like that to survive. Chances were that if one of them walked through that door, not even an hour later some random immortal Gu master would appear and squash them to death. Or worse. Capture them and start researching them as raw materials. This is a pit. This damn door is a huge pit. As for whether Heaven's will had already discovered the abnormality of the door, he didn't know. He really didn't know. He could only guess that since they hadn't been bombarded for an entire day, Heaven's will was unable to sense the door's location. Muzan fell silent. The best outcome would be to hope that nobody noticed this door on the other side. Muzan couldn't help but look at Gyumenshir. Even this rank 2 weakling had managed to stumble into it by chance. It was only a matter of time before someone else found it. Muzan silently turned toward Nakeheim. If his guess was correct, then all the things he saw through Nakeheim must be gates to other worlds. And if all those world gates corresponded to worlds from novels, manga, or anime, then a radical thought appeared in Muzan's mind. How about opening another door? Use poison to fight poison. Muzan's eyes became determined. I've already opened a world gate to the Gu world. It can already be considered the worst-case scenario. What else could happen? Warhammer. Oh God, please no. An hour later. FCK. I don't have time to pick up girls in a dungeon. Chapter 9, Danmachi. Under Muzan's control, Nakeim's power increased once again, reaching upper rank 2. Twang. Along with the sound of her biwa, a new world door opened up, this time silver in color. Unlike the blackened door, which appeared quite depressing, this silver door gave a more artistic feeling, with various inexplicable patterns present on its surface. As Nakeim lay weakly on the floor, Muzan told the upper moons. Get ready. Doma silently spread around his frozen wind. After everyone got in position, Muzan pointed at the weakest lower demon. You go and open the door. The lower demon started sweating. He clearly remembered the fate of the previous door opener. Alas, there was no room for him to revolt. Under Muzan's terrifying gaze, he was forced to grit his teeth and slowly approach the silver door. Placing his hands on the silver door, the lower demon gave it a light push before quickly jumping back like a scared cat. Well. The opening wasn't quite big enough to see the other side. Muzan's face darkened. He was already under a lot of stress because of the goo world, and now this lower demon was wasting his time like this. Muzan suddenly appeared beside the lower demon, grabbed his fearful face, and threw him straight at the silver door with incredible force. Crash! The lower demon's face landed on the silver door. The impact cracked his neck before the door was forced open and he was thrown to the other side. No. I don't want to die. The lower demon suddenly let out a girl-like scream full of fear. The scream sounded for a few seconds before slowly stopping. It doesn't seem like he was dying. The lower demon carefully opened his eyes and looked right and left at the empty place before heaving a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was night time. And he seemed to be in the middle of some barren land. Also, why was Master Muzan standing behind him, looking at him with a disappointed gaze? Muzan looked down at the pathetic-looking lower demon before saying, "Just, go back." "Yes, sir." The lower demon quickly ran back home through the silver door. Muzan ignored him and looked around the barren land. Where was this place? There was literally nothing here, just some grass and a few trees. No, wait. Muzan narrowed his eyes and stared into the distance. Are those walls? He frowned, then looked at the open silver door. He was able to talk to his demons just fine through his mind even after crossing through the door, which was nice. The walls aren't that far. Muzan quietly gave the upper moons an order. I'm going for a quick lookout. Keep guarding the black door. Kill anything that tries to come over. With that, his figure launched forward at a crazy speed. Within 2 seconds, he had already arrived near the huge wall. And this wasn't even his fastest speed. Muzan was a true physical monster with the ability of flesh manipulation after all. Seeing the large circular walls, which appeared like a fortress, Muzan couldn't help but think. This isn't Attack on Titan, is it? That would be immensely disappointing. Turning his head, his gaze landed on the large gates where people were supposed to enter from. He quietly observed the people. And just then, he managed to hear some of them. Rice prices are going up. My wife threw me out of the house. Muzan paused in surprise. He was able to understand them. Japanese. He listened for some more time before confirming. It was indeed Japanese. Muzan's figure flashed as he silently appeared behind the person standing at the end of the line. He was wearing rough clothes, looking like a villager. Opening his mouth, Muzan called out to him. Excuse me. Who? The man suddenly jumped in surprise. Because he was sure there was supposed to be no one behind him. Is it a ghost? The man quickly turned around in fear. But what he saw left him stunned. It was a man with perfectly shaped features. His eyes, face, ears, lips, everything was just too perfect. His skin. Praise God. He had never seen such beautiful skin even on a woman. And his clothes, how beautiful. He wore a black coat with golden embroidery on it, along with a white tie and a pair of pants. Did he meet some kind of prince? The poor villager instantly became flustered. Muzan saw him becoming nervous, so he smiled and said in a soothing tone. I apologize for startling you. And no. It's no trouble at all. Due to the short commotion, other people ahead in the line also started to look back in curiosity, only to be captivated by Muzan's appearance. Muzan saw the commotion was getting bigger, so he quickly asked the question. Can you please tell me the name of this place? The name of the place? What kind of idiotic question was that? The man paused for a moment, but then, mesmerized by Muzan's appearance, he said in a small tone. This is Orario, the Labyrinth City. Orario. Danmachi. Muzan was a little taken aback. How the hell did he go from a bloodthirsty cultivation world to this? He unconsciously looked at the huge wall in a daze. The villager saw his reaction and seemed to understand something, then quickly said, "Sir, it seems you came at a bad time to visit the labyrinth city." "Bad time? Why?" Muzan asked. "You see, the guards have suddenly stopped entry to the city. Something big must be happening inside Orario right now. Something big happening in Orario. Entry is blocked." Muzan frowned, then suddenly vanished from the spot. Gee ghost. It was really a ghost. Leaving behind the poor villager screaming in horror. Dungeon City, Orario. A figure ran over the giant wall before dropping down inside the city. As Muzan looked around, he saw several Amazonians rushing around with weapons in their hands. Amazonians? Is this the pleasure district? Muzan frowned. Are they chasing someone? Muzan blinked his eyes. He was about to grab someone when a loud voice suddenly entered his ears. Firebolt. Boom. Was that? Muzan's figure flashed and then appeared on a rooftop. Looking down, he saw a white-haired kid, wearing an all-black outfit, shooting firebolts from his hand towards a giant palace. Bell. Muzan saw him enter the palace and said to himself. So it's the entertainment district arc, no wait. I don't have time for this. He turned his gaze away from the protagonist and quickly started thinking. The gods in Orario are strong, very strong. Muzan's eyes glowed with a strong light. The gods in Orario, with their arcanum, can destroy a whole world with just a single casual attack. So perhaps they can help him deal with the world will. Or better yet, just go to the goo world and bombard the place. Destroy the goo world altogether. End the source of evil. But the gods in Orario are very fickle, they might just use the goo world for their new entertainment. That could be a huge issue. Not to mention, he wasn't sure how well their power would scale in the goo world. What if they couldn't even use their power after leaving the Danmaki universe? That would become very problematic. Maybe when his back was completely against the wall, he could try this tactic. Even if them personally taking action is risky, they should be able to forge equipment to hide from it. Equipment, forge. Goddess Hephaestus. She might have the answer. Having made up his mind, Muzan looked around and quickly spotted a random Amazonian on a roof. His figure instantly arrived before her, startling the Amazonian. Where is Hephaestus familia? The Amazon saw his face and forgot to breathe. So handsome. Her eyes lit up and she unconsciously pointed in a direction. It's that way. Thank you. Muzan's figure flashed away. And no wait. Let's talk more. Ignoring the desperate cry behind him. Hephaestus familia residence. After confirming a few times, Muzan stood before a closed shop with its curtains down. It was the middle of the night after all. With his sense of smell, Muzan was able to tell that there were people inside. Raising his hand, he started knocking. Knock knock asterisk. Shop is closed, you idiot. Come back tomorrow. A hoarse, rude voice came from inside. Muzan didn't stop and kept knocking. Knock knock asterisk knock asterisk. Suddenly, the sound of something falling on the ground came from inside. Thump. Followed by heavy footsteps. Muzan retracted his hand and took a step back. The wooden door flung open. It was a dwarf. Damn it. Which idiot is? He was in the middle of shouting when he paused. He noticed Muzan's otherworldly appearance. And instantly cursed inside his mind. Damn, the heavens are really unfair. Feeling even worse now, the dwarf gave Muzan an extremely unfriendly look and shouted. You brat. Why are you knocking on the door so late at night, huh? Muzan innocently blinked and said. I need to meet Goddess Hephaestus. Huh? You. A twat wants to meet the goddess. F***ck off. The dwarf cursed and moved his hand to close the door. An unknown person wants to meet their goddess in the middle of the night. Just what kind of idiot was he? Clank. Before he could close the door, a fair hand silently grabbed it. The dwarf's face instantly turned serious. Are you here for trouble? He said with clear hostility in his eyes. Muzan saw it, then slightly lowered his head and said in a soft tone. Sir, I understand I'm being unreasonable, but I really need to meet Goddess Hephaestus right now. Note, give power stones please. Chapter 10, Gather 6 divinities. Note, reupload, Srey. I got the timings of Damachi wrong, Kali will not come to Orario right after Ishtar's death date so I removed her and replaced her with Hermes. Hearing the polite words, the old dwarf raised an eyebrow and gave Muzan a better look. Except for his handsome appearance, Muzan's clothes were clearly made by some expert and were very, very expensive. In all honesty, he didn't seem anything like an adventurer. If anything, he looked like a prince of some country. But so what? Even kings were nothing in front of their gods. But still. The old dwarf passed a hand through his long beard. He could tell from his years of experience that this kid wasn't a bad guy. His eyes were too green, not at all sharp like a veteran. He looked as innocent as those dimwits who ran away from home and came to the dungeon city in hopes of riches and women. How about this, kid? You can come tomorrow. Goddess Hephaestus is usually free around the afternoon. Tomorrow. Muzan lowered his eyes. The goo world's gate could be opened at any time. The more he waited, the more the risk increased. Under the old dwarf's confused eyes, Muzan placed his hand inside his pocket and took out a golden ring with a red diamond on top. Sir, it's really urgent. I need to meet Goddess Hephaestus right now. Muzan offered the old dwarf the ring. The old dwarf fell silent. He picked up the ring from Muzan's hand, examined it a few times before placing it back in Muzan's hand. I'm too old to play with these trinkets, kid. Muzan released a small breath. It seemed he would really have to wait until tomorrow. Just then, the old dwarf's voice rang out. Wait here. I'll go and ask Goddess Hephaestus if she wants to meet you, but no promises. Muzan looked at the dwarf's stern face and said in a grateful tone. Thank you. Tisk. Clank. The door closed with a small sound. Muzan silently stared at the closed door, especially at the lock. Then he raised his hand and started manipulating the shape of his finger. The old dwarf walked through the familiar corridor before arriving at a familiar workshop. There he saw a tall, red-haired goddess wearing an eye patch, sitting calmly on a sofa. Goddess Hephaestus. Hephaestus turned to him in surprise and asked. Barnaby. Why are you here at this time? It's like this. Barnaby scratched his head and explained. There's an obnoxiously handsome kid outside the door who keeps insisting on meeting you right now. What? Obnoxiously handsome kid? Just what kind of description was that? Hephaestus looked at him in confusion before shaking her head. Tell him to leave. I do not want to meet anyone right now. Barnaby, as if having already expected her answer, added. I told him exactly that, then he tried to bribe me with an expensive-looking piece of jewelry. Oh. Did you take his offer? Goddess Hephaestus asked with interest as she turned her gaze. No. Well, it seems we have an intruder then. What? He's standing right behind you. Barnaby's eyes widened as he quickly turned around, only to see the familiar brat giving him an apologetic look. Damn, he actually broke in. No, wait. This is an emergency. Before he could do anything, Muzan quickly opened his mouth and said. Goddess Hephaestus, I mean no harm. Barnaby frowned. You can never lie in front of a god. This was common knowledge. Goddess Hephaestus gave Muzan a good look and was surprised by his appearance. She had never seen a mortal as handsome as him. Heck, she hadn't seen a god as handsome as him. Just because you don't mean harm doesn't mean you are not disturbing my sleep. I apologize for that. Muzan easily admitted his mistake. Goddess Hephaestus, I need your help. Hephaestus looked at him with interest. She could tell Muzan wasn't an ordinary guy. The fact that he could sneak up behind a level 3 like Barnaby without him noticing was proof of that. But most of all, as she looked at him, she had a weird feeling. A feeling she was having a hard time accepting because it seemed impossible. So she decided to ask. Answer me first, then I'll decide whether to listen to you or not. What is it? Have you received the blessing of a god before? Why is she asking this? Muzan thought before replying. I have not. Goddess Hephaestus's eyes widened. He was telling the truth. She unconsciously clenched her fists. What? You're someone without a fauna. Barnaby was also taken aback. Muzan saw their reaction, then asked Hephaestus. Can you hear my request now, goddess? Hephaestus stood up from her seat and smiled. Of course. Muzan, a little taken aback by her sudden excitement, said. I need a special type of equipment. Equipment? Goddess Hephaestus smiled. You want me to forge? My price is quite high, you know. Not to mention, I don't forge for just anyone. I understand, goddess, but please hear my requirements first. Muzan paused, saw that she was waiting for his words, and explained. I need an equipment that can hide its user from the will of the world. Hide? From the will of the world? Hephaestus suddenly stopped smiling and tilted her head in confusion. What the hell was that? Having expected her confusion, Muzan started explaining the world will of the goo world from a detailed perspective. World will is everywhere. In the grass you walk on. In the birds you see. In the rivers that flow through the land. The more Hephaestus listened, the more serious her face became. At some point, Muzan and Hephaestus sat down opposite each other, discussing world will in great detail. Goddess Hephaestus asked several questions before nodding in understanding. Until finally, she said, "It's possible to make it." She spoke with a serious look on her face. Muzan became excited and quickly said, "Then." Goddess Hephaestus raised her hand, stopping him. "Let me finish." Muzan calmed down and listened. "You want to deceive the eyes of the world. First, tell me why." Muzan saw the serious look in her eye and replied honestly. "To survive." He didn't want to be turned into an experiment by some random goo immortal. Hephaestus was taken aback by his answer. To survive? Just what the hell was chasing after him that he needed to deceive the whole world to survive? Why? What danger are you in? I cannot say. Muzan replied in a calm tone. Hephaestus furrowed her brows. Just what was this kid hiding? As a god, it piqued her curiosity. After thinking for a moment, she pushed down her doubts and decided to explain everything first. Let me tell you up front, forging an equipment like this is no longer a matter of money. You will need to do something important enough for me to forge it for you. Hephaestus raised her head and folded her arms. Did he think her labor could be bought with money? For some yes, but for you. Just become a member of my familia. Seeing Muzan fall silent, she was just about to propose her suggestion when she saw Muzan glance at Barnaby on the side, then gesture for her to come closer. Hephaestus blinked her eyes, then leaned forward. Only for him to silently whisper in her ear the most shocking news ever. I can make one of your familia members immortal. Hephaestus's pretty face froze. Time seemed to slow down. What did she just hear? Make a member of her familia immortal. In a mechanical manner, she slowly backed off and sat with a straightened back. Then, without blinking her eyes, she said to the confused Barnaby on the side. Barnaby, I need to talk to this boy alone. Barnaby raised his eyebrow, then turned around and silently left the place. After he was gone, Goddess Hephaestus finally couldn't hold back and asked. Are you saying the truth? Yes. Damn. So she wasn't hallucinating. He really said the truth. Hephaestus's eyes started burning with an intense light. Just who is this kid? Her excitement was rising. She really wanted to know. Her curiosity as a god was overflowing. Is the price enough, goddess? Muzan asked without a change in expression. Hephaestus calmed her rapidly beating heart and quickly said. It's enough. I can take care of the raw materials, but there are 6 things you must gather by yourself. To deceive the whole world, my divinity alone is not enough. The power of the sky, the strength of the earth, the warmth of love, the whispers of trickery, the embrace of death and the flow of time. You will need to gather the blood and hair of gods who reside over these domains. Only then can I make an artifact capable enough to deceive the entire world. Muzan's eyes widened, his mind moving at a rapid speed. Goddess Hephaestus seemed to calm down and started counting on her fingers. Uranus for sky, Freya or Ishtar for love, Loki for trickery. She paused, then frowned. Even if you somehow manage to gather the above, for death I don't know any gods who have that domain and is currently active in the lower world. Muzan listened in silence before asking. What about earth and time? Earth. Earth can be substituted with Demeter and Hermes should work for time, but what will you do about death? Goddess Hephaestus didn't know the future, but Muzan did. God Thanatos. He was secretly residing in Knossos, the massive underground labyrinth built by the Deadless family. All 6 could be gathered. The artifact can be forged. Goddess Hephaestus saw Muzan's silence and rested her chin on her hand before saying. You know, I might have an easier solution than going through all this trouble. Muzan paused and slowly looked up, only to meet her charming smile. Join my familia. Join Hephaestus' familia. Muzan paused, then silently shook his head inside his mind. I'm afraid you'll blast me to smithereens after giving me your blessing. When a god gives children of the lower world their blessing, they are able to look at the child's past. And what was Muzan's past? 1,000 years of slaughter and cannibalism. No good god in Oraria would ever accept him. He would be satisfied if they didn't lose control, forget about their restrictions, and purge him for good on the spot. Muzan saw Goddess Hephaestus' eyes glowing with greed and fell silent. After thinking for a moment, he said to her. I want to try gathering the ingredients, goddess. Why? Is my familia not good enough? Goddess Hephaestus asked with furrowed brows. Muzan shook his head. That's not it. She calmed down. He was saying the truth. Then what is it? Are you afraid of what's chasing you? Goddess Hephaestus pointed a finger at herself and continued with a heroic smile. I guarantee you, as long as you join my familia, I will protect you from anything. Does that anything include you? Because when I join, you'll be the first one to kill me. Muzan silently smiled and said, "How about this? I will try gathering the ingredients, and if I fail, then I'll join your familia. Deal?" Hephaestus stood up and raised her finger. "But you will only get a month of time. If he couldn't do it within a month, then he would have to join Hephaestus' familia." Muzan stood up and grabbed Hephaestus's outstretched hand. At the same time, Goddess Hephaestus warned him. "Listen, don't try and do something stupid like kidnapping a god. Even if you manage to get their hair that way, you will never be able to get their divine blood." Muzan froze. He had indeed planned to kidnap most of those gods. Goddess Hephaestus saw his silence and froze. Damn, did she hit the bullseye? Was he really planning on kidnapping the gods? Is this brat crazy? Divine blood can only be acquired if the god gives it to you. Don't bother harming a god, as they'll just go back to heaven. The situation just became a whole lot more complicated, didn't it? Suddenly, a thought appeared in Muzan's mind. Getting Freya to give me her blood is next to impossible unless I threaten her with Bel's life. But then, the goddess of beauty might go crazy and use her power to trap him under her mind control. And the only other goddess with the power of love was Ishtar. And Ishtar was about to be killed. Muzan's pupils shrank. No, wait. This is an opportunity. He can get Ishtar's blood by saving her. And she can also help him get to Thanatos. Two birds with one throw. What am I waiting for? Run. Note, give power stones please. Chapter 11, Ishtar agrees. Back off. Goddess Ishtar will be killed by Goddess Freya. This was, without a doubt, the best time to acquire the warmth of love. But there was something he needed. Goddess, I saw a full plate armor set lying on the side while coming here. Can I buy it? Muzan showed her his hand containing 6 pieces of luxurious-looking jewelry. Hephaestus picked them up and said, "Sure, it was made by a troublesome boy who recently left my familia." Troublesome boy. HM. Then I'll take my leave, Goddess Hephaestus. Muzan gave her a bow, then turned around, ready to leave, when a fair hand grabbed his shoulder. "Why are you in such a hurry to leave? It's already so late at night. If I don't leave now, Ishtar will sail back to heaven." Goddess Hephaestus frowned and turned him back around before saying in a soft tone, "How about resting tonight and going tomorrow? Do you have a place to stay? If not, then we have plenty of empty rooms here." She really wanted him to join her familia. And perhaps spending time with her familia would make him like the place and come under her before the deadline. As for gathering the ingredients, sorry, but she really didn't think anyone could do it. The task was simply too difficult. Just how was anyone supposed to convince 6 different deities to give them their divine blood? "Thank you for the offer, goddess, but I think I can get one of the gods' blood tonight, so I need to leave." Muzan straightforwardly told her. And it ended up shocking Hephaestus a little. So fast. She looked at him with curious eyes, then nodded. "If that's the case, then go, but remember you only have a month." "Thank you, goddess." With a fleeting sentence of gratitude, Muzan's figure disappeared. She couldn't even see him go. Hephaestus clenched her fists in excitement. This kid was so powerful without receiving a falna, so just how monstrous would he become after getting one? She really looked forward to it. Ah. Now her sleep is ruined. How can she sleep with so much excitement? Suddenly. Boom. A large explosion rang out throughout Orario, startling everyone. What was that? Just as Hephaestus was wondering, Barnaby came running in and shouted, "Freya Familia is attacking Ishtar Familia." What? On the streets of Orario. Muzan stood atop a roof, silently watching the explosions in the distance. Freya Familia's onslaught had started. His chance had come. But before going to save Ishtar, some precautions were in order. The biggest problem when dealing with goddesses of love was their terrifying hypnosis ability. Charm. Strong enough to render any mortal powerless with just a single look or touch. He needed precautions against each case. First, Muzan closed his eyes and started tinkering with all 5 of his brains. He willingly destroyed the sections of his brain responsible for producing responses such as love, excitement, intimacy, attachment. Opening his serene eyes, Muzan started manipulating the flesh on his face and completely covered his eyes up. Then the flesh hardened, turning black in color, appearing as if he was wearing some kind of eye shield. Even without his vision, Muzan was just as powerful due to his terrifying senses and transparent world. Secondly, he started putting on the armor he bought from Hephaestus. It was black in color, with red lines tracing the borders. Muzan chose it due to its low visibility in the dark. After wearing the armor, for any gaps in between, he made sure to wear a few layers of clothes underneath. He didn't bother calling the upper moons for backup because, first, they were needed to guard the gate to the Gu world. And second, if there did come a situation which he couldn't handle, then they wouldn't be of much help either. Lastly, they would just get charmed by the goddess of beauty, so what's the point? If I can still get charmed after doing all this, then it's just my bad luck. Muzan said in his mind as he got familiar with the feeling of wearing this bulky armor. Jumping up from the roof, he pushed his senses to the extreme. Instantly, he saw through the transparent world a group of powerful adventurers with dense muscles, calmly walking in a straight line at an unhurried pace. And leading that group was a woman with just the strength of a normal human body. That must be Goddess Freya. She's entering Ishtar's palace alone. Now how to bypass her guards. Danmaki, Entertainment District. In the central palace. On the stairs of the tower. Two goddesses could be seen making their way to the top. Both of their paces were very different. One seemed to be desperately running for her life, while the other was leisurely strolling behind her at an even pace. The one running was Goddess Ishtar, while the other one, walking after her, was Freya. Huff huff asterisk. Ishtar panted as she kept running up the round stairway with bare feet. Rumble. Suddenly, the tower shook and the stairway leading ahead cracked before falling apart. With no path ahead, Goddess Ishtar paused, then slowly looked down the giant hole. What she saw was a huge fall, with no chance of survival. She staggeringly took 2 steps back before the sound of footsteps reached her ears. Goddess Ishtar's eyes shook as she hurriedly turned around, only to see the smiling figure of the goddess of beauty, Freya, casually walking towards her. Our little game has come to an end, Freya said without a change in her expression. I'm afraid I've run out of patience, Ishtar. Ishtar quickly thought of something and said with a hesitant smile. Listen, Freya, Bel Cranel is immune to our charms, aren't you curious why that is? Freya lowered her eyes and replied. If you are telling the truth, then I'm even more impressed by him. In fact, that excites me even more to have him. However. Her smile faded. You do not need to be the one informing me of such things, Ishtar. Suddenly, Tammuz, the level 4 member of Ishtar familia, jumped up from behind Freya to attack her. Ishtar, who saw this, smiled in victory. Die, Freya. But then. Freya slightly turned back and showed her glowing purple eyes. Tammuz was instantly charmed. Leave us be. Yes, ma'am. He replied in an absent-minded voice before turning around and walking away. Ishtar couldn't believe what she just saw. You managed to charm my subjects. A horrifying possibility she never wanted to believe appeared in her mind. Does this mean your beauty is more powerful than mine? Why? Ishtar started crumbling. Just what the hell could be the difference between you and me? Freya looked at her with a smile and replied. Character. What else could it possibly be? You bitch. Ishtar finally lost it and jumped at Freya. Freya dodged her assault with an elegant sidestep before slapping her across the face. Ishtar lost her balance and suddenly fell down from the tower, letting out a cry of disbelief during her fall. On a distant wall. Did you set this up to try and destroy the Ishtar familia, god Hermes? Asphi el Andromeda, the captain of the Hermes familia, asked her god. Was it all for fun? Or perhaps a test? God Hermes kept looking at the burning pleasure district with his usual smile. It's not my fault the world wants a hero. He spread his arms out and continued in a loud voice. Zeus. Rio is going to finish what you started. We will do what you could not. Watch proudly over us as we raise him to be. Wait, who's that? God Hermes exclaimed in surprise. Aie. With a miserable cry, Goddess Ishtar fell down the tower. Her hatred for Freya was instantly replaced by a new fear. She was going to be sent back to heaven. Never to be able to return again. No. I don't want that. The heavens were too boring. Not to mention, she was unwilling. She was truly unwilling. It's all her fault. That damn Freya. Just as she was cursing at the disgusting goddess, a black figure ran along the outer wall of the tower and jumped towards her. Before Ishtar could understand what was happening, Muzan caught her in his arms. Then he pushed his leg into the tower wall, cracking it, before stopping their fall. What? Goddess Ishtar opened her eyes in shock. She was saved. How? Feeling the embrace of cold armor, her gaze landed on her savior. His entire body, including his face, was covered in black armor. Ishtar tried to look inside the slits of his helmet, but she saw nothing. Who is he? She was too shocked to speak. A moment ago she was going to die, and now this. Wait, could he be reinforcement from Evelus? But she doesn't remember anyone who wears armor like this. Just then, an unfamiliar voice entered her ears. Goddess Ishtar. Her eyes widened. Let's make a deal. A deal. She asked in confusion. What do you want? I want your divine blood and hair, 5 of each, and in exchange. Muzan suddenly jumped to the side. And the very next moment. Boom. A metal spear embedded itself into the wall he was just at. Ishtar stared at the spear with widened eyes. I will save you from Freya familia. Save her from Freya. Ishtar unconsciously looked up. Only to see a familiar pair of glowing purple eyes looking down on her. Freya. That bitch. She was waiting for her death. Ishtar turned back to the armored knight who had just saved her and asked in agitation. How would you do that? How will you save me from Freya? Freya familia is one of the strongest in Orario, along with Loki. With Otter. A level 7 adventurer as its head. Muzan saw Ishtar's doubt and replied. You can leave that part to me. He sounded. Calm. Does he have some confidence? Ishtar gave him a better look, as if trying to look through his armor. Tell me, goddess, do you accept the deal? But all she received in return was his cold voice. Fine. Ishtar said without hesitation. If you can save me from Freya, then I'll give you my blood and hair. As soon as she finished speaking, Muzan retracted his leg that was embedded in the wall, letting them free fall. And at the same time, Salis Hilder. Dzzz. A shower of blue lightning enveloped the place they were just at. Muzan held the shocked Ishtar and landed harshly on the ground, making the floor crack. The small damage he sustained healed up so fast, as if he wasn't injured in the first place. How will we escape? Ishtar asked again in panic, staring at the residue of the terrifying lightning magic. Muzan ignored her and looked at the figures surrounding them. They were members of the Freya familia. Level 6, Alan Fromel, Cat Person, Vice Captain. Level 6, Hogni Ragnar, Dark Elf, Executive. Level 6, Haydeen Selland, Elf, Executive. For Level 5 Paulum Warriors. Several Level 4 and Level 3 adventurers, including the infamous healer Hythe Velvet. But most of all. Boom. With a loud sound, a massive 7-foot giant, with a body akin to divine metal. Level 7, Otter. He landed on the ground, carrying his goddess in his arms. With a charming smile on her face, Goddess Freya, wearing her sensual black outfit, elegantly stepped foot on the ground and said, Child, it is rude to intervene in the matters of gods. Freya used her charm ability, making her eyes glow purple. Now, leave Ishtar behind and go. Ishtar panicked. She had just seen her most loyal tool, Tammuz, got instantly charmed by Freya. And now this man who saved her was about to go out too. Ishtar gritted her teeth, feeling powerless. They were both goddesses of beauty. So why was the difference so big? But what happened next left everyone shocked. I'm afraid I cannot do that, Goddess Freya. Rejection. He resisted her charm. How did he resist Freya's charm? Everyone was taken aback. Even Freya was shocked. Could it be another person like Belcranel? She curiously used her eyes to see his soul. And the result was quite ordinary. Just like an average young man. Dull, clouded, and murky like gray smoke. Freya seemed to understand something and said, You cannot see. He's blind. So simple. You cannot see. As Freya looked at them with interest, Muzan slightly lowered his head and whispered to Goddess Ishtar in a low voice. Where is Gnosis's key? Goddess Ishtar's eyes widened. How does he know? Just who is this guy? Is he really from Evelis? But then why would he ask for her blood? Unless. Are you a spy from Loki familia? Could it be Loki's conspiracy? Ishtar and Thanatos, along with his familia, had just yesterday dealt a small blow to the Loki familia inside Gnosis, killing several of their weaker members using traps. Gnosis's key was an item that could open and close all the orichalcum doors within the dungeon, allowing one to enter and leave the place without any problems. I am not a spy from Loki familia. Ishtar calmed down. So it's not a spy from Loki. As a goddess, she could tell he wasn't lying. Are the two of you discussing something? I feel left out, you know. Freya suddenly said, noticing their subtle actions. Muzan quickly said to Ishtar. Your cooperation with Evelis has been revealed by Loki to the guild. In some time, all of Orario will start hunting for you. If you want to survive, then you must go to the man-made labyrinth, Gnosis. Muzan dropped the biggest bombshell of Goddess Ishtar's life in the calmest voice possible. Loki revealed her cooperation with Evelis. Ishtar's face turned white. This was bad. This was really, really bad. She didn't want to believe it, but she could tell he was speaking the truth. There's no time. Tell me where Gnosis's key is now. On the 6th floor of the tower, there's a safe hidden behind a painting. Fine. Since you won't talk, I'll just have to capture you first. Freya casually gave her ultimatum. And the very next moment, Alan Fromel, the fastest member of Freya familia, rushed straight at Muzan with his spear pointed toward his shoulder. A useless blind man wasting Lady Freya's time. TSK. Muzan watched Alan approach in a slowed-down world. He saw all of his dense, powerful muscles working in perfect sync, producing a devastating thrust ready to cleanly pierce through his shoulder. Silently, Muzan controlled the flesh in his hand. Then, through a small hole he had created in his armor, the flesh flowed out and transformed into a long blood-red katana filled with eerie eyes. Alan Frommel's eyes slowly widened. But what happened next was already beyond his control. Muzan simply tilted his shoulder, dodging the spearhead by mere millimeters. Then he raised his sword while releasing a condensed breath from his mouth. Moon breathing, first form, dark moon, evening palace. His sword moved in a crescent-shaped arc, cutting through the important muscles in Alan's arms and legs. A look of disbelief appeared on the level 6 adventurer's face as he instantly lost all strength and collapsed to the ground. Why, you bastard. How dare. The red katana pierced through his mouth, severing his tongue before embedding itself into the ground. Silence. Silence enveloped the place. For a moment, no one said anything. No one could say anything. Because they didn't know how to describe what has just happened. Until finally. The silence was broken by a calm voice. I've got a hostage. The blade lodged in Alan's mouth shifted slightly, drawing out blood. So back off. Chapter 12, Battle against Freya familia. Muzan's words instantly enraged Freya's children. Seeing Alan being subdued so easily made them feel utter disgrace. But not all of them were without a brain. Hayden silently recalled what had just happened. Alan, the fastest member of their familia, attacked head-on. Only to be disabled in a single fluid slash. From a weapon that seemed to appear out of nowhere. This enemy is highly skilled and extremely fast. Seeing Goddess Ishtar's dumbfounded expression, he concluded. He's not from the Ishtar familia. So why was he here? Helping Goddess Ishtar. What was his motive? As Hayden fell silent, Otter loosened his crossed arms, ready to move out at the moment of Freya's order. We have to say though. The happiest person right now was without a doubt Goddess Ishtar. He's this strong. She saw Alan's suffering expression, and her heart instantly lit up with joy. She felt amazing. Words could not describe how good she felt. One of Freya's prized children had been subdued so easily. Her gaze on Muzan intensified as she wrapped her arms around his neck and shamelessly pressed her chest against his armor. TSK, why is this armor so thick? There was no room for her to feel anything. With a gloating look in her eyes, Ishtar turned to look at Freya, fully expecting a face filled with humiliation or rage. But all she saw were a calm pair of silver eyes, glowing silently in purple. She seemed to completely ignore Ishtar's existence and her stupid provocative move, focusing solely on Muzan. Child, you are not part of the Ishtar familia, are you? It was obvious to see. Ishtar's reaction gave it away. No. A simple answer. Yet it said a lot and helped Freya confirm. Slightly narrowing her eyes, she said. She must have offered you something for saving her. Yes. Ishtar suddenly had a bad feeling. And it turned out to be true the very next moment. Child, release Alan and hand Ishtar over to me. Muzan remained silent. In exchange, you can name your price, and I'll fulfill it. She's lying. Don't listen to her. Goddess Ishtar instantly panicked. Freya completely ignored her. Why put yourself together with this defeated goddess? When I can offer you so much more. Freya, you disgusting bitch. How shameless can you be? Goddess Ishtar started shouting all kinds of vulgarities. Freya finally turned to her. Can you shut your mouth? As you can see, I am talking to him. F***CKU. Muzan remained silent, letting the two of them bicker. Unlike what others might think, he wasn't aura farming. Instead, he was actually buying time. Buying time for what? Buying time for the thief who was secretly emptying Goddess Ishtar's safe on the 6th floor of the tower behind him. Narcissus key. Whoever he was definitely looking for Narcissus key. Muzan only managed to notice him through his terrifying senses and transparent world after he received the safe's location from Goddess Ishtar. He's coming down. As for handing Ishtar over to Freya, that was actually a losing deal. Because Ishtar could help him get to Thanatos. And when he had gotten both of their blood, he could sell Ishtar out to Loki in exchange for her blood. With that, only God Uranus, God Hermes, and Goddess Demeter would remain. Freya, unable to listen to Ishtar's nonsense any longer, turned her gaze to Muzan. What do you say, child? Accept my proposal and... He's out. Muzan raised his head, then took action. First, he kicked Alan, sending him flying. Instantly, Freya Familia jumped into action, launching several spells at him. But it was too slow. Or rather, Muzan was too fast. Moon breathing, 16th form, moonbow, half moon. 3 waves of bloody crescent moons suddenly cut through the battlefield. One collided with the spells. The second rushed towards Goddess Freya. And the third chased the falling Alan. This single move from Muzan forced the entire Freya Familia to change its focus. From attacking to defending. Even Otter moved, blocking the attack on Goddess Freya. And by the time they recovered, Muzan and Ishtar's figures had vanished. Chase after them. On top of a distant wall. God Hermes saw the entire scene, and his smile vanished. Before Asphi could say anything, God Hermes' serious voice rang out in her ears. Asphi, go and inform Loki, we cannot let Ishtar escape. With Ishtar's dealing with Evelyn confirmed, she must be eliminated for the peace of the lower world. Goddess Ishtar didn't even have time to close her eyes before her body was tightly pressed against the cold armor under a terrifying force. What the hell was this speed? Slow down. Or she might actually die from this. But then, the next moment, Muzan really did slow down. Goddess Ishtar had just released a sigh of relief when a sudden muffled sound reached her ears. Muff. She saw someone planted under Muzan's feet. No wait. Isn't that Tammuz? It was her child that was just taken away by Freya. Hearing her voice, Tammuz suddenly raised his head. And as soon as he saw her face, his expression crumbled into one of extreme anger. Ishtar, you bitch. How dare you mind control me for so long? You inhuman monster. Ishtar was taken aback. I mean, she did steal him from another familia, strip away his free will, and use him as her personal favorite toy, but just how could he say that? Goddess Ishtar turned angry, then used her charm on Tammuz. But then, it did nothing. He was still shouting curses at her. Damn, he's under Freya's control now, and she was unable to overcome Freya's charm. This was also the reason why none of Freya's children were charmed by seeing the naked Ishtar before. Because Freya's charm was simply superior. And yes, Goddess Ishtar was currently naked on her entire upper body, flashing her boobs for the world to see. In the first place, she only wore a single thin strap to cover her nipples, and with the fall from the tower, the top had long flown off somewhere. Of course, as a goddess of beauty, Ishtar didn't care in the least, and all Muzan saw was a human skeleton with muscles, veins, and fat. Feeling deeply insulted at Tammuz's betrayal, Ishtar told Muzan in a vicious tone. Kill him. Kill this traitor. Our deal only includes getting you away from Freya safely. What? Ishtar exclaimed in anger and was about to say something when she saw a familiar spherical metal ball in Muzan's hand. Gnosis's key. Muzan has it. No. He must have taken it from Tammuz. Ishtar's anger flared up again. This traitor Tammuz must have stolen her key to give it to Freya. No. He must die. Ishtar calmed down, then thought deeply for a moment before saying. Hey, we need to change the terms of our deal. Ha. Muzan stopped surveying the area and slowly turned to Ishtar. What did this bitch just say? Seeing him staring at her, Ishtar faltered for a moment before regaining her confidence and saying. I didn't know you were so strong when I agreed to the deal. With your strength, you can help me with a few more things. Muzan suddenly cut her off. Goddess. We had a deal. And you gave me your word. Ishtar faltered upon hearing the unusually calm voice and quickly added. What I meant was that I'll give you more. You asked for 5 drops of my divine blood, instead, I'll give you 10. You just have to help me save a few more members of my familia. Increasing the reward. To make the equipment, he only needed a single drop of a god's blood in their hair. Muzan had already asked for a 5 times higher price than what was required. Suddenly, an idea came into his mind. Who are you talking about? Hearing his positive words, Ishtar quickly said the names. Phryne Jamil. And Haraheim. Haraheim. Was she still thinking about her grand plan? This was indeed true. Having her familia destroyed by Freya, Ishtar knew full well just how vulnerable of a situation she was in. But as long as her strongest combatant and Haraheim were to return, she could make a comeback. Phryne Jamil is dead, Otter killed her. Curse that bitch Freya. Ishtar bit down on her thumb, then changed her mind and said. Aisha. She must be alive. Save her instead then. It was a huge loss, but it was better than nothing. Muzan thought for a moment, then said. I can agree to your deal, but the price you offer is not enough. What? Ishtar furrowed her brows. How much divine blood do you want? Let me tell you, I can't give you more than dash. I don't need more of your divine blood. Instead, you need to help me with something else. What is it? God Thanatos, you must help me get his divine blood. Thanatos's blood. If previously Ishtar was doubtful of Muzan's intentions, then now she had become truly perplexed. Why was this child collecting other gods' divine blood? What was his motive? What do you need so much divine blood for? That is not your concern, goddess. Now tell me, can you do it or not? Of course I can do it. As a goddess of beauty, no god can escape my charm. Muzan saw her normally beating heart and concluded that she wasn't boasting or lying. Although her familia member Tammuz cursing at her face didn't make her seem very reliable. Still, she is the goddess of beauty. So you agree? Yes. Ishtar nodded, then pointed down at Tammuz under Muzan's feet. As an added benefit, it wouldn't be too much to ask you to kill him, right? A bloody sword appeared in Muzan's hand and slit Tammuz's throat. Goddess Ishtar gave a sadistic smile, watching him die before kissing the metal helmet. Good. Very good. I'll make sure you're rewarded properly. Muzan ignored her murmuring, his senses focused on finding a path. It would be impossible for him to get Aisha and Haruheim right now, especially when he could not even see their faces to identify them. So he sent a message to Upper Moon 3, Akaza. You agreed to help me get Haruheim and Aisha, so why are we leaving the entertainment district? Ishtar asked with a frown. I assigned one of my people to fetch them. Assigned someone? When? Ishtar felt curious but didn't ask. As long as she could get Haruheim and Aisha back, that's all that mattered. You must know the secret passage to Knossos from Daedalus Street, Goddess Ishtar. Yes, my familia used to send goods inside Knossos through that route. With quick speed, Muzan managed to enter the area of the poor, Daedalus Street. But then. He stopped and frowned. Making Ishtar look at him in confusion. Why did you stomph? Muzan covered her mouth, making Ishtar widen her eyes in disbelief. When had any mortal ever dared to shut her up like this? How insolent. She felt insulted. Deeply insulted. It was all that bitch Freya's fault. Although. Ishtar paused and narrowed her eyes. It kind of had a kink to it. If he was not wearing armor, she would have licked his hand. Suddenly, Muzan removed his hand from her mouth, then placed her down and pointed towards a direction. Who is that? Ishtar followed his lead and saw a silver-haired werewolf sneakily running to a spot. That's Bet Loga, a member of the Loki familia. No wait, why was he here? Muzan could see a lot more than Ishtar through his transparent world. Just before entering Daedalus Street, he noticed several powerful individuals hiding around in silence. Which confused him since he was sure that he had left Freya familia behind in the entertainment district. They should still be back there looking for them. So just where did these guys come from? Now, with Ishtar's confirmation, he got his answer. Loki familia. This was clearly a trap. They had anticipated his and Ishtar's movements. According to the series, Loki shouldn't have taken action tonight, so what changed? Something that he overlooked must have happened. But how were they going to deal with Goddess Ishtar's charm? Freya familia members were immune to it due to Freya's influence. But Loki familia wasn't. Just seeing Ishtar up close would be enough for them to fall under her charm. It was then that Muzan noticed another detail. Loki familia members seemed to be keeping their heads down. Avoid looking at her directly. Quite an immature plan. The brave Finn isn't dumb enough to only use such a tactic. There must be something else. Or was this a desperate struggle? Perhaps they just received the news and arrived here. Whatever it was, it didn't matter. With his speed and regeneration, they wouldn't be able to stop him. Muzan asked Ishtar for the correct path to Knossos' entrance. She quickly explained it to him while pointing at several points ahead with her finger. After making a map inside his mind through Ishtar's guidance, Muzan said to her. Get ready, I'll push through Loki familia's barricade while you do your best to charm anyone who sees us. Charm Loki familia. Ishtar's eyes glowed. Yes. She was already a refugee, there was no longer any need to abide by the guild's rules. If I can charm Loki's level 6 adventurers. Ishtar smiled in excitement before looking down. Her bare chest, stomach, and legs were already in full display. The only thing left was her red skirt covering the nether region. Without any shame or hesitation, she pulled it down and threw it away, revealing her body. She had maximized her charms. Chapter 13, Loki Familia's Trap. Ishtar, having discarded her worldly clothing and returned to her natural form, looked forward to charming the children of Loki Familia. Just then, she heard the sound of metal pieces moving. It was Muzan. He had actually removed his right-hand gauntlet, revealing a fair, strong-looking arm. Although she couldn't be certain, it definitely didn't seem like the arm would belong to an ugly person. She narrowed her eyes as a seductive smile appeared on her lips. She was becoming more and more curious about this child. Wait, what's his name? She didn't even know what he was called. Ishtar let out a soft laugh, her gaze lingering on his arm. Fufu. I've been admiring you all this time, and yet I don't even know your name. Muzan. Muzan replied in a calm tone, then turned his body, hiding his arm from her line of sight before grabbing the key of Gnosis with it. Under his control, his flesh wiggled and gobbled up the key. Now he wouldn't risk losing it. Re-equipping his gauntlet, Muzan said to Ishtar. Time to move. Deadless Street. Muzan observed the positions of Loki familia before finding a gap. Instantly, he put force into his legs and rushed forward, carrying goddess Ishtar in his arms. He sped past the outer layer, easily entering the middle ground. Then, as he made a quick turn, an adventurer managed to catch a glance of his shadow and shouted. Found them. His loud cry alerted everyone before he fell under charm, and Deadless Street instantly came alive. But instead of coming for him, they were all retreating. Suddenly, several arrows rained down from the sky. They were shot from far away and covered the entire street, not focusing solely on Muzan and Ishtar. It must have been to prevent the ranged attackers from being bewitched by Ishtar. Without his eyes, Muzan could only use his senses to trace the paths of the projectiles. Transparent world was useless in this case, which was not a good thing for him. Moon breathing, second form, pearl flower moon gazing. Muzan waved his bloody sword, sending a flurry of crescent-shaped blades that formed a circular shield around them. The crescent blades broke apart the arrows, spraying shattered metal everywhere. Muzan covered Ishtar from the aftermath and rushed forward. There must be something. The life signs were retreating quickly. Loki familia was planning something. Muzan sensed a second volley of arrows and magic coming toward them. And just like before, they were scattered around. They could be dodged by entering any random house around him. It was as if the attacks were not meant to hit them, but to slow them down. Loki. Ishtar exclaimed in anger upon seeing the continuous arrows. Loki familia could not fight him head-on due to Ishtar. Which could only mean they were waiting for Freya familia. The answer appeared in Muzan's mind. 10 seconds. That's how long it would take Freya familia to arrive. And then they would have to face the combined onslaught of both of Arario's top familias. Finn must have set delaying tactics along the entire path leading to Gnosis. Which meant a new way was needed. Inside Muzan's body, 2 hearts and 2 brains stopped in place. Then one more mouth silently formed on his face, releasing 2 condensed breaths at the same time. Moon breathing, first form, double dark moon, evening palace. His sword slashed out in a single condensed line, sending a huge wave of crescent blood moons forth, creating a brand new path through Deadless Street, making goddess Ishtar stare at him with excited eyes. Did they notice? Finn, captain of Loki familia, said while watching the rising blood tide. He was still injured due to suffering a sneak attack inside Gnosis dungeon yesterday at Revis's hands. Yet he was still forced to move. There was no time to ponder what type of attack the opponent had used. Their highest priority was preventing Ishtar from escaping with Gnosis's key. Are you ready, Riveria? The high elf stood amid glowing light, surrounded by a group of mages, with her spell already prepared. Muzan's figure flashed forward in a straight line. There were no incoming projectiles as the archers were busy changing their positions. Gnosis, the underground labyrinth's gate, was right there. It was made of orichalcum and was the only thing that had completely resisted his attack without sustaining any damage. Muzan could feel Gnosis's key inside him tremble. He was about to reach it. The gate. It didn't need to be mentioned that Muzan was unable to sense mana. In fact, most people in this world couldn't sense mana and used their eyes to perceive it, which left Muzan at a disadvantage since he had blocked his own vision. Of course, this didn't mean he was completely helpless against magic. His monstrous physical instincts were able to perceive danger and help him dodge very quickly. The only problem was that the attack that came next was extremely large in scale. There was no time to avoid it, as if it had already been prepared in advance. Closed light, freezing earth. Blow, thrice the severe winter, my name is Alf. Windfimblevetter. It was Riveria's freezing spell. Instead of her strongest destruction spell, Vas Windheim, she used Windfimblevetter to prevent the destruction of Gnosis's key, leading to a massive curtain of ice raining down from the sky, forcing Muzan to quickly assess the risk. He would survive this attack. But goddess Ishtar. The threat of her death instantly made him go all out. His cells roared as 5 sets of hearts and brains became fixed in place. 5 ugly mouths opened all over his body, releasing 5 condensed breaths. Moon breathing, 16th form, 5-fold moonbow, half moon. His multi-bladed katana turned black as he slashed upward, giving rise to an endless tsunami of black and bloody crescent moons. The blood and ice collided, giving rise to a terrifying noise. Then the massive ice curtain enveloped the bloody tsunami, freezing the entire place in one go. High-level members of Loki Familia watched from the distance. Goddess Loki, in her usual black and blue dress, said with narrowed eyes. The pillar of light didn't appear. Which means that Hor is still there. Riveria. Fire up another spell and blast her back to heaven. Riveria raised her staff and started chanting. Finn held his spear in his hands while biting his thumb. Something didn't feel right. He was sensing danger. But everything was going according to plan. Finn turned to the towering figure who had appeared on top of a nearby building. Otter. The Freya Familia was here. Goddess Freya, wearing a shawl covering her whole body, sat smilingly in Otter's arms, surrounded by her Familia members. I'm counting on you, everyone. They had all been waiting for this. Especially after seeing Alan's failure, they were burning with anger. They all turned into blurs, surrounding the whole area. Otter raised his fist, prepared to break the ice apart. But then he paused, sensing a disturbance. Crack. A pillar of blood burst out from the ice. And from within that pillar, Muzan, with frostbite blue skin, walked out. His body healed almost instantly, repairing the dead cells anew. Crack. His armor cracked in several places, including around his head, revealing a face covered by a blackened eye guard. But it was no longer needed. In the brief moment spent saving Ishtar, he had touched her and confirmed something. Cutting off his emotions was enough to resist a goddess of beauty's charm in their mortal form. Which meant there was no longer any need to keep himself constrained. The eye guard cracked open, revealing a pair of blood-red eyes for the world to see. Nobody recognized his face. But currently, his identity had been determined to be that of a member of Evolus. And they were taken aback by the fact that he had come out unscathed after suffering Aurario's strongest mage, Riveria's, attack. Impossible. Riveria, the caster muttered in a shocked tone. Under the scrutinizing eyes of Loki Familia and Freya Familia, Muzan stood in place. The situation had turned for the worse. Ishtar was hiding in the opening he had created. He hadn't brought her out since he sensed the arrival of the familiar Freya Familia. This was difficult. Not only did he need to face the assault of the top adventurers, he also needed to protect Ishtar while clearing the ice that had enveloped the path leading to Gnosis's dungeon. Freya narrowed her eyes as she looked at Muzan. He wasn't blind. And he was even looking at her. How? He was not affected. Even though his soul was nothing special. Muzan stared at the two goddesses in the distance. Loki and Freya. Perhaps he could try changing his approach. I want to propose a deal, goddesses. Everyone paused. A deal. Freya touched her chin while Loki raised an eyebrow. Then they both spoke at the same time. What is it? I refuse. Loki instantly exploded at Freya. Hey, you crazy bitch. What are you saying? I'm simply interested in what he has to say. Muzan opened his mouth and presented his offer. I can hand over Ishtar and Gnosis's key. Ishtar, shivering in the ice hole, clenched her teeth. Finn became suspicious. Why would an Evolus member hand over Knosos's key? Wait. It must be a delaying tactic. He looked at Loki, who silently nodded. But in exchange, both goddesses will have to agree to my request. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Loki's cold voice. I ain't interested. Containing her anger, she continued. After all the crap Evolus pulled yesterday, you still think you can bargain with me? She pointed a finger straight at Muzan. My children died because you bastards. So listen carefully, kid. We're sending that useless whore back to heaven. And we'll take the key from your corpse. So stop wasting my time and die. Freya was much calmer. How strange. I seem to recall offering you a deal already. Which you rejected. And even killed Tamaz, whom I wanted to recruit. She paused, then continued in a sweet tone. How about this? You hand over Ishtar and Gnosis's key to me, then come to my side, and I'll listen to your request. Inside Gnosis. Several voices rang out. Ishtar Familia has been destroyed, and Ishtar is right outside the gate, surrounded by Loki Familia and Freya Familia. The place fell silent. The consequences were clear. If Loki and Freya got their hands on Gnosis's key, then their stronghold would be compromised. But the other side had multiple level 6s, not to mention that monster, Otter. They were members of Evolus, Thanatos Familia. Valette agreed, a level 5 woman with pink hair. Barca Perdix, a level 4 descendant of Daedalus. And several low-level fanatics wearing white robes. We need to retrieve Gnosis's key. It was not something they could afford to give up on. Oi, Revis. You got nothing to say. Valletta shouted in annoyance at the red-haired woman leaning against the wall. Revis. A level 6 creature and servant of the corrupted spirit. She calmly observed everything with her green eyes. What is there to say? Her tone was as emotionless as ever. With Otter there, Ishtar's death is certain. The key will either fall into Loki's hands or Freya's hands. As for taking action, none of them here could confront Otter, so what was the point? It was all a pipe dream unless something unexpected happened. On the ice field, Muzan's eyes turned unusually calm. Both Loki and Freya had no intention of accepting his offer, since they had the upper hand. For them it was more effective to subdue them. If this is the case, then let's just fight. Muzan tightened his grip as two bloody katanas rested in his hands. Opening his mouth, he released a breath of condensed air. Since they wouldn't accept his deal, come. Then he shall carve his name into the annals of Arario's history. Chapter 14, Muzan vs. Freya Familia Round 2. Come. His words made everyone pause. Because they couldn't believe it. In this situation, surrounded on every side, all alone against the top powerhouses of Arario, he dared challenge them. For a moment, the powerhouses who stood at the top couldn't help but have a feeling of admiration. Even though they were enemies. What a waste. With strength like that, he could have become a great adventurer. A pity he's a member of Evolus, the brave Finn muttered. Of course, not everyone appreciated it. Like an orphan wolf of the Loki familia with a very punchable face. Moron, not knowing his own limits, Bet Loga said while clicking his tongue. Nobody replied to him. Instead, they just looked ahead. The battle was about to begin. Ace Wallenstein, the sword princess, stood beside Gareth with her sword hanging at her side. Just as she was waiting to watch Freya Familia fight. Badump. A faint sound rang out throughout the icy field. Badump. What was that? Badump. That sound, badump. Like a heartbeat. And its source? Muzan. No. Something was wrong. Muzan. Something was wrong with him. Badump 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 badump. How can there be so many different heartbeats? Under the adventurer's confused eyes, the noises overlapped until they became a horrifying chorus. And at the same time, the flesh on Muzan's body suddenly began to move. It writhed and twisted, expanding in an unnatural manner. Crimson veins burst across his skin. His body started changing. Not growing larger, but becoming denser and more inhuman. The broken armor that was still on him exploded apart. Boom. Fragments scattered in every direction. Muscles shifted beneath his pale skin like countless snakes. His frame became leaner and more refined. Whips of flesh ripped out from his back, containing blood-red blades at their ends. His arms, head, and lower body got covered in a dark blood-like coating made of condensed flesh. What was this? What the FCK was he? Hayden the elf's eyes turned serious. He raised his staff and fired without hesitation. Salis Hilder. The super short chant magic activated, forming several powerful lightning arrows before rushing towards the enemy. This monster was clearly undergoing a transformation. Attack him before he could complete it. Muzan's eyes split and moved like a bird's, giving him a full 360-degree view. Seeing the approaching lightning arrows, another pair of arms grew on his back, holding the same red katana. Moon-breathing, seventh form, five-fold mirror of misfortune, moonlit. The magical lightning was overwhelmed by bloody crescent moons, rushing towards Hayden, who jumped away. The attack demolished the building he was standing on before rushing out into the distance. Hayden stared at Muzan while in the air. His transformation has been completed. Otter, witnessing the abnormal situation, asked in a heavy voice. What kind of monster are you? Muzan matched his gaze and replied in a cold tone. I am Muzan. Kibutsuji Muzan. An immortal, undying demon. Unlike in the original, Muzan didn't grow tentacles from his back. Simply because controlling so many tentacles would divert his focus and make him a bigger target, which he could not afford when facing so many enemies. So instead, he went forth with another pair of arms to perfectly complement Moon-breathing's advantages. His hair remained black, as he wasn't suffering from the extreme aging poison like the Muzan in the finale of Demon Slayer. Muzan knew. His biggest helper in this battle wouldn't be his terrifying speed or his flesh manipulation. Instead, it would be the transparent world. The ability to sense his opponent's moves before they even executed them. And now, it was time. Boom. Along with a terrifying sound, the strongest of Arario made his move. The boar, Otter. He rushed down like an unstoppable force, his giant black broadsword cleaving down to sever Muzan's body apart. To everyone, it was a death sentence. Although they didn't know from where a monster like Muzan had come, facing Otter. None could survive one-on-one. Muzan saw Otter's movement. His muscles, terrifyingly hard. He couldn't cut them with his sword. Otter's body, boosted by Falna, had reached a terrifying peak. But not every part of his body was impenetrable. Otter saw his weapon cleanly connect with Muzan's shoulder and knew it was over. His blade tore through Muzan's shoulder, chest, and abdomen before bisecting. What? Muzan's body healed as soon as it was torn apart. For the first time outside the dungeon, alarm bells rang out in Otter's head. It was a trap. But he was already in a swinging motion. And his opponent was fast enough not to miss this opening. 2 bloody swords pierced through Otter's eyeballs. Impossible. Leaving everyone dumbfounded. Inside Knossos, everyone fell silent. Even Revis's expression changed. Ishtar. Just where did you find this monster? Revis pondered, then made a decision. The swords had pierced Otter's eyeballs. But at the same time, Otter had also pushed his head back in an unnatural manner, straining his muscles. The weapons didn't penetrate his brain. Moon breathing, 12th form. Otter roared. His speed increased dramatically, affected by some skill. He raised his weapon, breaking Muzan's sword before he could execute his move, and jumped back. Otter. Retreating. Everyone stared in disbelief. Muzan remained calm. As his purpose had already been achieved. A piece of his sword had been placed inside Otter's eyes, rendering him effectively blind. Until they were removed via surgery, no healing magic could help. Countless magic spells rushed towards Muzan. The 4 hands waved at the same time. 16th form, 5-fold moonbow, half moon. 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 Sending bloody crescent moons in every direction. The magic exploded in the air, setting off huge explosions and fireworks all around. 4 Palams wearing golden armor rushed through the crescent storm, taking the attacks head-on, which were unable to break through their armor. Glaive. Greatsword. Hammer. And a giant axe. All 4 weapons rushed towards Muzan at the same time. The sword on Muzan's back cleanly hit the handle of the giant hammer, changing its trajectory. This was the only attack he averted. The other 3. He took them head-on. The glaive cut off his legs. The giant axe hit his chest. And the greatsword cut into his abdomen. At the same time, 3 bloody swords changed shape, bending at unnatural angles. Piercing a Palam's lung. Slashing a second Palam's abdomen. And cutting into a fourth of the third Palam's neck. The strike wasn't strong enough to completely cut it. So the breathing followed. Moon breathing, 10th for. Salis Hilder. Lightning struck the place, hitting everyone. The corruption of magical lightning flowed through Muzan and the Palam's bodies, sending them flying everywhere. Muzan kept shaking, trying to control his crackling cells while forcefully raising his head to stare at the elf Hadeen. Mages. They were the ones whose flow he couldn't see through the transparent world. Because Muzan couldn't perceive magic. That's why he had to rely on his vision, leading to delays in execution. The 4 Palams whom he had just injured were surrounded by a healing light sent by Hythe Velvet, the Golden Witch. The injuries he had inflicted healed within moments. Only Otter remained blind. Roar. Letting out terrifying roars, cracking the ice. He's weak to magic. Every adventurer in the place concluded, seeing Muzan's paused figure. He doesn't have magic resistance. Hadeen's eyes glowed. Varian Hilder. A single massive and powerful lightning bolt appeared above Muzan. It was strong enough to completely destroy the body of a level 5. A large mouth burst open on Muzan's back. Screech. A terrifying shockwave energy blast spread everywhere. Boom. It collided with the terrifying lightning above, making the entire night sky light up as if a sun had appeared. Screech. The shockwave tore through the ice in a cross shape, clearing the entrance of Knossos, and rushing towards goddess Freya in the distance. Ha! Backup members of Freya familia raised his shields, intercepting the attack rushing towards Freya. But it wasn't just a single wave. Screech. 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 Muzan, immune to the sun, was capable of continuously firing the shockwaves without obstruction. The shields held the line like an unmovable mountain as they were slowly pushed back. Roar. Otter, surrounded by terrifying red light, pushed against the ice under him with Herculean force, rushing at Muzan relying on his beastly senses. Boom boom asterisk boom asterisk. Every one of his steps left destruction in its wake. Goddess Ishtar, hidden in the ice hole, screamed in terror as the ice broke down around her. What the hell was going on outside? Just how terrifying was the battle? That she was going to die by its aftermath. Muzan managed to finally get his electrified cells under control and stared coldly at the approaching boar. He dared rush straight at him when he was blind. At least he was clever enough to cover his face with his hands. Screech. Another terrifying screech rushed out from Muzan's back, breaking apart the ice that was going to fall on Goddess Ishtar's head. Then Muzan made an acrobatic leap, easily dodging Otter's assault while waving all four of his swords. 16th form, five-fold moonbow, half moon. 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 The blood moons exploded, shredding apart Otter's clothing and leaving small bloody marks all over his back. But they were too weak. No. Otter's defense was simply too strong. Especially now when he was strengthened by his skills. The attacks only managed to penetrate his skin. And Muzan already knew this result. That's why his real target wasn't Otter but the ground under him. For a body to rush forward, it needs to apply an equal amount of force against the ground. And now, there was no ground to support Otter's left foot. His left foot hit empty air, altering the course of his charge. Towards the orichalcum door of Gnosis. You stupid boar, stop. Hephaestus waved his hand and shouted in a loud tone. Otter wasn't stupid. He had already started slowing his charge when he sensed the change in direction. Muzan saw it through the transparent world. Otter would stop before hitting Gnosis's door. Sayless Hilder. Familiar lightning lit up the sky and rained down on Muzan. Moon breathing, second form, fourfold pearl flower moon gazing. In the distance. Ace held the handle of her sword and looked at Finn. Her meaning was clear. She wanted to participate in the battle. But it was Loki who replied to her. Everyone. Lower your gaze. That whore's naked. Goddess Loki's eyes focused on Ishtar, who had been exposed in the open after Muzan's shockwaves. Even though Goddess Ishtar's position had been revealed, every child of Freya familia only focused on killing Muzan. Because Muzan had truly managed to enrage all of them. Disabling a top executive in a single strike. Almost killing one of the four Palams while facing their combined attack. And most of all, making Otter, the strongest in Orario, go blind. They had shown such a disgraceful appearance in front of their beloved goddess, unforgivable. But not every member of Freya familia was a blockhead. Hephaestus silently glanced at the running goddess. Yes, the mortal goddess was moving her legs to escape the inhuman adventurers. What a joke. Muzan was already occupied at this moment. Yes, through every passing second, the top adventurers of Orario were carefully observing Muzan's every move. And they had already managed to understand a lot about him. Especially Hephaestus. He knew magic was Muzan's blind spot, so he attacked at the perfect time. Right when Muzan was deflecting Alan's and the Palam's combined attack. He raised his hand towards Goddess Ishtar. And used his spell. Varian. Only to be stopped. By an eerie red blade filled with eyes. Gush. That pierced through his heart. Muzan on the battlefield grinned as Alan's spear cut through his face. His backup was here. As soon as Muzan had sensed Freya Familia's location when buried under the ice. He made a drastic decision. Leaving the gate to the goo world for Jotaro and Daki to protect, he called every other demon under him. Even the unranked ones, to serve as cannon fodder. It was the perfect opportunity. With Ishtar exposed, every Loki Familia member had averted their gaze. And Freya Familia was focused solely on Muzan. The chance was here. As a 400-year-old monster, how could he possibly miss this it? With widened eyes, Hephaestus barely managed to turn his head and look back. Only to see 6 unsettling eyes glowing in the dark. Upper Demon Moon. Rank 1. Kokoshibo. Moon breathing, first form, dark moon, evening palace. The crescent moons blasted through Hephaestus' heart as the sword moved upwards, ready to split him open. Hephaestus gritted his teeth and forcefully tilted his body. But it was useless. Before the transparent world, such tactics were nonsense. I want him. Kokoshibo's eyes widened as he changed his sword's trajectory, missing Hephaestus' head and ripping through his shoulder instead. Blood spurted everywhere. At the same time, Hephaestus forcefully cast his interrupted spell on top of himself. Hilder. Lightning descended, enveloping both of them. Hephaestus. Hythe Velvet's pupil shrank as she tried to use her healing spell when countless flying fish monsters appeared out of nowhere. How? Just where did so many monsters come from? A huge icy Buddha woke up from the ground right in the middle of the battlefield. Raining his fists down, creating chaos. He has backup. Loki familia spun into action. With a crackling sound, Knossos' gates opened, revealing Revis and a horde of monsters waiting behind them. In the distance, God Hermes lowered his hat. Everything just became chaotic. On the other side of Orario, Bel weakly held his knife, staring determinedly at the monster opposite him. Upper Moon 3, Akaza. Chapter 15, End of the Battle. On the other side of Orario, members of Hestia familia, along with Mikoto, lay sprawled on the ground. All because of the demon who had appeared out of nowhere and attacked them head-on. Akaza smiled at the white-haired boy rushing toward him. Amazing fighting spirit. The ground beneath Akaza's feet cracked, and with a blur, he appeared right in front of the approaching Bel and planted his fist straight into his stomach. Bel, who was already suffering from major injuries after the battle with Ishtar familia, had no chance of resisting. Thud thud asterisk thud asterisk. Akaza's rapid barrage struck him all over before he finished with a heavy punch that sent Bel crashing into a nearby building. Akaza was about to pursue him when the fox girl Bel had been protecting suddenly grabbed his leg and cried out. "I'll come with you. So please don't hurt Bel-san." Haruheim. She was his target. Akaza frowned. Why was she begging for the boy? Even though Akaza had beaten him, the boy's fighting spirit hadn't diminished in the slightest. A strong person like him didn't need her to beg for him. It was unnecessary. Still, Akaza remembered his master's mission. Grabbing Haruheim, he pulled her over his shoulder before jumping away. Two lower demons followed him as helpers, leaving behind a screaming tiny goddess and her familia members. In a group battle, demons were truly terrifying, because they could continuously spam their special attacks without any consumption and could even regenerate a severed head now thanks to Muzan. It didn't matter if they hit each other either, meaning friendly fire was not a problem for them. That's why, as soon as the upper moons appeared, the battlefield became a ground suffering from all kinds of special effects. Deadless Street. Several dragon-like wooden constructs rose from the ground, letting out loud cries. Amid them stood Zohakuten, the ultimate fused form of upper rank 4, Hentengu. Under Muzan's orders, Hentengu was forced to reveal his strongest form from the very start. Suddenly, a spear pierced through the battlefield, embedding itself straight into Zohakuten's head. To dare attack Master Muzan like this? Unforgivable. Ignoring the attack, Zohakuten beat his drums, summoning lightning from the skies. His targets were the mages on the sides. As long as they couldn't use their magic, the demons were unkillable. Muzan pierced his sword into Alan's shoulder and said, "Came back for another beating." Alan gritted his teeth, holding the spear that had pierced Muzan's chest. Just what kind of monster was he? Was he completely immune to physical attacks? The four Palams quickly attacked him from all sides. But then, a mouth cracked open in Muzan's chest. Screech. Blasting a sonic shockwave straight into Alan's face, making him bleed from his ears, and forcing the Palams back. And why stop at one? Screech. 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 Turn everything upside down. Let's see who survives in the chaos. Alan's eyes rolled backward as he took the full force of the attack head-on before being sent flying into the distance. The shockwaves cut through the battlefield, striking everywhere. Muzan was about to unleash another shockwave when several figures rushed straight at him. Ace Wallenstein. Bet Loga. Using aerial, Ace gracefully avoided all the fast-paced attacks and thrust her sword toward Muzan. Bet simply took everything head-on and pushed through with his ferocity. Muzan easily saw through their movements. Did they really think they could take him on? Thump. With a loud sound, an icy Buddha burst from the ground, blocking their path. Tisk. Bet clicked his tongue and punched through the Buddha, cracking it apart. But then, the next moment, he was greeted by an icy ray that struck him square in the face. At the same time, the cracked Bodhisattva instantly repaired itself. Ah. Master Muzan, these people are so strong. A laughing yet confused voice rang out as Doma, holding his fan, dropped down behind Muzan. I wonder how strong I'll become by consuming the dash. Before he could finish, a spear tore through the battlefield, heading straight for Muzan's head. Muzan tilted his head, avoiding it, but Doma behind him was struck in the shoulder. Boom. The concentrated energy inside the spear exploded, blasting away a third of Doma's torso, including half of his head. On the remaining half of Doma's face, his unsettling smile vanished, replaced by shock. His regeneration slowed due to the magic element mixed into the explosion. This was the first time Doma had experienced it, after receiving his master's warning in his mind. Magic. It was like pollution. Muzan calmly stared at the perpetrator of the strike. It was the braver, Finn. Ace arrived before Muzan and swung her sword straight at his head. But before it could reach him, another party made their entrance. A black curse sword flashed from Ace's side, forcing her to retract her weapon and defend. Clash. The powerful blow sent Ace flying back. Muzan looked at the newcomer. It was a woman. With a head full of red hair and a well-endowed chest, a pair of green eyes matched his own. Revis. Follower of the corrupted spirit. Roar. Loud cries of beasts rang out as monsters rushed out in large numbers. Evelus had taken action. Now everyone had truly taken action. Revis said without batting an eye. You have Gnosis' key. Yes. Then come with me. Revis turned back when she heard his voice. Ishtar, she will come with me. She paused, looked at his calm face, then said. Then get her. I'll hold the braver back. Muzan turned back and said to the regenerating Doma before leaving. Assist her. Doma, having barely regenerated 3/4 of his head, gave a wry smile. Sigh. Master Muzan was really putting him to work. The 4 palms of Freya familia cut through the horde of beasts while complaining. Damn it. Where did these creatures come from? The monster's blood was full of corrosive liquid, burning their armor and skin. Same happened with lower-level members of Freya and Loki familia, they were all blocked by the herd of monsters. Muzan stepped onto a wooden dragon and launched himself into the air, instantly locking onto Goddess Ishtar's position. Dropping beside the deranged goddess, he directly picked her up and placed her over his shoulder. Muzan. Muzan, quickly get me out of this place. Goddess Ishtar cried in a loud voice. She was really afraid right now. Truly afraid. Only she knew how many close encounters she had barely managed to survive. Stop moving. Muzan said in a calm tone and slapped her butt. Leaving the goddess of beauty stunned. Then their figures blurred with incredible speed. In this chaos, no one managed to catch their trail. Muzan appeared in front of Gnosis' gate, which was surrounded by a large crowd wearing all-white clothing. They were god Thanatos' suicide soldiers. This way, please dash. Their words stuck in their mouths as goddess Ishtar's beauty charmed their minds. Muzan put Ishtar down. Go in. Ishtar gave him a silent look while holding her butt. Muzan ignored her and turned toward the battlefield. Ishtar narrowed her eyes before taking a dress from one of Thanatos' men and covering herself with it. As she turned around and left, Kokoshibo appeared, carrying the dying Hadin. A level 6 adventurer's vitality was truly incredible. Even with his heart blasted apart, his torso split in two, and after being struck by his very own spell, Hadin was still alive. Although just barely. Muzan's eyes glowed as he raised his hand and pierced it through Hadin's head, injecting his demon blood into the elf, making his dying body tremble violently. As Muzan finished injecting his blood, he paused and looked into the distance. He had just sensed the pieces of flesh lodged inside Otter's eyes disappear. Raoul, a level 4 member of Loki familia, along with his team, looked hesitantly at Otter. They had just taken the 2 pieces of writhing flesh out of his eyes and burned them with magic. Mr. Otter. Are you able to see now? A faint glow enveloped Otter before his eyes healed completely. His sight was finally restored. But instead of showing any expression, he looked utterly calm. Thank you. Saying his thanks in a plain tone, Otter raised his massive sword overhead, causing Raoul and his team to retreat in a hurry. A terrifying aura surrounded Otter's sword as he concentrated an overwhelming amount of power, using his signature magic, Afterglow. Then he slashed down without hesitation. Afterglow. Splitting the Deadless district in 2. Crushing every monster in its path. Zohakuton, the strongest of Hantengu's clones, continued sending lightning everywhere. When suddenly, an unstoppable strike cut through all his wooden dragons, blasting his body into nothingness. Along with several lower demons following him. The original Hantengu, hiding nearby, cried out loudly. Revis defended against Finn's and Ace's attacks and was about to launch a counterattack when her pupils shrank. An overwhelming sense of danger struck her mind. She instantly jumped back. But at the same time, an earth-shattering strike crushed her right arm and leg. And this was when she was almost at the edge of its attack range. Doma, on the other hand, had his entire body, below his head, crushed into oblivion. A single name rang out inside Revis's mind. Otter. She stared at his towering figure in the distance with her remaining eye. That monster had recovered. Doma's eyes widened, he still hadn't comprehended what just happened. A moment ago he was whole. And now he was just ahead. Hell-fine gas. Finn's eyes turned crimson. Letting out a loud cry, he threw both of his spears at Revis, with an unrelenting force. Revis's eye widened. But there was nothing she could do. As the spears were about to strike her, Muzan's figure appeared like a ghost. He actually grabbed Finn's spears, turned his muscles elastic, and changed their course. Toward the boar, Otter. Otter jumped high and avoided the strike. At the same time, Akaza, carrying Haruheim and Aisha under his arms along with two lower demons, silently entered Knossos. Revis stared at Muzan's back in shock. Then Muzan suddenly turned, grabbed Revis by her waist and Doma's head before rushing toward Knossos. Stop them. The mages tried to strike, but they were all blocked by countless fish monsters. Ace used Ariel to chase after them but was shocked by Muzan's speed. He was too fast. Amid the commotion, Hentengu's tiny figure quietly rushed inside Knossos' gate. Muzan crushed the ground beneath his feet, blurring past stunned enemies. Avoiding the Palam's weapons. Weaving past slowed defenders. Before arriving at Knossos' gate. Interestingly, there was someone waiting for him there. It was the wolf of Loki familia. In his beastification mode, he thrust his fist straight toward Muzan. And that was a bad move. Little wolf. The arm on Muzan's back swung its red sword, striking Bet's hand. Shifting his direction. Bet's punch missed Muzan, landing on the ground along with his face. Then, before he could even let out a shout, Muzan's right foot planted straight onto his face, using it as a foothold. Crack. The arm on Muzan's back grabbed Bet's tail. Bet resisted by holding onto the ground, but a red sword extended unnatural ki and cut off his muscles in his arms. And the next moment, they'd arrived inside Knossos. Muzan dropped Doma and Revis before quickly turning back. Now only Gyako dash. The next moment, a magnificent light appeared in the distance. Master Muzan. Savov me dash. Along with a loud, desperate, painful cry, his connection with Upper Moon 5, Gyako, was severed. Gyako. His role had played a major part in the battle by covering the mages and healers' line of sight with his endless demonic fishes. And now he was gone. Just like that. Gyako had been stopped by Tioni and Tiona, the two Amazons of Loki familia, before he could escape, only to be blasted by Laphia's and the other mages' magic. Even in his final moments, he didn't stop summoning his demonic fish until his master stepped inside Knossos. Muzan waved his sword, cutting Bet's muscles apart. Stopping the wolf's useless struggle. The key inside his body shook, and the Orichalcum gate started closing. Boom. Along with an earth-shattering sound, Otter dropped onto the ground and stared at Knossos' closing gate. At the same time, Finn, Alan, Ace, every powerful individual also arrived. The members of Loki familia saw Bet and clenched their fists. Muzan placed his foot on top of Bet's head and said in a plain tone. This is the result of your decision. Standing against Aurario's strongest. Boom. Then the Orichalcum door closed. Putting an end to the battle for Knossos' key. Chapter 16, Knossos, meeting Thanatos. Deadless Street. Loki and Freya familia silently stared at the closed door. Bet Loga has been captured. And Hayden Selland has died. The mood was heavy. Extremely heavy. They had managed to let Ishtar and Knossos' key slip through their grasp. The braver, Finn, sensed the heavy gazes of his familia members. They were looking at him for answers. Finn released a small breath. Today, even Otter's invincible status had been challenged. By none other than Evelys. Orario was in for a big storm. In the distance, Goddess Freya had witnessed everything that had happened. She saw her child, Hayden, get attacked, then fall down. Never to rise again. Silence. Silence enveloped the place. Hayden was one of her closest and most trusted children. He understood her better than anyone. And willingly carried out the darkest parts of her will. And now. He was gone. For a moment, Freya couldn't believe it. Because this was the first time she had suffered such a loss. Losing someone so loyal, and so close. Silently, a drop of tear slid down Freya's eye. Raising her hand, she wiped it away. Revealing a pair of terrifyingly calm eyes. Those souls, the darkness of which I had never seen before. She had seen Kokoshibo's and the Upper Moon's soul colors. They were pitch black. The darkest and most horrendous color. They took away my child. Even monsters possess traces of light, but those children. They had none of it. Worse than any criminal, worse than any Evelys to ever exist. If only she wasn't constrained in this mortal form. Then she would have purged them herself. But at the same time, she also saw someone incredibly sad. He was carrying two girls under his arms. She had only managed to catch a fleeting glimpse of him. And it filled her with immense sadness. It was also a pitch-black soul. But beneath the darkness, she saw it. The light that was being suppressed. That poor child, he had been corrupted by those monsters. Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. And that Muzan. His soul color was normal. Yet he was surrounded by those terrible souls. They must be trying to pollute him. Just like they polluted that poor innocent soul. Goddess Loki received the news of Bet's capture and slammed her fist into the ground. Those damn Evelus bastards. Yesterday, they had lost so many of their members. And today too, they had tasted nothing but defeat. Muzan silently stared at the closed Gnosis door. An upper moon had been lost. Muzan's body started returning to normal. He retracted the extra pair of arms and released the hardened black skin around his arms and lower body. In a matter of seconds, he returned to his elegant self, wearing clothes no less regal than royalty. All made from his own flesh. A master Muzan. It was so incredible. So incredible seeing you face off against those monsters. Muzan turned and looked at Doma's crying head. He was suffering from magic corruption, unable to regenerate his body. Truth be told, if he had the choice, then Muzan would have happily exchanged Doma for Gyako. Ku, you pieces of sh. Before Bet could continue, Muzan kicked him in the neck, knocking him out. He had taken the wolf with him as an added assurance to obtain Loki's divine blood. After all, no matter how she looked or acted, Goddess Loki truly loved her children. Muzan pierced through Doma's head, helping him resist the effects of magic. The sight horrified Haruheim, causing her to faint on the spot. Fortunately, Aisha grabbed her. While healing Doma, Muzan glanced at Revis on the side. Her torn arm and leg had already started healing. Knowing her strength and backstory, Muzan had his own thoughts. I want to turn her into a demon. Steal Revis away from the corrupted spirit. But he couldn't do it now. Because God Thanatos and Inio must be watching him. Revis silently watched Doma regenerate his entire torso, then his arms and legs before becoming whole again. Just what kind of creatures were they? Possessing stronger regeneration than even her own. With her arm and leg healed, Revis stood up and said, I am Revis. She looked at Muzan. Tell me your name. Muzan. Revis gave him a nod. She acknowledged strong individuals. And Muzan was very strong. That's why she bothered introducing herself. Then she turned to look at Bet, Haruheim, Aisha, and Hayden. Especially Hayden, whose torso wound had vanished as he kept twitching on the spot under Kokoshibo's care. What are you going to do with them? I have my own plans. Aisha silently clenched her fists. In the end, they still couldn't escape Ishtar's grasp. Muzan pushed his hand inside Doma, Akaza, and Kokoshibo, disabling the part of their brains responsible for love, happiness, and similar emotions, just like he had done to himself. Now they were also immune to the charm of a goddess of love. And yes, he was surprised when he found out that Doma actually had such a part in his brain. Let's go. Follow me. Revis turned around and started walking. Muzan sensed his blood growing inside Hayden and silently followed Revis. If everything went well, then Hayden would become the new upper rank one. As the group followed Revis, they started descending downward. Since Gnosis was attached to the dungeon, it was only natural. Gnosis, dungeon, 9th floor. Evelus Command Center. This is the command center, Revis explained in a plain tone. I'll take my leave then. Muzan watched Revis walk away, then glanced at the white-clothed men standing all around before turning his gaze toward the people in the middle. Apart from the cannon fodder, there were 4 who caught his attention. Valletta Greed and Dix Perdix. Members of Evelus. Ishtar, covered in a white robe. And finally, God Thanatos, sitting on the throne with a sickening smile on his face. Ahahaha. Such splendid despair you showed them, child of Ishtar. It seemed Thanatos was excited to see him. But child of Ishtar. There seemed to be a misunderstanding here. The cries from Freya Familia tonight will be beautiful. Despair truly is mankind's finest emotion. Muzan glanced at goddess Ishtar, then remained silent. Ishtar, on the other hand, was absolutely elated seeing Haruheim and Aisha. You really managed to get them back. Haruheim. Aisha. She excitedly walked up to the two of them, making Aisha turn nervous. At the same time, Valletta called out with a toothy smile. He didn't just catch those two. Ishtar paused, then turned her eyes towards Kokoshibo. Damn, what kind of monster was that? Ignoring Kokoshibo's questionable appearance, her gaze landed on the familiar elf he carried on his shoulder. Ishtar's pupils shrank. Because she couldn't believe her eyes. It's Hayden Selland. They actually captured the White Knight of Freya alive. Hayden Selland. Ishtar's face lit up with extreme joy. She managed to capture a precious child from that bitch Freya. Haha. Her face must be a sight to see right now. Valletta approached and said in a vicious tone. Let's peel the bastard alive. Leave just enough flesh on him so he can scream. Then toss what's left back to Freya. The previous major stronghold of Evolus was destroyed by Loki and Freya familia, making the enmity between the two run very deep. Well, even if that wasn't the case, Evolus members were crazy enough to hate everyone. No. We will not kill him. Goddess Ishtar said in a commanding tone. I will get him under my control, then see that bitch Freya suffer just as I did when she took my child Tammuz away. Excuse me, but what? Weren't you the one who wanted him dead? Shouting that he was a traitor and all. As Ishtar was trying to touch Hadin, Muzan blocked her. He leaned his head down and whispered silently into her ear. I have fulfilled my part of the deal, now it's your turn. Ishtar shivered, then smiled charmingly and touched Muzan's neck with her hand. She already knew Muzan was immune to her charm, as they had touched while buried under the ice. If it were her usual self, then Ishtar would have never accepted the existence of another person like Bel who could resist her charm. But Muzan saved her from Freya's clutches, protected her from Loki's attack, and even helped bring Heraheim and Aisha back. Not to mention his fearless attitude, not even hesitating to slap her butt. She liked him. She truly liked him. Especially after she came to know a shocking truth. Muzan didn't have a god's blessing. She felt it when their skin connected. Ishtar revealed her face and whispered into Muzan's ear in a soft tone. Come visit my room tonight. I will have it all prepared. Then she tried to touch Hadin when Muzan grabbed her hand and replied. Get to work, now. Sigh, men, so impatient. Ishtar dramatically rolled her eyes, then turned around and walked towards the confused Thanatos. Ah. Ishtar. What do you want? Come with me for a second. Wait. Why? God Thanatos couldn't even resist as Goddess Ishtar pulled him into a room. Muzan watched them go. Finally, he could acquire warmth of love and embrace of death. Valletta suddenly walked up to him and said with a wide smile. He, not bad. Looks like we finally got ourselves a real monster. Originally, Valletta was supposed to die at the hands of Bet. But now the wolf had been captured by him. Hey, my name's Valletta. What about you? Muzan. Tisk, so you're one of those who tries to act cool all the time. Dix also walked in with a shady smile on his face. Dix Perdix. Pleasure to meet your acquaintance. Muzan was about to say something when he paused and turned towards Hadin. Kokoshibo had dropped him on the ground and taken a step back, catching everyone's attention. Then, under the onlookers' confused eyes, Hadin opened his eyes, revealing a bloody glow as he let out a beast-like cry. Roar. Dix and Valletta instinctively raised their weapons when Muzan's figure flashed and appeared beside Hadin. In a swift motion, he pierced through Hadin's head and started modifying his memories. Damn, and I thought my way was crueler. Valletta muttered, seeing Hadin's violently twitching body. Dix became interested, wondering just what kind of creatures Muzan and his team were. Muzan flipped through Hadin's memories, from childhood, to puberty, to adulthood. He once lived as the tyrant king of the White Elves on Janingavg Island, where he fought against Hogni Ragnar's Dark Elves. Later, both kingdoms were destroyed by Freya, who then added both opposing kings to her familia. Muzan rewrote all the memories, making Hadin loyal to himself. At the same time, he started studying Hadin's physicality. His mana pool, to be exact. Mana was a powerful tool. Muzan wanted it. This was also the reason he specifically asked Kokoshibo to capture Hadin. Muzan quickly discovered the mana pool. It wasn't something complicated like an aperture and seemed to rely on flesh and blood. Hadin's elf genetic sequence passed through Muzan's mind. At the same time, Hadin stabilized as a single horn burst out from his forehead. A golden circle appeared amidst his red pupils, with his new identity written within them. Upper Moon 1. Kokoshibo, Doma, and Akaza. All of their ranks decreased at the same time. Hadin opened his mouth and said to Muzan. Master. I'm understanding your magic. Cooperate with me. Yes. With Hadin's support, Muzan's search became even faster. But on the other side, the scene froze. Dix, Valletta, and even the suicidal members of Thanatos Familia. They were all stunned. Because the scene was too shocking. Just what the F***ck did they see? Did Hadin just call Muzan master? Aisha also felt goosebumps appear on her skin as she took a step away from Muzan with Heraheim in her arms. Just what the FCK did he do to him? Valletta cursed in a small tone. As high-level adventurers, both her and Dix were quietly calculating in their minds. It must be some kind of mind-controlling spell or skill. The finding made them shiver. Was it safe to have this guy here? No, can they use this guy? Although they were vigilant, it also made them curious. Did Hadin just become one of them? And Evolus? He. Freya will go crazy. Silently, the night passed by. Chapter 17, Truth About Mind, Terrifying Reality. The next day. The entire Orario was in an uproar. Because the guild released a new wanted order of the highest degree. Against several new figures including Muzan, a member of Evolus who withstood the combined attacks of Loki and Freya Familia. Repelled Otter. Overcame the braver Finn. How could this be? How can someone survive the assault of the strongest two working together? The commotion last night was too loud to hide. Not to mention, Orario has not yet forgotten the horrifying battle from 7 years ago that ended the Dark Age. And now they were back. Immediately after confirming Evolus' return, the guild declared the city to be on its highest state of alert. Ganesha Familia flooded the streets, strengthening patrols throughout the city. The city gates were placed under heavy guard, while adventurers were ordered to immediately report any suspicious individuals or monsters to the guild. The entire Orario was boiling up. Every tavern, every marketplace, and every familia discussed only one thing. Evolus had returned. And at the center of it all stood that monster. Kibutsuji Muzan, hostess of fertility. Rhea Lion, a level 4 elf who works as a waitress, was tightly gripping the wanted posters with trembling hands. Evolus is back. The faces of her dead familia kept passing through her mind, making her grit her teeth in anger. Silently, a pair of soft hands came from behind and hugged her. It was Seer, the goddess of beauty Freya in mortal form. She silently hugged Ryu and caressed her head, providing comfort to the burning elf. Hestia Familia. Members of Hestia and Takamikazuchi Familia sat together, staring at a particular poster. It was Akaza, the one who beat them and took Haraheim away. Evolus. It is a symbol of terror. And now they have taken Haraheim. Goddess Hestia sadly looked at her precious child. Bel Krenel. He has been silent ever since last night, just staring emptily at nothing. Suddenly, Mikoto stood up. Then, under everyone's eyes, she walked up to Bel and slapped him across the face, leaving everyone stunned. She grabbed Bel's collar before saying in a shaking voice, "How long are you just going to sit like this? Bel, didn't you say you'd save her? Didn't you say you wanted to be her hero? So why do you sit here, looking so hopeless, when Haraheim is still waiting to be saved?" Drip. A drop of tears splattered on Bel's face, making him finally move his vacant eyes. He saw Mikoto, staring at him with tears sliding down her eyes. Bel's face finally changed. Hephaestus Familia. Crack. A teacup fell on the ground, breaking apart and spilling tea on the floor. But Goddess Hephaestus didn't care, as her entire attention was focused on the wanted order issued by the guild. It was an extremely familiar face. How could this happen? Hephaestus's mind blanked out. She remembered Muzan saying he had an opportunity to grab a god's blood. Was this the opportunity to save that Ishtar from Freya's assault? And he was a member of Evolus. Those ruthless bastards who spread nothing but chaos, leading to the deaths of innocents. Impossible. No, that can't be right. He was so polite when he met her. Goddess Hephaestus's face changed from anger to guilt, then finally confusion. No, several things didn't make sense. He said he had never received a god's blessing. Then, how could he be a member of Evolus? Don't tell me he saved Ishtar, fought against Loki, Freya, and even joined Evolus at the same time. How could it be? How is this possible? Did he do it to gather God's blood? No. She must talk with Loki. There was something wrong here. She needed more details about the incident. The reason Goddess Hephaestus was so doubtful was first because of Muzan's answers. And secondly, because he truly didn't seem like an evil bastard. Gnosis, dungeon, 9th floor. Inside a room, Muzan sat in silence, his arm stuck inside Hayden's head. He had been analyzing mind the entire night. And he had come to a terrifying conclusion. First of all, calling it mana would be incorrect. In Danmaki, there is no such thing as mana. Instead, what they have is the power of mind. That's where the term Mind Zero comes from. The power to cast spells in Danmaki comes from the brain. People here don't gather any magical energy from their surroundings, instead, they use brain power. Instead of calling them mages, psychics would be a more appropriate term. This is why a grimoire is able to awaken spell power inside a person. It doesn't magically create a mana pool out of nowhere but opens up a section of their brain. This also explains why a person can only have 3 spell slots. It's because the capacity of a single brain is limited. And the brains of people from Danmaki are different from those belonging to other worlds. Which is not a problem for Muzan since he has perfect flesh manipulation. Now here comes the terrifying twist. An adventurer can cast a spell a certain number of times before they reach the state of mind zero, meaning brain fatigue. But a demon doesn't suffer from mind fatigue. They can even regenerate a severed head, much less a brain injury. Which meant, as of right now, Dean, whom he had turned into a demon, is able to cast spells unlimitedly. There was, however, an issue. The brain damage caused by mind zero doesn't heal as fast as normal flesh damage, because it contains a supernatural element along with flesh. But by using spells in moderation, Dean could become a perpetual spell cannon. Meaning for a normal mage, becoming a demon will make them use around 5 to 6 times more spells before reaching exhaustion. This was the case for Dean, a demon with a single brain. Now for Muzan, who has 5 brains and a regeneration speed several levels above any other demon. Yes. He will indeed become a perpetual spell-spawning machine. Even if one brain becomes hard to heal, he can just switch to the other ones while it recovers. Plus, with his 5 brains, he can have 15 spells at the same time, 3 in each brain. Or he can simply copy the same spell into all 15 brains, becoming an unlimited spell spawner. Even in the goo world, this power is very broken. Especially since brain power can be recovered naturally, not needing to rely on a specific world like the Aperture, which needs heaven and earth chi found only in the goo world. If Muzan hadn't removed his excitement, love, and other emotions, then he would be laughing in joy right now. Because demons were simply a bugged existence in Danmaki's world. Now the issue at hand. Analyzing Dean's brain is taking longer than expected. This isn't an easy task. He has already consumed Dean's head a few times to try and quicken the process. As an upper rank one, Dean can regenerate his head. Not to mention, Muzan was here to help him. But even now, it's slow. Muzan estimates it will take him longer than Nezuko, around 2 months. 2 months weren't long, but with the goo world's door open. He needs to get the equipment from Hephaestus first, secure the location from the other side, then quickly research these things. Releasing a breath, Muzan retracted his hands from Dean's brain. Dean. Yes, master. Go to Infinity Castle and protect the goo world's gate. Kill anyone who comes over. I understand. With Dean looking after the gate, the other upper demons could be freed, as right now Dean was already in another league when compared to them all. Before he left, Muzan changed Dean's appearance, giving him a completely new mob-like look. Just to avoid any unnecessary issues that might pop up. After Dean left, Muzan walked out and came before Goddess Ishtar's room. Entering inside, he first saw the figure of god Thanatos, lying on the floor with an open mouth and the whites of his eyes showing. He seemed to have been squeezed dry. Muzan casually stepped over the supposed dead god and looked at the bed in the middle. You're late. Do you have any idea how long I've been waiting? Goddess Ishtar lay naked on the bed, with a white blanket on her hips, exposing her bountiful chest for him to see. Come here. Isn't this what you want? She playfully held 2 bottles with divine blood in her hands, shaking them lightly, before putting them between her 2 breasts. Then take them. If you can. Muzan calmly walked up to her, pushed his hand inside her soft chest, and took out the 2 glass bottles. As he turned around, Ishtar jumped up and wrapped her arms around his neck, pressing her whole body against his back. You really are stubborn. But I like difficult men, no. Only you are allowed to act like this. Her eyes glowed with unconcealed excitement. Now then. What about my blessing? Don't bother denying it. I know you don't have a fauna. She forcefully pressed her soft and warm chest against his back. Come. Become my child. I'll give you a blessing unlike any other. She said in her usual arrogant tone. Muzan suddenly raised his hand, making Ishtar think he was going to touch her face, so she smilingly closed her eyes and waited. Only to be stunned the very next moment. Pluck. As Muzan plucked out a handful of her hair. With a shocked face, Ishtar hurriedly let go of his neck and held her head. Why you? Why did you take so much? What if I go bald? She shouted in anger, making her breasts jiggle. Muzan calmly walked over to god Thanatos and plucked his hair before exiting the place. Damn it. Goddess Ishtar threw her arms around in rage before biting her thumb and saying in a dissatisfied voice. TCH, how do I get through that thick skull? Unknown to her. God Thanatos, who had been lying dead on the ground, silently curled up the corners of his lips, having heard something very interesting. No blessing, eh? After exiting the room, Muzan opened one of the bottles and stared inside. And as he looked at the drop of blood, Muzan, with his ability to control flesh, started feeling a deep, intense sense of power. It was as if his body was warning him. This blood, even a single drop, was not something he could handle, much less consume. which also made him curious as to how gods are able to convert such power into a blessing. I need to get a blessing for Nakheim. If she becomes stronger, then she might be able to close the Goo world's gate. Not only Nakheim but for all of his demons. Isn't Falna all about having dangerous battles and coming out on top to gain strength? With a demon's regeneration, their stats should rise at a terrifying pace. Just look at Freya, who uses the method of beating her familia members and healing them again and again to quickly increase their stats. A demon was simply Freya's method on steroids. But not now. He needs to get the equipment from Hephaestus first, or it could create complications. Blood of love and death acquired. Now he could move to the next phase. Muzan silently turned his head to the side, looking towards a heavily guarded room. He wasn't sure, but it might be the room where goddess Demeter's captured children were kept. Just then, silently, a hand reached out from the side, trying to wrap around his neck. Muzan, without even looking, silently took a step back, making the perpetrator lose her footing. Damn, so vigilant, Valletta said in a dissatisfied voice. Muzan turned to her. What do you want? Oi. What's with that dead face? I've got some King amazing news. Valletta exclaimed in an excited tone, then showed the posters in her hand to Muzan. Look. 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 Ah. Those guild bastards are pissing themselves. The whole city's terrified of you. Muzan saw his own image on the wanted posters. He had now been classified as the biggest threat against the dungeon city. Ah. This is the best. The absolute King best. 7 years. 7 damn years I've waited for this. Valletta shouted in a bat's-hit crazy tone while showing her pointy tongue. Muzan ignored her, wondering where the goddess's children could be hidden. As long as he saved them, he would easily get goddess Demeter's blood. Oi. 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 Would it kill you to grin once? You're starting to creep me out just like that Revis. Valletta complained with slanted eyes. Suddenly, Muzan grabbed Valletta's neck before she could react. What? Valletta broke out in a cold sweat, seeing the pair of cold eyes staring straight at her. Alright. Forget I said anything. Muzan traced Valletta's neck with his thumbnail, opening up a skin wound in its wake. I am interested in Narcissa's dungeon. How about you help me take a look around? Valletta. Since Ishtar's and Thanatos' blood had been acquired, more drastic steps could now be taken. Chapter 18, Knossos' Secrets. Muzan followed behind Valletta and understood the layout of the entire Knossos dungeon. Floor 1 to 4, Deadless Streets opening. It has shifting stone walls and hidden slum entrances used to lock down and isolate the upper labyrinth from surface intruders. Also the place where Dixperdix and his Iklos familia kept and tortured Xenos to evolve them through despair and collect their magic stones and hides. Floor 5 to 6, the industrial foundry where Barca Perpetua forged cursed weapons and the orichalcum doors. Floor 7, jail cells where Demeter's children were being kept hostage. Floor 8, random complicated maze-like paths. Floor 9, the central operations hub where Thanatos and his familia stayed. It was also the command center of operations for the whole of Knossos. And finally, Floor 10. Forget it. That's Revis turf. Even I don't go in there unless I have to. Muzan calmly stared at the closed door. Sigh. I've already shown you the whole damn place. What else do you want? Want me to bend over and show my ass? There's nothing back there except Revis and those creepy monster-loving freaks. She wasn't suspicious of Muzan even when he forced her to be his guide. Why? Because Muzan was now an even more authentic Evelis member than even herself. Heck, Rio remembered Evelis because of Muzan. He was literally their uncrowned king. As for his forceful attitude, choking her neck and everything, bah. It's simply because he's strong. In fact, it's natural for him to be this domineering. If he weren't and actually acted like a nice guy, then she would have really become suspicious. Muzan turned his gaze away from the door and thought. Unlike Valletta, he knew what was truly behind that door. Knossos didn't just have 10 floors. There was, in fact, an 11th floor containing a stationary doomsday weapon, created by Inio and the corrupted spirit using the remains of the ancient draconic calamity and organic demi-spirit remains. Nidhogg. Capable of creating an explosion powerful enough to obliterate the entirety of Rio and the central Babel Tower from underneath, allowing the corrupted spirit to finally see the sunlight it longed for. Of course, there were several conditions required before it could actually be fired, plus its extremely long launch time. Let's return. Valletta quickly turned around and started walking away. Muzan was about to turn around when the 10th floor's door suddenly let out a sound and slowly opened. From the gap, a familiar woman with short red hair and green eyes walked out. Revis. Carrying a half-eaten magic stone in her hand. She had sensed Muzan's presence. Why have you come here, Muzan? She didn't even bother looking at Valletta, as if she were invisible. Because only the strong deserved her time. Doesn't concern you. Muzan gave her a look, then turned around and left, making Revis frown. Valletta moved her head between the two of them, then quickly ran up to Muzan and said excitedly. Oi, oi, oi. That was amazing, how you put that arrogant bitch Revis in her place. Damn, I really like your style. It's all straightforward and powerful. What? Not gonna say anything. Oh, you're ignoring me. Okay, I'll just shut up. Muzan paused and looked at Valletta, making her freeze. You can leave now. Heh, fine. See you around, boss. Valletta dashed off into the distance. Muzan watched her disappear. Then he made his way up to the first floor of Knossos. Standing in front of one of the several secret openings, Muzan manipulated his flesh and changed his body, turning into a normal middle-aged shopkeeper with several white hairs mixed among black ones. After sensing that there were no guards on the other side, Muzan opened the door and exited Knossos, stepping foot on the edge of Deadless Street. Sensing the presence of several guards, he carefully avoided them before exiting the street. As for his next destination, the guild headquarters, he was going to make a deal with the sky god, Arenas. Dungeon City, or Rio. Muzan silently walked across the street at an even pace. Several guards of Ganesha familia in armor constantly patrolled the place. This made Muzan frown. They were constantly checking people, especially adventurers. He wasn't gathering much attention due to his normal appearance, unlike an adventurer, but it was only a matter of time before he would be questioned. Silently, Muzan entered a corner, then returned as a 7 to 8-year-old child. The little attention he was receiving as a normal middle-aged man vanished. In this city on full alert, nobody paid attention to an unassuming child playing around. Though it really made him wonder how Haydeen managed to escape through all the security. So he silently asked him through his mind. I used the sewers, master. Okay. Makes sense. Just make sure not to come near me without taking a bath. Muzan looked around the Dungeon City streets in silence. If he wasn't pressed for time, then he would have liked to just explore the place as a tourist. Silently, an unassuming child passed through the streets and appeared in the upper mid-northwestern area. Muzan stared at the guild building across the street. The security here was extra tight. First, he entered a quiet street, then walked out with the appearance of the middle-aged shopkeeper. He didn't try to pretend to be an adventurer as the guild keeps track of every adventurer's identity. And seeing a new one pop up would be suspicious. He mixed in with the crowd and approached the guild's door. The two Ganesha familia guards saw him, then ignored him. Looks like a normal person, and his face doesn't match any wanted member of Evelis. Muzan passed them and easily entered the guild. Now inside, he laid his eyes on the reception desk. Seeing a familiar figure, he walked up to her booth. Ina Tool. A half-elf who acts as Belle's advisor. She greeted him with a polite smile. Hello, sir. How can I help you? Muzan leaned forward, making her tilt her head in confusion before he dropped a bomb in a quiet voice. I possess information concerning Evelis and Knossos. Ina's face stiffened. It can be entrusted to no one except God Arenas, do you understand? Ah. Why yes. Please just wait a moment. Ina flusteredly replied, gave the Ganesha familia guards a quick look, then hurriedly turned around and ran to her superior's office before everyone's surprised gazes. What happened? Why did Ina show such an extreme reaction? The guards received her clue and walked up to Muzan, standing on his left and right. Muzan didn't care. Then before the guild staff could understand what was happening, a fat old elf walked out with Ina following behind him. You. Are you telling the truth? Royman went straight to the point after coming before him. Muzan didn't even bat an eye and revealed a secret. I am telling the truth. You can ask the 1,000-year-old watcher to come and see me. What? How does he know? Royman's face twitched. He looked at guards and said. Look after this man. I'll come back in a minute. With that, Royman turned around and left, heading deeper inside the guild. At the same time, Ina's colleagues approached her with curiosity, to which she shook her head and remained firm. Any matter regarding Evelis was of the utmost importance right now. After some time, Royman came back and told Muzan to follow him. The guards from Ganesha familia stayed back as Royman and Muzan descended into the depths of the guild before arriving at a dark space. There, surrounded by several pillars, was a pedestal with a golden throne. And on the golden throne sat the oldest god in the lower world. God of Sky. Arenas. You may take your leave, Royman. Guild manager Royman turned around and left without asking any questions. Having worked under Arenas for years, he had already learned to stay out of unnecessary trouble. With Royman gone, now there were only two people present in the room. Or at least there should have been. A shadowy figure silently appeared behind Muzan. How do you know of my existence? It was Fels, the immortal mage. He was an existence Muzan was interested in. Why? Because Fels knows revival magic. Instead of replying to Fels, Muzan looked at Arenas and said in a calm tone. I've come to make a deal, God Arenas. Arenas narrowed his eyes, seeing Muzan's calm demeanor. Fels was also shocked. A deal? First tell me your name, Arenas asked. Before I tell you that, let me clarify something. I am not here to harm you. Not here to harm Arenas. No, wait. Something is wrong. Under Arenas's and Fels's very eyes, the middle-aged man's appearance started changing. Transforming into a tall, handsome man with a head full of glossy black hair. And his name? Did it even need to be said? Muzan. Muzan. You are Muzan from Evolus. The immortal mage Fels panicked. This was a monster who could even take on both Loki and Freya Familia at the same time. And now he was here. Standing right before them. Holy shit. Arenas, on the other hand, was much calmer than Fels. As a god who had lived the longest, he understood more than anyone else. Plus, he had confirmed that Muzan was telling the truth. He wasn't here to harm him. But to make a deal. So Arenas asked in a magnetic voice. You are Muzan. From Evolus. Muzan matched his gaze and replied. I am indeed Muzan, but I am not a member of Evolus. Boom. A huge bomb had just been dropped. Making Fels take a few steps back in disbelief. Not a member of Evolus. Then who are you? Fels quickly turned to Arenas only to see him stay silent. So it's the truth. Have they all made some big mistake? Now even Arenas had become interested. Their biggest enemy is suddenly not an enemy. It seems there is a lot of information they are missing. Explain, child. As I said, I am not a member of Evolus. The only reason I fought against Loki and Freya Familia was because I needed something from goddess Ishtar and god Thanatos. Wanted something. From Ishtar and Thanatos. No, wait, Thanatos is still in the lower world. Thanatos. He is still here. Yes, he resides inside Knossos' 9th floor. Hiding inside Knossos, that made sense. As for the 9th floor. It seems Muzan knows about Knossos' layout. But this only gives rise to more questions. God Arenas scrutinized his brows and asked. For what purpose did you seek Ishtar and Thanatos? Same as what I need from you, God Arenas. Muzan pulled out 2 glass bottles from his pocket. Your divine blood. Divine blood? Why? Why was this child gathering the blood of gods? For what purpose do you seek divine blood? I need to make something, but I assure you what I want to do will not bring harm to Orario or this world. Not bring harm to Orario or the world. God Arenas fell silent. It seemed he needed to have a very deep talk with this child. Dungeon City, Orario. Under the guild. I want 10 drops of your blood and some hair, God Arenas, and in exchange I will bring you information regarding Inio's true identity, the destruction of Evolus, and the safety of the Xenos being tortured in Knossos. Fels and Arenas stared at him in silence. As they had just been offered the solution to most of their current problems. But he even knew about Xenos. Fels especially stared at Muzan after hearing he could free the Xenos, whom he deeply cared about. Arenas slowly opened his mouth and said in a deep voice. There is one thing I have yet to ask, whose blessing do you bear? I don't belong to any familia, God Arenas, as I have never received a god's blessing. Boom. Another bomb had been dropped. And this one was even stronger than the previous one. A person who could resist the assault of Loki and Freya Familia combined didn't have a blessing. Fels didn't want to believe it. But Arenas' silent expression left him no choice but to believe it. Impossible. Fels whispered. Muzan took a step forward, seeing their stunned expressions. What do you think, God Arenas? I believe my offer will help both of us. God Arenas thought, then nodded his head. Very well. I shall accept this proposal. Power of Sky, acquired. Then I will tell you information regarding Inio and Knossos first and receive half of the payment. I'll take the other half after exterminating Evolus. Seeing God Arenas' scrunched brows, Muzan explained. Previously, Goddess Ishtar almost went back on her promise, so I simply wish to avoid any unnecessary problems. Ishtar, she is indeed fickle in nature. A reasonable precaution. I accept your condition. Note, rank 1 in power ranking achieved. Chapter 19, Truth Revealed, Muzan you are naive. Muzan nodded, then opened his mouth and said. Inio's true identity is God Dionysus. Dionysus. God Arenas raised an eyebrow. Dionysus has colluded with the corrupted spirit. They plan to blow Orario up using the special weapon, Nidhogg. What? Fels exclaimed in a loud voice. Colluded with the corrupted spirit? Blowing up Orario using Nidhogg? The immortal mage Fels clenched his bony hand in anger. Dionysus plans to plunge the entire lower world into chaos. Crazy. He's gone crazy. No, we must stop him. Fels quickly thought of something and asked Muzan in a hurry. Muzan, you must have Gnosis' key. I do, but Nidhogg is not a threat right now, so you don't need to worry. Fels calmed down as Muzan continued. For Nidhogg to work, it needs 6 magic circles to be placed around the city. I believe God Dionysus must have set those magic circles up by now. Fels, God Arenas said. Yes. I'll find the magic circles. Arenas nodded, then turned to Muzan, only to see him holding his hand out. Your blood, God Arenas. Fels silently gave Arenas an empty glass bottle, which Arenas filled with 5 drops of his blood. Fels then handed the bottle, along with Arenas' hair, to Muzan. Having acquired his target, Muzan continued. God Dionysus is holding goddess Demeter's children hostage inside Gnosis. I plan to save them, then purge the entirety of Gnosis in one go. Hearing his words, God Arenas said in a calm tone. Alone. You believe you can conquer Gnosis by yourself, child? Muzan said without hesitation. Yes, even in a head-on fight, I will win. He and the Upper Moons definitely possess the power to take down Gnosis. Neither the demi-spirits nor Revis would be their match. There is one matter, in which you are gravely mistaken. God Arenas' deep eyes stared at him. The greatest obstacle within Gnosis is neither its monsters, nor its adventurers. It is the gods, Ishtar and Thanatos. Ishtar and Thanatos. Muzan looked at Arenas in confusion. What can they do? Suddenly. Muzan's eyes constricted. Tremble. From organs to bones, from cells to membranes, his entire body started trembling. Filling with just a single emotion. Fear. A fear he had never experienced before. A fear no mortal could ever hope to resist. And it all came from one being. God Arenas. He just sat there, on his golden throne, exuding an illusory light. Divine might. Arenas had lifted his seal. No. This was just a tiny crack. A mere insignificant fraction of his true power. And yet. Boom. It was terrifying enough to shake the room. Fels, beside Muzan, fell to the ground, unable to look at the divinity. At the same time, an authoritative voice rang throughout the place. When gods descended to the lower world, we sealed away our arcanum and chose to live as mortals. Yet that seal is not an unbreakable law, merely a promise we made. Boom. An enormous pressure came crashing down onto Muzan's shoulders, forcing him to one knee. Ishtar and Thanatos, in their current state, will not bother with the oath. Should they judge it necessary, they will cast aside that promise without hesitation. Blood vessels appeared in Muzan's eyes as he tried to resist. The only reason Ishtar refrained from invoking her divinity when she was being chased was because Freya and Loki stood against her. Had they not been there, her whims would have prevailed and no child would have been able to stop her. God Arenas' eyes focused on the kneeling Muzan. Seeing him resisting, he smiled in appreciation. Just like you are unable to resist me now. Boom. Divine pressure increased. Muzan's eyes became dazed as he fell under Arenas' central. Now tell me, child, is everything you said until now the truth? Yes. And how did you come to know these things? I saw them. Saw them. Arenas lightly furrowed his brows and sealed his divine might. Some kind of prophetic ability. He looked at the heavily breathing Muzan and spoke in the voice of an adult lecturing a youngster. Child, you have yet to understand the depths that dwell within a deity. Thus far, you have encountered only those who still possess restraint. Muzan shakily got his body under control and listened. If you truly wish to conquer Gnosis, then you cannot do so without Freya and Loki. Only with both of them at your side can you stand against Ishtar and Thanatos. Muzan calmed down, looked at God Arenas, and said. Thank you for your teaching, God Arenas. All this time Muzan has been under a major misconception. He relied heavily on his knowledge of the series and managed to miss an extremely crucial point. That whenever familias fought against each other, the gods on both sides were always present. Not only to encourage their children but also as an assurance to keep each other in check. And to think that Muzan has been thinking of capturing goddess Ishtar up and selling her off for his benefits. Meanwhile Fels stood up and gave Arenas a silent look. What did he do? Why was he also targeted? Loki and Freya. I believe it will be difficult to get the two of them to cooperate with you, God Arenas said. Yeah, no shit. Freya would never agree after what he did to Hayden. As for the other familias, you have been declared the highest criminal of Evolus. You have already become the symbol of fear among Arario's children. Getting your name cleared will be difficult. If the guild suddenly took back his wanted order and said it was all a misunderstanding, then not only would the guild lose credibility, but most people might not even believe it. I don't care about my reputation among the masses. At worst, I can simply change my face and live under another identity. Muzan continued in a calm tone. I can convince Goddess Loki, but I do not have a method to convince Goddess Freya. Why don't we ask God Hermes for help? Muzan proposed. I shall speak with Hermes. Though whether he chooses to heed my words is another matter. Aurena said. Muzan nodded and continued. Apart from this, there are other things we need to watch out for. Like the master key of Gnosis in god Dionysus's hands. Knossos' key? Fels asked. Yes. It is one of 4 keys linked to Gnosis, but god Dionysus has modified the one he has so that in case his key is destroyed, it will activate a special mechanism, flooding the entire Gnosis dungeon with spirit flesh, which will absorb anything and everything in its path to power the weapon Nidhogg. Fels couldn't help but shudder. God Dionysus, what a truly ruthless plan he had created. This was also the reason Muzan didn't directly attack everyone in Gnosis after receiving god Thanatos' and goddess Ishtar's blood. Because that spirit flesh was nothing to laugh at. Plus, the cursed weapons carried by Revis and Thanatos familia, getting hit by those completely rendered even Finn immobile. Those cursed weapons are a big issue. But now that he had been made aware by god Aurenas, it was really fortunate that he hadn't taken action. Do you have a plan to prevent it? Fels asked. The plan is to capture Dionysus before he can destroy the key. Dionysus's key isn't the only one. I got a key from Ishtar. Similarly, Dix and Barca, the descendants of Daedalus, also have one. With my key, I can isolate the part of Gnosis in which the demi-spirits are residing, blocking the thread of spirit flesh and, at the same time, trapping the monsters inside. But similarly, Dionysus, Dix, and Barca can open those doors with their keys, foiling the plan. Although Dix and Barca aren't knowledgeable about Gnosis's lower floors, as those places are strictly under Inio/Dionysus's rule. But there's a problem. Both Revis, Felvis, and her clone Ein are minions of the corrupted spirit. They are connected to her. Muzan said, revealing more information. Clone, Fels repeated. Filvis Chalia, an adventurer, was turned into a creature by the corrupted spirit, and in her despair, she gained the magic to perfectly split her mind, consciousness, and power, creating 2 entities, Felvis and Ein. Such a thing is possible. Fels muttered. They were also the medium Dionysus used to talk with the corrupted spirit. Which also means. We need to take care of Dionysus, get his key, then subdue all 3 creatures, Revis, Felvis, and Ein, before they can contact the corrupted spirit, and then isolate the part of Gnosis in which the demi-spirits are residing, blocking the thread of spirit flesh and, at the same time, trapping the monsters inside. Why isolate the plant monsters inside Gnosis? Because among them is Violas, a unique plant-type monster that can constantly produce high-tier magic stones. Those were the stones Revis was constantly eating right now to boost her strength on the 10th floor of Gnosis. By getting them under control, one could have their very own magic stone farm. To avoid unnecessary risks, they must deal with all 4 at the same time. If he just dealt with Revis, then the corrupted spirit would know and inform Felvis, who would, in turn, alert Dionysus, leading to a chain of failure. So the goal is 1. Prevent Dionysus from breaking his Gnosis key. 2. Subdue Felvis, Ein, and Revis before they can contact the corrupted spirit. 3. Take care of Ishtar and Thanatos. 4. Isolate the 10th floor of Gnosis, effectively creating an artificial magic stone farm. In order to do this, manpower is required. Especially the presence of gods. Goddess Loki is currently working with Dionysus. She can have him quietly come to her residence, separate Dionysus from Filvis, and capture them both in one fell swoop, Muzan said. What about Ein? I don't know. Only Dionysus knows Ein's location. Muzan shook his head. This was also the biggest unknown. Ein could be with Dionysus, moving through Gnosis, or someplace else. Though the highest possibility is that Ein should be on the 10th floor of Gnosis, consuming magic stones with Revis to increase her strength. But it's just a possibility, not a certainty. Fels suddenly intervened. Loki, will she agree to help the Xenos? This was difficult to answer. She might not. Fels suddenly fell silent. He could help the Xenos escape himself, that was not the problem. The real issue was keeping the Xenos hidden inside the dungeon. They had been staying there in a special zone, but the safety, wait. If Muzan clears Gnosis. Fels suddenly turned to Muzan and asked. Muzan, what do you plan to do with Gnosis after eliminating Evolus? Muzan returned his gaze and replied in a calm tone. Of course, it will belong to me. Damn. He plans to take over the entire artificial dungeon. You seek dominion over Gnosis? God Aurenas asked in a serious tone. Yes. God Aurenas frowned. Gnosis exists outside the natural order. For ages I have maintained the balance between the dungeon and the surface. If that balance is disturbed, countless lives may be endangered. Not to mention, Loki would definitely not agree to it. Aurenas, can't the Xenos also live there? Fels suddenly asked. Gnosis Dungeon, a special place that connected the real dungeon and the city above. It was big, filled with rooms, hidden passages, and terrifyingly strong orichalcum doors. Wasn't this the perfect place for the Xenos to live? God Aurenas also knew it, but the problem was the balance. For a brief moment, the old god fell in silence, thinking in his mind. Knossos has already infiltrated the dungeon. Using it means having a safer passage for children to explore the deeper floors. And having Muzan, with his strength looking over the place, will provide the best safety. Finally, Aurenas made his decision. Very well. I shall not oppose your governance of Gnosis, on two conditions. First, you shall halt Gnosis's expansion into the dungeon. Second, you shall offer sanctuary to the Xenos. Should you accept these terms, the guild shall quietly lend you its support. Financial help, political power, immunity to certain things, plus the guild's vast information network. Muzan thought for a moment before saying. I agree, but will the Xenos be all right? Many of them have been tortured in the artificial dungeon. I will talk to them. Fels replied. Moving to Gnosis was the best choice for them. Plus, with Muzan taking over the place, its security would be guaranteed. Let me destroy Nidhogg's magic circles first. This way, Orario will not be under threat even if something goes wrong. Fels suggested. Muzan added after him. You need to make sure that destroying the magic circles will not alert Dionysus. If it does, then we will need to capture Dionysus and deal with the creatures first. Fels nodded and took out a crystal, handing it to Muzan. This is an Oculus crystal, we can talk and see each other through this. It was like a magic phone. Wait for me to find the magic circles, then we can begin. I need anti-curse potions and equipment to deal with Gnosis, Muzan said. Not an issue. I will get them for you. Muzan nodded, then turned to Aurenas. God Aurenas, can you call goddess Loki here? I can ask her, but won't Dionysus become suspicious? It is the only way. I had originally planned to sneak into Loki's house, but after learning from you, I believe she would definitely smite me using her divine might. God Aurenas heard Muzan's words and smiled a little. Very well. I shall summon Loki. Muzan nodded. Then in the meantime, I will go and meet goddess Demeter. Time to get the strength of the earth. Note, sigh. I had to look up so much stuff and reread the entire Sword Oratoria to write this chapter, with multiple edits. Chapter 20, Goddess Demeter. God Aurenas, I need the identity of a guild employee to bypass Ganesha Familia's guards and meet Goddess Demeter without alerting Inio. Goddess Demeter was currently under heavy surveillance from Inio. Though the surveillance must have been affected due to the city being on high alert and Ganesha Familia's guards patrolling everywhere. With the identity of a legitimate guild employee, he could bypass all Thes problems and reach Demeter. You can act as Royman Mardiel, the elf who brought you here. Everyone knows him, so you won't be stopped. He is also responsible for Orario's supply chain, making it normal for him to meet Demeter and discuss the monthly grain supply. And Dinosis' surveillance should also be affected by Ganesha Familia's increased patrols. This was the reason Muzan went straight to the guild after leaving Gnosis. Partnering with God Aurenas allowed him to bypass these minor but crucial inconveniences. Under Aurenas and Fel's gaze, Muzan's body started changing, quickly reshaping itself to match Royman, the old elf, even copying his clothes down to the smallest detail. The ability to polymorph is truly useful. Fels commented. I will inform Royman to stay out of sight. With that, Fels disappeared. Muzan examined his figure a few times before bowing to God Aurenas and taking his leave. Left alone, God Aurenas calmly sat upon his golden throne, silently maintaining the balance between the surface and the dungeon. Dungeon City, Orario. With his new identity, Muzan easily passed through Ganesha Familia's guards, carrying a thick stack of papers in his hands. Now unhindered, Muzan quickly made his way toward Wheat Manor in northern Orario. The guards at the gate noticed him and immediately greeted him. Mr. Royman, have you come to meet the goddess? It seemed everyone knew him. Yes. Muzan nodded. But just as he thought he would be allowed inside without issue. I apologize, Mr. Royman, but the goddess has refused to meet any visitors since the incident with Evelus. The guard explained the last part in a hushed voice, as if afraid of being overheard. Muzan frowned inwardly before replying in a dignified voice, perfectly imitating the real Royman. I need to discuss the grain supply during this critical period, to ensure it remains unaffected and does not cause even greater panic. Before the guard could answer, Muzan continued. This meeting is extremely important. Look at all these papers in my hands. They detail every issue Orario is currently facing regarding its grain supply. The guard subconsciously gulped as he stared at the enormous stack. It seems the situation is really that serious. Mr. Royman, please wait here. I'll go inform the goddess. The guard turned around and hurried inside while the other remained behind, making small talk with Royman. Mr. Royman, is it true that Muzan from Evolus defeated Otter? Yes. Then, doesn't that make him the strongest in Orario? That Muzan. Yup. I also heard he can't die even if someone pierces his heart. Is that true? You heard correctly. The longer they spoke, the paler the guard became. After all, the guild was the most reliable source of information in Orario, especially Royman himself, the guild's leader. While the poor guard was slowly losing his composure, Muzan was wondering why goddess Demeter had refused all visitors. It must be Dinosis. Isolating Demeter would make her appear suspicious to Loki and Hermes before eventually framing her as Io's true identity as he planned. The other guard returned just as Muzan finished his thoughts. The goddess will see you, Mr. Royman. Royman followed the guard, walking through the quiet wheat manor before arriving at a beautiful flower-filled terrace. Countless blossoms bloomed around the area, filling the air with a soothing fragrance. Standing in the middle of the vibrant vegetation was goddess Demeter, dressed in a pink gown trimmed with white. Her long orange hair flowed down her back, while her gentle brown eyes carried unmistakable traces of exhaustion. The goddess of harvest. She single-handedly controlled Orario's grain supply. Without her, at least a third of the city would starve. Royman, thank you for coming. Please, have a seat. Goddess Demeter called out with a gentle smile. She radiated warmth and motherly affection. Especially with her unmatched bosom. Goddess Demeter. Muzan greeted her with a respectful bow. The two sat across from one another, separated by a small wooden table. The guard quietly remained at Demeter's side as Muzan handed over the thick stack of documents. She accepted them curiously. The papers contained familiar information. Next month's projected demand. Increasing transportation costs. Distribution schedules. Storage capacity. Demeter paused. Her eyes stopped on a particular sentence. Read this in silence. Remaining composed, she continued reading. Then she reached the very next line. Her pupils contracted. We know you are being threatened by Dinosis. The guild knows. The information reached Aurena's. Demeter glanced at Muzan before lowering her eyes back to the papers. She continued reading. We will save your children trapped inside Gnosis. Her breathing became noticeably heavier. But in exchange, we require 10 drops of your blood and a lock of your hair. Blood. Hair. No. The guild would never request something like that. Confusion filled Demeter's eyes. Is this another one of Dinosis' twisted schemes? Another attempt to push her further into despair? She had already broken. She had already resigned herself to obeying every command he gave. Demeter slowly released a shaky breath. No. It shouldn't be Dinosis. If he wanted her blood, he could simply order her to hand it over. She would obey without hesitation. Then. Who was this? Who could possibly want a god's blood? Why would anyone collect such a thing? Demeter couldn't find the answer. The information available to her was too limited. She wasn't as clever as Loki. Nor as ruthless as Dinosis. But she possessed one thing every god shared. She could tell when someone was lying. Raising her head, Goddess Demeter looked directly into Muzan's eyes. Are you certain you can accomplish this dash? Yes. The answer came without even a moment's hesitation. More importantly, he was telling the truth. Drip. A single tear rolled down Demeter's cheek, landing upon the papers. Gathering herself, she gently wiped it away before attempting to smile. But all she could manage was a trembling expression on the verge of breaking down completely. Suddenly, Muzan reached across the table, gently holding Demeter's hands. You can leave everything to us, goddess, there is no need to worry. Then. I'll place my trust in you. Demeter quietly lowered her head, struggling to keep her emotions under control, and said in a hushed tone. Please save my children. Muzan tightened the grip around her hands. Meanwhile, the guard standing behind her was horrified. Is the grain supply really facing such a massive crisis? After leaving Wheat Manor, Muzan was walking back toward the guild when he received a telepathic message from Kokushibo. Master Muzan. God Thanatos keeps asking about you. Muzan frowned before looking through Kokushibo's memories. Within those memories, Kokushibo was faithfully guarding Haruheim, Aisha, and Bet, just as Muzan had instructed. Then, about 10 minutes earlier, God Thanatos had suddenly approached him and begun repeatedly asking about Muzan. Aren't you Muzan's subordinate? Do you know where he went? I've been looking all over Knossos, but I couldn't find him. Master is currently busy. Master. You said busy, not I don't know, which means you must know where he went, right? Can you tell me? Come on, I just want to talk to him. Kokushibo remained silent. Muzan had specifically ordered him never to lie in front of a god. Yet even after receiving no answer, Thanatos continued pestering him without pause. Unable to deal with the relentless questioning, Kokushibo contacted Muzan instead. Muzan stopped at the side of the road and fell into thought. God Thanatos. The god of death. A mad god obsessed with death itself. Yet, after Inio betrayed him in the end, he had still shown genuine compassion toward his fallen children, ultimately taking his own life so that Loki familia could escape. There was something Muzan had wanted to ask Thanatos for quite some time. Inside Knossos. Kokushibo's eyes turned blank for a brief moment before the aura surrounding him completely changed. God Thanatos was still happily rambling when a familiar voice interrupted him. God Thanatos. Muzan. Wait. Where is he? Thanatos quickly looked around. Finding nobody, he slowly turned back toward Kokushibo. What did you want to discuss? Kokushibo spoke with Muzan's voice. Thanatos' eyes widened. Oh ho. Is this one of your abilities? Body control. Or perhaps something entirely different? His eyes sparkled with curiosity as he carefully examined Kokushibo from head to toe. Marvelous, truly marvelous. Every time I see you, you become more and more interesting. Thanatos' voice slowly trailed off before he suddenly stared directly into Kokushibo's eyes. Join my familia. I believe you'll find death far more beautiful than Ishtar and her love. Muzan paid no attention to the fact that Thanatos already knew he possessed no Falna. Instead, he asked a completely different question. God Thanatos. As the god of death, do you possess knowledge regarding the soul? Soul. Where had that come from? Weren't they supposed to be discussing him joining the familia? Thanatos scratched his cheek in confusion before a sinister grin slowly spread across his face. Oh. You've thinking about death. Is there someone waiting for you beyond the mortal world? How wonderful. Most of Thanatos' followers were exactly like that. They willingly sacrificed themselves because they believed, and Thanatos personally assured them that after death they would reunite with the people they cherished. Join my familia and I promise to one day personally guide your soul. That's not it. Muzan interrupted him. I am currently analyzing something called an aperture. However, I am unable to fully understand it because it contains mysteries related to the soul. So I was wondering, as the god of death, can you help me? Aperture. Mysteries of the soul. Thanatos narrowed his eyes. His playful expression gradually disappeared, replaced by genuine interest. Go on, tell me about it. Through Kokushibo, Muzan explained everything he currently understood regarding the aperture. Throughout the explanation, Thanatos frequently interrupted with questions. Questions that Muzan simply could not answer. After all, he had only begun researching the aperture not long ago. Interesting, what you've described has certainly captured my interest. Unfortunately, you understand almost nothing about this aperture. But as the god of death, I understand far more regarding souls than you could possibly imagine. Bring this aperture before me, so long as it concerns the soul. Then there is no other god in the lower world who will know more than me. Thanatos finished with an eerie laugh, already constructing a rough image of the aperture in his mind. Merely from Muzan's fragmented explanation, he had already pieced together a surprisingly accurate framework. Without another word, Muzan severed his connection with Kokushibo. Dungeon City, Rio. Disguised as Royman, Muzan calmly walked through the street while thinking in his mind. If God Thanatos can help me unravel the soul-related mysteries of the aperture, then I might be able to make my own. Muzan's eyes faintly glowed. He immediately contacted Guyumenshur. Come to Arario's outer wall. Yes, master. Without the key to Knossos, Guyumenshur had no means of entering the underground labyrinth. Therefore, Muzan quietly made his way toward Arario's city wall. Using Royman's identity, he easily brought Guyumenshur through the gates without drawing any suspicion. Afterward, Muzan altered his appearance, concealing every demonic characteristic before the two headed toward Deadless Street together. Then they entered Knossos without incident. After opening the path leading to the 9th floor for Guyumenshur, Muzan silently turned around and departed. Now that he possessed a better understanding of the god's abilities, he intended to continue communicating with Thanatos through his demons while gradually building trust. Thanatos is a god who loves death. He will be thrilled by the bloody past of a demon when giving them blessing. Chapter 21, Subduing Deadless's Children, God Thanatos Cries. Before leaving, Muzan called up one of the lower demons who had survived. This demon, named Anabi, had graying black skin, long elongated ears, and a strong-looking body. Master Muzan. The demon meekly called out to him in a small voice, clearly scared of his presence. Muzan raised his hand and calmly pierced through the demon's head. Then he started modifying the demon's memories, removing everything that could reveal the demon slayer world's existence, only keeping the killing scenes in his mind. This demon was almost 70 years old. And in that time, he had killed and devoured almost 1,200 humans. Except for those memories, Muzan removed everything else, even the ones from his time as a human, making it seem as if he was born as a demon, then started following Muzan due to his own will. He also changed his appearance, making him look human. With everything set, Muzan sent the lower demon back. Muzan walked through the lower floors of Gnosis before arriving at the 4th floor. Unsurprisingly, familiar cries started filling his ears. Arg. K-cuff. Tisk, hit them harder. Make these monsters feel despair. They were members of Ichlos familia, torturing Xenos to make them evolve, then selling the higher quality materials from their corpses for a huge profit. There were harpies, arachne, lizard men. Multiple kinds of intelligent monsters could be seen here. Muzan's gaze swept over them before stopping at a familiar tall man wearing a pair of goggles. Dix Perdix. He was conversing with the vice-captain of Ichlos familia. Gran, when he paused, turned towards Muzan, smiled, gave him a friendly wave, and said, "Hey Muzan, can we talk for a sec?" Muzan was going to ignore him when Hayden suddenly contacted him. "Master, there was an intruder." Muzan stopped walking. An intruder from the goo world. He instantly looked through Hayden's memories. It's not a goo master but a wolf. Muzan frowned. Even if it was just an ordinary wolf, the fact that something managed to intrude through the gate so quickly made him feel restless. At the same time, Dix had walked over and started talking. "Muzan, how about a commission? There's a bitch who's attacking our members." Dix slowly stopped talking as a pair of blood-red eyes focused on him. Did he say something wrong? Muzan quietly stared at Dix, at his left eye hidden behind the goggles, which was a magic item, one of the 4 keys of Gnosis. Just as Dix was feeling unsettled, Muzan's voice rang out. "All right, I'll help you." Question mark. I said, "I'll help you." Seeing Muzan agree, Dix was overjoyed. "I'll fill you in on the details," she was seen near Dash. "You can lead the way." "What? It's faster this way." "You lead the way and leave the rest to me." Muzan's calm voice resounded in Dix's ears, making him pause before saying, "I'll let the member who saw it lead you there." "You mean those weaklings?" Muzan said, pointing at the level 1 and level 2 members of Ichlos familia. "They won't even be able to keep up with me." "Are you insulting me?" A terrifying presence started exuding from Muzan, making Dix gulp involuntarily. No, it wasn't anything like that," Dix hurriedly denied and changed his words, thinking to himself. Letting the unknown strongest of Orario be led by a level 1 was a bit, no, actually, it was insulting. He could also take this opportunity to build a deeper relationship with Muzan, which would be extremely beneficial for the future. As for whether Muzan was trying to target him, if that truly were the case, then why go through this roundabout way? If he wanted to kill him, then he could have just done so. It's not like anyone here could stop him. Only Revis could somehow hope to contend with him. Unfortunately, Dix didn't know that Gnosis was under Dionysus's surveillance. In fact, no one except Revis and the creatures knew this. Even Ishtar and Thanatos were completely in the dark, as everyone was just a pawn for Inio. Dix turned to Gran, his vice-captain, and said, "Look after the goods. I'm heading out with Muzan." "Yes." Gran nodded, then curiously looked at Muzan. So he was the one who pushed away Otter, the strongest in Evolis. Gran stared at Muzan's back with admiration before going back to torturing the Xenos. Muzan and Dix quickly passed through the floors and left Gnosis. As they left the area of Deadless Street, Dix started making small talk with Muzan to build their relationship. But Muzan ignored everything Dix was saying, silently focusing on observing his body through the transparent world. And just as they left the surveillance zone of Evolis, Muzan struck with inhuman precision. Gush. Piercing through Dix's muscles, grabbing his heart, and pulling it out. Everything happened in one smooth motion, without any delay. Dix's face had just started contorting in pain when a blade passed through the gaps in his skeleton, striking his spine, severing his connection with his brain, preventing him from using his curse ability. Dix Perdix, a level 5 adventurer, subdued. Muzan started injecting his demonic blood into Dix without a change in his expression. With Dix under my control, I only need to get his older brother, Barca Perdix. Then 3 of the 4 Gnosis keys will be in my grasp. Having 3 keys would make it easier to isolate the 10th floor of Gnosis from the rest. Muzan silently stood by Dix's unmoving body and waited. At the same time, God Thanatos had started inspecting Guyumenshur. So Muzan took over Guyumenshur's body. Guyumenshur's eyes turned red as he said in a deep tone. God Thanatos. Hee. Muzan. Right on time. God Thanatos greeted him with a strange smile, then gestured with his hand. Hee, with my arcana sealed, my divine senses cannot reach where they once did. You'll have to become my eyes for a little while. What should I do? You can completely control this body, yes. Muzan nodded. Hee, good. Then simply do exactly as I ask. And tell me everything you perceive. Under God Thanatos' eager eyes, Muzan completely cut open Guyumenshur's chest and abdomen, revealing the twitching organs, flesh, and bones in full view. Surface, Rio. Unknowingly, time passed and night arrived. Muzan disconnected from Guyumenshur and looked to his right. The next moment, Dix's body started trembling. A black curse-like pattern appeared all over his body before he opened his mouth to let out a demonic scream, only to be blocked by Muzan. He easily held Dix down and pushed his hand inside Dix's head, altering his memories and his appearance, turning him back to normal. After some time, he removed his hand and stepped back. Dix, as the new Upper Demon 3, opened his eyes and stood up before bowing to Muzan. Master. Go back and call your brother out. Yes. Dix turned into a flash and rushed back to Nasus' dungeon. Muzan watched him leave and took back control of Guyumenshur's body. Inside Nasus. God Thanatos sat in a room filled with blood with a contemplative look on his face. The gory scene didn't seem to affect him in the slightest, his mind solely focused on the mystery of the aperture. And it didn't take long. As a primordial god of death who had lived for millions of years, his vast knowledge accumulated over countless years worked as an incredible foundation. He couldn't understand why it appeared. He couldn't understand where it came from, most likely a natural ability. But the part of connecting this aperture with the soul wasn't difficult. And that's all that was required. It's an interesting toy, although I do not understand its purpose. It doesn't increase strength or magic, exists in an ethereal state, and is drying up as we speak, unable to maintain itself as if lacking something. God Thanatos shrugged his shoulders and said to Muzan. Why bother with it? Whatever it needs is no longer available. Not to mention, this aperture acts as a weakness, just like the magic stone inside the monsters of the dungeon. Once it breaks down, you will be heavily injured, if not die outright. Just tell me how to connect it with the soul, Muzan said, interrupting Thanatos' pointless chatter. Hee, so eager you are, but why should I? God Thanatos' eyes glowed with a strange light. Hee, you don't think I'll help you for free, do you? That will go against the principles of the lower world. What do you want? Muzan asked. God Thanatos happily raised his finger. It's simple, just join my familia. I promise you, the sweetness of death is much more enriching than some baseless love. Muzan looked at Thanatos in silence. He had expected God Thanatos to make a demand like this. He had already seen several times how attractive his faunaless body was to the gods. The fact that a god could see memories when giving a blessing had always been the issue he had been worried about. Especially the memories of his original world, where all of Danmaki was nothing but an entertainment series. But still, Muzan couldn't help but ask himself. Does it even matter? The gate to the goo world was always ready to explode. And without an aperture, everything he was doing would become redundant. So he decided to test it out, with a safer approach. By using the lower demon whose memories he had edited. Even if the memory edit didn't work, this guy doesn't know much, so it won't have too big of an effect except exposing the gate to the goo world. Then again, the lower demon didn't understand the concept of another world, so even if the goo world's gate gets exposed it will only leave the god confused. Come here. From the door, a familiar lower demon walked in. It was Anabi. God Thanatos stared in curiosity as Anabi walked up to them. Is this one of your subordinates? Hee, I haven't seen him before. Muzan pointed at Anabi and said. I have heard you love death, God Thanatos, so how about a deal? In exchange for him becoming a part of your familia, I want the method of connecting the aperture to the soul. Him. God Thanatos looked at Anabi again. He seemed ordinary. Hee, is this any way to negotiate? I asked for you, and instead you gave me this random man. I would have been more interested if you had at least given me the six-eyed one. Don't underestimate him, God Thanatos, Muzan said. I believe he must have taken more lives than any of your followers. That does pique my interest. God Thanatos muttered, then gestured for Anabi to come forth. Anabi followed, took off his shirt, and lay down on the bed. Then, under Muzan's eyes, Thanatos cut his thumb, letting a drop of his blood fall onto Anabi's back. As the godly blood touched the demon's back, a magical white light gently burst out. God Thanatos wasn't surprised. It was a routine thing for him. And just as characters started appearing on Anabi's back, crunch. A weird sound reached God Thanatos' ears. Crunch crunch asterisk crunch asterisk. In confusion, God Thanatos turned his head, only to freeze up. Because he couldn't believe what he saw. Crunch crunch asterisk crunch asterisk crunch asterisk. A small mountain of human corpses. Young, old, adults, men, women, it contained them all, without discrimination. Stacked on top of each other like worthless trash, with all of their faces etched with despair. God Thanatos unconsciously gulped and raised his gaze. Following the unsettling sound. Only to see Anabi gnawing down on the corpses as if at a feast. Seeing the captivating scene. A tear slid down God Thanatos' cheek. Beautiful. Muzan couldn't believe what he was seeing. Magnificent. No. Perfect. Perfect. Why, you are perfection. God Thanatos held the confused Anabi in his arms, stroking his face and constantly muttering in a deranged tone. Wonderful. Oh, so wonderful, that despair. Ah. Why? Why did I only meet you now? What a cruel thing eternity can be. Genuine tears of regret started flowing out of God Thanatos' eyes. Yes. I must see it again. Such beautiful death. Why did it seem like he was about to orgasm? Chapter 22, Truth about Blessing, Aperture's Soul Connection Solved. Seeing God Thanatos crying so profusely, Muzan was genuinely interested in what he saw. But I have already seen his memories. There wasn't anything this moving in there. Sob. How cruel that a soul capable of such magnificent deaths remained hidden from me for so long. Unable to watch the drama any longer, Muzan interrupted. God Thanatos, just what did you see? Muzan. I witnessed hundreds of deaths. Each one overflowing with agony, despair, and terror. God Thanatos started rambling in an excited tone, as if Muzan would be able to understand his feelings. Muzan heard Thanatos' words, then pressed on, to get more information. What else did you see? Oh, it was truly eye-opening. Compared to him, all my children are subpano. Even comparing them is an insult. Drops of saliva started dripping out from God Thanatos' mouth onto the demon Anabi. Muzan could see the lower demon sending him constant "help me" looks with his eyes, which he totally ignored. So the memory trick worked. Or maybe gods can only see some parts of the truth and not everything. The whole thing was explained vaguely in the series. Sometimes gods like Loki would directly point out what kind of monsters their children defeated, while other times goddesses like Hestia would not even know Bel was Zeus's grandson. But this proves that giving blessings to demons was feasible. As for himself, let's test the thing with a few more demons first. Muzan raised his hand towards Thanatos. God Thanatos, let me see his status. But Muzan, don't you know? Seeing the status of another adventurer is a bad thing, but if you were also part of my familia, then dash. Anabi snatched the sheet of yellow paper from God Thanatos' hands and gave it to Muzan. Making God Thanatos stare at Anabi with a look of betrayal. Muzan ignored them and stared at the sheet of paper before him. Status. Level. Name, Anabi. Age, 67. Race, demi-human. Basic stats. Strength, I, 0. Endurance, I, 0. Dexterity, I, 0. Agility, I, 0. Magic, I, 0. Skills. Sun's Bane, S. Demon Blood, A. Immortality, A. Regeneration, B. Blood Demon Art, C. Development Abilities. Fighter, Executioner, Butcher. Sun's Bane, S. Cursed to never set foot under the sun, highly vulnerable to sunlight. Direct exposure leads to death within seconds. Demon Blood, A. The bearer possesses the blood of a lesser demon, permanently transforming their body, granting the privileges, Immortality, B. Regeneration, B. And Blood Demon Art, C. While also giving an extreme weakness to the sun, Sun's Bane, S. Immortality, A. Immortal flesh, completely stops biological aging, giving unlimited stamina. Regeneration, B. Can regrow severed limbs, even the head, if given enough time. Blood Demon Art, C. Converts your demonic blood into a supernatural power. It doesn't consume mana but uses stamina to function. Development Abilities. Fighter equals increases hand-to-hand combat proficiency. Executioner equals ruthless murderer, increased strength when fighting against humans. Butcher equals enhances killing efficiency by exploiting vital points. The number of skills a demon possesses clearly shows their superiority over other adventurers. Not to mention, Anabi was a lower demon who had only lived for less than 70 years. For monsters like Kokoshibo and Akaza, Just the development abilities they will have should be numerous. Muzan shredded Anabi's ability paper in his hands before saying to God Thanatos. It seems Anabi has managed to satisfy you, God Thanatos. God Thanatos suddenly stopped smiling like a creep, let go of Anabi's face, and said with a serious look on his face. Ahem. Hee, it's just SOSO. Muzan gave him a silent stare. God Thanatos coughed awkwardly and waved his hands. Very well, since you've shown me such beautiful deaths, listen carefully. Muzan seriously listened. Soul is lick dash. Wait. Muzan suddenly raised his hand, stopping him. What? Give me a second, I'll come back. Under God Thanatos' confused eyes, Muzan let go of Guyumansher's control. Is he gone? Oh well. God Thanatos creepily turned his head towards Anabi, making the demon shudder. My precious child. How could you betray me? Here come to Papa. Anabi. Surface, Orario. Muzan turned to Dix, who had just brought back his older brother, Barca Perdix, tied up in metal chains. Barca, with his mouth covered, kept staring at Muzan in confusion, unable to understand why this bastard Dix had just ambushed him, tied him up, and brought him before Muzan. But before he could understand any of it, a demonic hand pierced through his skull and started injecting his body with demonic blood. After a few seconds, Muzan retracted his fist and said to Dix. Look after him, I'll change his memories once he transforms. Yes, master. Leaving things to Dix, Muzan quickly took back control of Guyumansher's body. Let's start, God Thanatos. God Thanatos reluctantly let go of Anabi and started explaining the concept of soul connection to him. Let me tell you. As a mortal, it will take you ages to understand the specialty of the soul, and I doubt that is what you seek. There is, however, a simpler path: use flesh, use blood, and form a connection with the soul. Through flesh and blood. Listen carefully now. Muzan silently listened to God Thanatos' words. And unknowingly, the night passed by. Next day. Muzan removed his hands from Barca Perdix's head, having altered his memories. Master. Barca called out in a respectful tone. Now, his obsession with expanding Gnosis, which was etched into his bloodline by his ancestor Daedalus, was replaced by respect for Muzan. Dix and Barca, as the descendants of Daedalus, who built Gnosis, I give you the task of mapping every door in Gnosis that leads to the 10th floor. I want you to be ready to completely isolate it as soon as I give the signal. Understood. Yes, master. Both of them nodded. Now go. Muzan watched the descendants of Daedalus leave before lowering his head and thinking about what God Thanatos had told him. It was a method to use flesh and blood to connect with the soul. Now his biggest issue in forming an aperture had been resolved, with a method that suited him perfectly due to his biokinesis ability. Now I only need to fully analyze the aperture inside Guyumansher before forming my own. But this would take time. Before dwelling into research, he needed the equipment from Hephaestus and to secure the other side of the world gate. Plus, with the lower demon having successfully received a blessing from God Thanatos, he could now have Nakeim receive one too, increase her level, and hope it would allow her to close the world's gate. Muzan silently took out the communication orb he had received from the sage Fels. It blinked a few times before Fels's voice came out. Muzan. Goddess Loki has agreed to meet God Arenas. I see, I'll be there. The orb stopped blinking, and Fels's voice went away as quickly as it had come. Muzan put the orb away and said without turning his head. I know you are there, come out. Thud. With a loud crashing sound, the wooden boards behind Muzan burst apart as a white-haired boy nimbly jumped out, staring at Muzan with intensity. You are Muzan from Evelus. Haruheim, you must know where she is. Even as the boy trembled, he maintained his steady posture, willing to stand against the strongest to save his friend. Muzan finally turned his head and was surprised to see Bel Cranel, the protagonist of the story. It was the little rookie. Through the transparent world, Muzan saw Bel's heart beating at a crazy pace due to fear. It seemed he had truly become the villain. Muzan smiled softly and said in a calm tone. Go back, you are not my match. Bel paused, surprised by Muzan's calm attitude. But the face of the poor fox girl passed through his mind, making him harden his resolve. I will save Haruheim. I see. Muzan nodded as if he understood and made a challenging gesture to Bel. Come then. Ha! With a swift movement, Bel approached Muzan with his Hestia knife, attacking his back. Only to be knocked unconscious by a strike he couldn't even see mid-charge. Thud. Muzan glanced at the fallen boy beside his feet and shook his head. You can take him away. Along with his voice, a fearful Paolum girl peeked her head out. Seeing that Muzan wasn't doing anything, she gritted her teeth and quickly ran up to the fallen Bel, grabbed his leg, and hurriedly dragged him away. Muzan silently looked at Bel as his face slid across the rough ground. Ignoring the little incident, he flashed away at incredible speed and appeared on a completely different street using Royman's disguise. 10th floor, Knossos dungeon. Silently, a cloaked figure appeared at the room's door. It was Inio. Ishtar. A silent but powerful voice came from beneath the cloak, making Ishtar open her eyes and look at the door. Inio. Ishtar narrowed her eyes and raised her upper body, making her large breasts appear in full view. Return the key to Knossos that I gave you, Inio said in a deep tone. Knossos key. Ishtar frowned. The key was with Muzan, not her. And she didn't know where Muzan had gone. Not to mention, Muzan probably wouldn't give her the key. Ishtar remained composed and said in her usual arrogant tone. Why should I? It's my key now. Inio stared at her in silence. If it wasn't for Muzan, then he would have directly subdued Ishtar, who had lost her usefulness by losing the entertainment district. You are no longer able to deliver the necessary supplies to Knossos. I need the key to give it to another supplier. Inio explained. Goddess Ishtar scoffed. Take Dix or Barca's key then. I'm not giving you my key. Inio silently stood near the gate for a few moments before disappearing. Heh, so even you are afraid of Muzan. Inio. Goddess Ishtar grinned. All this time, Inio had been keeping his identity hidden from them, acting like some backstage hidden boss with incredible methods. But now, for the first time, she had seen Inio take a step back. Hee, things were getting interesting. Inio. Orario, under the guild house. God Arenas, sitting on his golden throne, looked at the two guests with a calm gaze. His gaze was especially focused on the taller guest with a head full of red hair. I do not remember inviting you, Hephaestus. Hey, you didn't say I couldn't bring her either, Arenas. Goddess Loki grinned, then turned serious. Hephaestus has been telling me some mighty interesting things about that Muzan. Goddess Loki's voice became smaller and smaller as her eyes focused on the person walking out from the darkness. Muzan. Goddess Hephaestus exclaimed in surprise and confusion. We meet again, Goddess Hephaestus. Muzan gave her a polite bow. You. Hephaestus didn't know what to say. The sudden reveal was completely out of her expectations. As for Loki, she was shaking violently. In anger. Her carefree expression completely vanished, replaced by a dignified one. Opening her mouth, she said in a heavy tone. But not to Muzan. Tell me, Arenas. Instead, her eyes focused solely on the primordial sky god. When did the god who protected Orario start shelter in Evelis? Your anger is understandable. God Arenas calmly met her gaze. But your conclusion is premature. The one you believe to be your enemy may ultimately become the one who protects this city. Goddess Loki stared at Arenas. Then, without any warning, divine might started leaking out of her body. Shook. The entire underground palace started trembling. At the same time, an illusory light of equivalent might started exuding from Arenas. The two deities stared at each other in silence. Tremble. Muzan felt the pressure rising. God Arenas was protecting him, yet even so, he could sense the terror of divine might. Oi, Loki. Enough. Goddess Hephaestus said with folded arms. Goddess Loki silently retracted her divine might, followed by Arenas. You. Better give me a damn good explanation. Because right now, I'm one step away from thinking everything I've believed about you was a lie. Chapter 23, Convincing Loki, take action together. Muzan looked at Goddess Loki and spoke in a calm tone. I am not a member of Evelis, and I believe Goddess Hephaestus must have told you why I took action. Loki stared at him with narrowed eyes. Hephaestus told me. You collectin' God's blood just to forge some equipment. Muzan. First time I've ever heard something like that. What are ya, brat, planning? I need it for something, but you don't need to worry, as I will not use it against Orario or to harm your children, Muzan replied. Won't harm my children. Ha. You dare say that after what you did to Bet? Loki continued in a heavy tone. You worked with Evelis. You rescued Ishtar. You gambled the whole city just to get what you wanted. So tell me, brat, what could possibly be worth betting my kids' lives over? She questioned him in a loud tone without missing a beat. Muzan stared at her and spoke in a calm tone. It seems you are mistaken about something, Goddess Loki. In the battle to save Ishtar, it was you who decided to take action. It was your Riveria who almost took my life with her spell. It was you who declined my peace proposal. Their gazes collided in midair. Goddess Loki, it was you who made the decision. It was you who took action, and yet you blame me for the consequences. You say I harmed your children. Which member of Loki familia died in the battle? Which one? None. Even your wolf is only captured right now, not dead. The one who lost someone is me. I lost my subordinate. I lost Gyako to your Amazonians. Not you. Goddess Hephaestus frowned and looked at Loki. Loki didn't look away, saying in a cold tone. That was war, brat. Your subordinate came to kill my children, don't expect me to shed tears for someone who marched in with Evolus. God Uranus listened in silence. War goes both ways, Goddess Loki. From your explanation I should have killed the little wolf instead of capturing him, Muzan replied. Loki frowned. You say that I brought risk to Orario. Then tell me. Do you even know the true identity of Inio? Do you know he purposely let you discover the demi-spirit's existence in the dungeon? Do you know that he planned to kill all the high-level adventurers and once again plunge the lower world into endless war? Goddess Loki narrowed her eyes, listening in silence. Without me, hundreds more adventurers would have died under Inio's schemes. This was the truth. If Muzan hadn't taken action and everything had followed the original story, then hundreds of adventurers would have been sacrificed in Gnosis's next raid as fuel for Nidhogg. As Muzan finished speaking, a casual voice rang out in response. Hey, it seems you were right, Hephaestus. This brat is not an enemy. It was Goddess Loki, who had now completely dropped her serious expression. Indeed, it had all been an act. She had done it to rile Muzan up and gain information from him. Now she had confirmed that Muzan was indeed not an enemy. Because he was telling the truth. But even more than that. Inio's true identity. Kill all the high-level adventurers. Plunge the lower world into endless war. Just how did he know so much? Muzan possesses a gift akin to prophecy. God Uranus suddenly commented as he watched Loki and Hephaestus's confused expressions. Prophecy. Goddess Hephaestus widened her eyes and stared at the silent Muzan. Such a rare and mysterious power. Goddess Loki also rubbed her chin and carefully sized Muzan up. Prophecy. Not only is this brat nefariously powerful but he also has such an unreasonable power. Goddess Loki opened her mouth and asked. Brat, you know the identity of Inio. Muzan saw the calm look on her face and explained. I know more than that. I know Inio's entire plan, I now control 3 of the 4 keys of Gnosis, and I even know Gnosis's entire layout. Holy prophecy. Goddess Hephaestus and Goddess Loki stared at Muzan in shock. Wasn't this a bit too much? Enough dancing around. Who's Inio? Goddess Loki asked with a strange light in her eyes. Many of her children had died during the Gnosis raid, and she wanted nothing more than to kill the perpetrator, Inio, to quench her anger. Muzan gave her a look and said in a calm tone. You killed my subordinate, and you want me to just hand over information to you. It's not that easy, Goddess Loki. So what's the price? My blood. Loki asked, glancing at Hephaestus. Not just yours. I need 10 drops of both yours and God Hermes' blood. Hold it. Hermes too. And 10 drops. Hephaestus said 1 would have been plenty. Don't tell me you're just greedy. Indeed, Muzan. Only 1 drop is needed, so why are you asking for 10? Goddess Hephaestus added in confusion. Even God Uranus slowly turned his head to stare at Muzan. Only 1 drop was required. This brat took 10 from him. Suddenly becoming the center of attention, Muzan showed them the 3 bottles of God's blood. I received 10 drops from Ishtar and Thanatos each, so I decided to take 10 from everyone else to make it even. That's it. That's your reason. God Uranus. Ignoring the childish reason, Goddess Hephaestus quickly walked up to Muzan and stared at the 3 bottles of God's blood in shock. Why, you already collected 3 of them. With Loki and Hermes, it will be 5. I have reached a deal with Goddess Demeter. She will provide me her blood after I save her children. Goddess Hephaestus was dumbfounded. He really collected all 6 gods' blood. In such a short time. Goddess Hephaestus forcefully calmed herself down and couldn't help but say in admiration. Your prophetic gift is truly extraordinary. Muzan didn't bother correcting her and silently turned to Goddess Loki. 10 drops of your and Hermes' blood, and in exchange I will help you defeat Inio as well as return your child, bet. Heh. You make it sound like we're making a fair deal, but all I'm hearing is pay up if you want bet back. Pretty nasty way to negotiate, brat. But, before any deal, answer me this. Loki's smile disappeared. How's bet? Muzan calmly replies. He is alive, once the operation begins, I will free him. Loki silently exhaled, in relief. Good. Her idiot wolf is fine. Goddess Loki walked up to Muzan with her short steps, stopping right before him. So if I tell you no, bet stays with you. That's how this goes. In that case the wolf dies. Muzan returned her gaze and stated in a simple tone. The decision has always been yours, Goddess Loki, just like before. TCH, crafty little brat. You backed me into a corner. Fine, I'll bite. As soon as she finished speaking, Muzan raised his hand, confusing her. Advance payment. Loki. A few moments later. Muzan held 2 new bottles containing God's blood and hair in his hands, stored them away, then turned to the 3 gods. Goddess Hephaestus, Goddess Loki, and God Hermes, who had been dragged in here by Loki. God Hermes was still in shock at the sudden turn of events, still trying to comprehend how their enemy had suddenly become their friend. Well, this is certainly an interesting development, isn't it, Muzan? Prophecy, huh? Then how much of the future have you actually seen? And does this prophecy ever change? Muzan pushed away God Hermes' excited face with his hand before turning to the impatient-looking goddess Loki. God Dionysus is in Io. Dionysus. Goddess Hephaestus exclaimed in surprise, then quickly turned to Loki. Wasn't Loki working with Dionysus? Goddess Loki's and God Hermes' faces turned serious, but neither of them said anything. So it's really Dionysus? They were already suspicious of him. Alright then, what's Dio plannin'? Loki asked. He wants to kill all the high-level adventurers in Rio by using a super-powerful spell cast with the help of 6 demi-spirits and a monster he named Nidhogg. Nidhogg. Before the 3 great calamities, the Black Dragon, Behemoth, and Leviathan, there was an ancient beast called Nidhogg that terrorized the world. It was a giant dragon-type monster that was defeated by the 6 great spirits, who killed it using a combined spell at the request of the gods in heaven. It was requested by the gods. Hey, Loki, ring any bells? Hermes asked the dwarf goddess in surprise. Nah, I didn't care about the lower world during that time, as I was too busy scheming to kill other gods. Somehow that answer doesn't surprise me, God Hermes muttered while lowering his hat. Muzan continued, revealing more crucial information. God Dionysus has allied with the demi-spirit hiding on the 59th floor. She provided Dionysus with 2 powerful creatures, Revis and Philvis. Hold on. Philvis? You mean the elf girl who's always hanging around Lafia? Loki asked with a frown. Yes. Philvis had died once in the dungeon and was revived by the demi-spirit. She has a unique ability that allows her to create a clone. Her clone is called Ein. A clone. God Hermes muttered in a low tone. If both Philvis and her clone combine, then they will have the strength of a level 7 adventurer. Level 7. Goddess Hephaestus widened her eyes in shock. Currently, the only level 7 in Rio was Otter. And now they had received news that their enemy also had a level 7 force under their command. Muzan, if they only reach level 7 after combining. Then what if we stop them before they can? God Hermes asked. You can try. I am not sure if it will work, so be prepared. Please continue. A member of God Uranus's familia is currently looking for the locations of the 6 magic circles. After he finds them, we can begin raiding Knossos and capturing God Dionysus. Loki folded her arms and asked. Alright, prophet. Let's hear your brilliant plan. With so much information at his disposal, he must have a plan, no. The plan made by a prophet must be foolproof. The plan is for Goddess Loki to capture God Dionysus, prevent him from breaking his key of Knossos, and kill Philvis and her clone, Ein. At the same time, I will launch a raid into Knossos. With 3 keys in my hands, I will block the 10th floor completely, separating the demi-spirit and the weapon, Nidhogg, from the rest of Knossos. But to contain Goddess Ishtar and God Thanatos, I will need a god to accompany me down there. Then, with the artificial dungeon under my control, I will later clear out the demi-spirit on the 10th floor along with Nidhogg. Note, damn wisdom tooth's a little bitch, mine is coming out at the end of the left lower side, doctor says it's near veins and removal can cause vein damage, but the pain is damn infuriating so I'm thinking of getting it removed, plus the bacteria buildup in that region is not nice because it's hard to clean. Chapter 24, Monster Speciality. As Muzan was speaking, God Hermes suddenly raised his hand, stopping him, and asked in a curious tone. Excuse me, Muzan, but what do you mean you need another god to accompany you down to Knossos? Only gods can go against other gods, so I will need a god's assistance to capture Goddess Ishtar and God Thanatos. No wait, that doesn't make sense. Goddess Loki also interrupted and continued in a questioning tone. Hey, you don't want to drag your own god into danger, so now you're trying to rope one of us in instead, ain't ya, brat? Speaking of that, just whose child are ya, brat? This was a major question. Till now they didn't even know which familia Muzan belonged to. Goddess Hephaestus silently clenched her fists. She hadn't told Loki that Muzan didn't have a fauna. Why? Because she was stunned by the news of Muzan suddenly joining Evolus, but even more so, she believed he wouldn't have turned to the evil side, and if that was the case. Then telling Loki would mean letting the secret of such a precious child out of her grasp. She didn't want that. She wanted him to join her familia. Especially now, with his true strength revealed, along with the prophetic power, she wanted him more than ever. But Loki will not stop without knowing which familia Muzan is from. Which means the secret will be revealed. Wait, with Loki and Muzan's current relationship, it is impossible for him to join Loki familia, which means it wouldn't matter even if she knows. As for Hermes, why would Muzan choose him? Her familia is clearly better, not to mention she is the one who will be forging the equipment he needs. Silent calculations went through goddess Hephaestus' mind before she relaxed. Sitting on the throne, god Uranus looked at the gods, then remained silent. Come on then, spit it out. Which familia do you belong to? Goddess Loki asked while placing her hands on her hips. Muzan gave her a look, then replied in a calm tone. I don't belong to any familia. Ah, so you're one of that damn gods, huh? Goddess Loki was about to curse at Muzan's god when she suddenly seemed to realize something. Staring at Muzan with widened eyes, she couldn't help but exclaim. Oi! Hold it! Hold it! Hold it! What the hell did you just say? I said I don't belong to any familia and I don't have fauna. Then where the hell did you get that strength from? Loki exclaimed in an incredulous tone. Muzan remained silent, not saying anything. But this only filled Loki with even more curiosity. What the hell was this child? How could he be this strong without a blessing? Alas, before she could say anything someone else made his move. God Hermes somehow appeared right next to Muzan and started inspecting him up and down. So I wasn't imagining things after all, you really don't have a fauna. God Hermes muttered in a possessed tone, his eyes glowing with an eerie, inexplicable light. Previously, when Muzan had thrown him back with his hand, he had noticed a lack of divine presence and was confused, wondering if he had sensed wrong. But now it was confirmed. He really doesn't have a blessing. This child, standing right before him, has the strength of a LV7, yet doesn't have a blessing. So, what will happen if he gets a blessing? LV8 or LV9. He will have that strength at just LV2. God Hermes trembled as he barely managed to hold onto his hat. The biggest anomaly, a feat unheard of, a hero, no. A monster among heroes. The biggest wild card. If Bel was the hope of beating the one-eyed black dragon, then Muzan. He couldn't even describe what Muzan was. God Hermes placed his right hand on Muzan's shoulder and showed his bleeding left hand. Aha. Muzan-kun, would you mind terribly if we tried giving you my fauna? I'm dying to know what would happen. God Hermes let out several heavy breaths as he brought his bleeding thumb towards Muzan. Only for someone to grab his hand. Hermes, what are you doing? It was goddess Hephaestus. She had grabbed Hermes's bleeding arm, stopping him. Now, Hephaestus. Don't look at me like that. I'm simply curious, that's all. God Hermes tried to forcefully move his hand, but goddess Hephaestus didn't budge. Stop with your nonsensical excuse, Hermes. If anyone is to give Muzan a blessing, then it should be me, not you. Goddess Hephaestus exclaimed with a slightly red face, feeling embarrassed but not letting go of Hermes's hand. Come now, Hephaestus. Surely curiosity isn't a crime. First come, first served. Now stop struggling, Hermes. Muzan casually slapped away God Hermes's hand from his shoulder before taking several steps away from the two gods. God Uranus remained silent as if he had already expected the outcome. Meanwhile, goddess Loki stood in place, as if she had stepped on a pile of shit. After the small skirmish, Muzan explained his strategy to the gods from start to finish, answering their doubts and at the same time advising them. Unknowingly, time passed by. Until there was nothing left to discuss. All right then, I'll volunteer to go with Muzan-kun to Knossos. God Hermes lifted his hat, showing a righteous look on his face. Goddess Hephaestus narrowed her eye and denied. That should be my role. I'm far more suited for it than you are. God Uranus suddenly opened his mouth and mentioned. To beat Ishtar's charm, either Freya or a virgin goddess will be required. That settles it then, Hestia is my friend, she will definitely agree to accompany me to Knossos. Goddess Hephaestus declared with a victorious smile, making God Hermes clench his fist in frustration. Goddess Loki, who had remained silent on the side like a statue, suddenly said. Fine then. I'll head back and have a word with my kids. Loki, take Hermes with you, Hephaestus said. Quit dawdlin', Hermes. Yuri comin' with me. Wait, Loki. There are still things I want to say. Ignoring God Hermes's unwilling cries, goddess Loki dragged him along. Leaving goddess Hephaestus, Muzan, and Uranus behind. There's something I want to discuss alone, Muzan. Goddess Hephaestus said. Since god Uranus wasn't going to get up from his golden throne, Goddess Hephaestus and Muzan went to another secret chamber under the guild. Sitting down on the sofa, Goddess Hephaestus released a tired sigh and said in a complaining tone, "Do you have any idea how worried I was when I heard you'd sided with Evelus?" "It was simply the fastest way of acquiring God's blood, Goddess," Muzan replied in a calm tone. "Was that what you saw through prophecy?" Hephaestus muttered, then thought about it and admitted inside that it was indeed the fastest way of getting God's blood. Just look at the result, except for Demeter, he had managed to gather all 5. Which also meant, "Looks like I lost our little bet." Goddess Hephaestus deliberately said in a slightly exaggerated tone, while sneakily paying attention to Muzan's reaction. But all she saw was his calm face. Damn, did he really not plan on joining her? Clenching her fist in frustration, Goddess Hephaestus released a sigh, pushed her hair back with her hand, and asked, "So, whose familia are you planning to join? It can't be Loki's, or Freya's. Currently, I don't plan on joining a familia." Muzan shook his head, making Hephaestus pause. "Not joining a familia? Wait, what do you mean by currently?" She unknowingly leaned forth a little, waiting for his reply. "There is something I need to confirm before I decide to take on the blessing of a god. Currently, only a single demon has received a god's blessing. Muzan wanted a few more demons to get their blessings before he became sure of the result and got one for himself. What do you need to confirm? Maybe I can help." I'd rather not talk about it." "I see. Then if you confirm it, whose familia will you join afterwards?" she asked in a casual tone. "If it turns out well, then I think I'll join your familia, Goddess Hephaestus." Goddess Hephaestus was taken aback. Her single eye visibly widened. For several seconds she simply stared at him. Then, unable to suppress it any longer, a genuine smile spread across her face as she asked, "Really?" "Yes." Muzan nodded his head. If he successfully managed to get past the memory part seen by gods, then joining Goddess Hephaestus's familia could be of huge help to him. First and foremost, if the ring works, then he can ask her to make more of them. Or maybe even make something else. She's the god of smithing after all. With a happy smile on her face, Goddess Hephaestus left the guild house and went to meet her friend Hestia. At the same time, Muzan also exited the guild, but his destination was a bit special. Because he was heading for the dungeon. Dungeon, 3rd floor. Muzan descended floor after floor until the crowds of rookie adventurers gradually disappeared. Then, in a secluded corner. Shriek. Muzan forcefully held down the struggling dungeon lizard under him. Then, in a horrifying scene, his torso split open and swallowed up the monster, ending its struggle. Muzan closed his eyes and focused on the monster he had just consumed. His 5 minds quickly broke down the monster's genetic composition before all that was left was a tiny magic stone. Unable to absorb the magic stone, Muzan threw it out and started understanding the monster's biology. Perhaps because the dungeon lizard itself was a weak monster, it didn't take him long to succeed. Opening his eyes, Muzan raised his arm, then used his biokinesis to change its composition. His human arm quickly turned brown in color, and the outer skin got covered in tiny scales before his fingers were replaced by lizard claws. Muzan casually waved the hand around, made a jump, then stuck to the dungeon ceiling using the suction cups on his lizard arm, which were a feature of the dungeon lizard. The suction ability is interesting, but the strength or defense hasn't increased but decreased instead. Muzan commented as he dropped down and turned his dungeon lizard hand back to normal. The dungeon lizard was merely the lowest level monster, a bottom feeder that rookies fight, that's why its defense and attack were hardly anything worth noting. But that wasn't the point. I can absorb monsters and use their biological traits to elevate my own physiology. Yes. With his biokinesis, Muzan was capable of taking on monsters' physical traits. Which means he can create a body, with the specialty of every monster species present in one. What a terrifying possibility. Perhaps the dungeon would become his greatest source of evolution. But if he were to take a step further then? What about ancient or immemorial desolate beasts in reverend insanity? What will happen if I absorb them? Will he be able to copy their physical traits? Wouldn't that mean he will have the power of an immemorial monster without using any immortal goo worm? Chapter 25, Final Planning and Meeting. Ora Rio, Surface. Loki Familia. Goddess Loki sat in the room with her strongest children. Finn, Riveria, and Gareth. She had just told them about Muzan's reality and his plan to conquer Knossos. And from their taken-aback expressions, it could be seen that they were very surprised by the shocking news. Muzan is now an ally. What a completely unexpected turn of events. But even more so. God Dionysus is in Io. And Philvis is a creature. The brave Finn muttered in a calm tone, remembering the demi-spirit monsters they faced during dungeon exploration, as well as the creature Revis who attacked and injured him. The information had been confirmed by Loki herself, so there was no reason to doubt it. That brat's leaving Dionysus, Philvis, and Eintaus while he goes off to raid Knossos with Hephaestus and Hestia. Goddess Loki said as she placed her legs on top of the wooden table. Will it be all right, Finn? Leaving Knossos to Muzan? Riveria raised a genuine concern. Muzan's strength was unquestionable, but leaving the entire Knossos to him, especially when it's the core of the whole plan, seemed unreliable. Plus, they were truly shocked by the news that Muzan didn't have Falna. Just what kind of monster is he? Able to survive Riveria's spell head-on, beat back the Freya familia's strongest while still managing to save Ishtar in the ruckus. Yet now they were told that he didn't even have Falna. If the three of them weren't experienced adventurers with decades under their belt, then this news was more than sufficient enough to make any other adventurer lose hope. They really couldn't let Ace know about this. Goddess Loki, I wish to meet Muzan myself. Finn said while looking at his goddess. Knew you'd say that. He's down at the guild with Aurenas. Go there if you want to meet him. Hestia Familia, Hearth Mansion. Goddess Hephaestus passed through the fence and entered her friend's house. Hestia, I've come to see you. Hephaestus. Are you here to recover the loan? I'll tell you honestly, I don't have any money. Goddess Hephaestus held her forehead before saying. No. I'm here because I need your help, Hestia. Help? You want my help, Hephaestus? Goddess Hestia asked in a surprised tone while pointing at herself. Yes, but what happened here? Hephaestus asked, seeing the downcast look on Hestia's children's faces. Even Mayak and Takamikazuchi are here. Hello, Hephaestus. How have you been, Hephaestus? The two gods politely greeted her. Hephaestus returned their greeting, then asked her friend Hestia. Now then, would you mind explaining what's happened? Sigh. Hephaestus. It's all those Evelus's fault. They stole a pitiful child we barely managed to save from Ishtar Familia. You wouldn't be talking about Muzan, would you? Yes, that evil person. Do you know he even beat up my poor Belle today? Goddess Hestia cried and pointed towards the unconscious Belle Cranel lying on the sofa. Goddess Hephaestus didn't know what to say. But you know, Hephaestus, it's really weird, Lily told me that Muzan let Belle go instead of harming him. Even though he is from Evelus. Goddess Hestia muttered in a confused tone, feeling grateful for Belle's safety, yet at the same time unable to understand Muzan's motive. Hestia, come with me. We need to talk. Goddess Hephaestus quickly dragged the tiny Hestia away under God Mayak and Takamikazuchi's curious eyes. Not long after. A loud sound rang out from the corridor. What did you say? Rio, dungeon 17th floor. Roar. The monster Rex, Goliath, let out a terrifying roar as it punched at Muzan on the ground. But the next second. Moon breathing, 14th form, catastrophe 10-man crescent moon. Blood crescent moons flashed out at an incredible speed, cutting through Goliath's punch, slicing it along with its entire arm into bits. Muzan moved at an incredible pace, absorbing the pieces of monster flesh before they disappeared. Roar. Goliath let out a cry of pain as it lost its footing and fell back. And at the same time. Moon breathing, 14th form, catastrophe, 10-man crescent moon. Moon breathing, 14th form, catastrophe, 10-man crescent moon. Moon breathing, 14th form, catastrophe, 10-man crescent moon. 3 more terrifying storms of crescent blood moons flashed out, destroying all of Goliath's limbs, leaving the monster Rex helpless with only its torso and head intact. Muzan silently stepped on Goliath's forehead, then his torso split open as he started absorbing Goliath's entire head. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the 17th floor, a small adventurer team saw the horrifying scene and quickly ran back as fast as they could. The monster Rex's torso twitched violently as its body slowly started regenerating. But it was too slow. As Muzan had already started devouring it whole. Some time passed. Boom. A massive purple magic crystal landed on the ground, signifying the defeat of Goliath. Muzan sat by the magic crystal, analyzing the monster's DNA in his mind. Silently, his skin started turning gray, his muscles hardened as his body's defense increased. Muzan opened his eyes and stared at his grayish body. His body's physical defensive strength had increased, but not by much. But he gained something he didn't have before. Magic resistance. Previously, Muzan was completely vulnerable to magic, as he didn't have an adventurer's abnormal resistance. But now, having copied the muscles and skin of the monster Rex Goliath, he had gained magic resistance, and quite a significant one at that. It's around level 4 in terms of magical defense. To put it into perspective, he was level 0 in terms of magic defense before. Though even with his absorption, Muzan wasn't able to copy everything from Goliath. Goliath has a shout-like spell ability which causes fear and disruption, but I did not manage to sense that spell in its brain. He turned his head to look at the massive magic crystal. It is now confirmed, the magic crystal is the source of a monster's ability to cast spells, but I am unable to absorb magic crystals, so I cannot copy their magic. He had also tested it before on previous floors with the hellhound and other monsters. Wolf. Just then, a large pitch-black hellhound with blood-red eyes rushed up to Muzan and started licking his legs. To any normal adventurer, this would have been a scene of horror. But Muzan simply raised his hand and rubbed the hellhound's rock hard fur like he was petting a normal dog. He had injected the hellhound with demon blood and taken it under his control. Which means, yes, Muzan is able to control dungeon monsters. But their intelligence is quite insufficient. These low-level monsters are only able to understand some basic commands like attack, fetch, move there, etc. Inputting memories into their brains doesn't work, as they are unable to make sense of those memories. And changing its biology to make it intelligent is too much work, and not worth it since it's a level 2 monster at best. Finally, its fire spell ability was limited by the magic crystal and had not become unlimited like an adventurer that transforms into a demon. Meaning the hellhound couldn't cast spells unlimitedly like Hadeen. Muzan erased the bloodthirsty consciousness inside the hellhound's body, removing its hostility towards humans before managing to control the beast completely. And now this hellhound had turned into a lower demon. Though, it wasn't very useful, wolf. But it did have a very useful ability. Other monsters in the dungeon won't attack this hellhound. Yes, it's because the hellhound was deemed to be part of them, unlike the intelligent monsters Xenos who will be targeted by the dungeon. As Muzan was roughing up the hellhound's fur, he sensed movement in the crystal ball given by Fells. Taking it out, he waited before a familiar voice rang out. Muzan. I have found the 6 magic crystals. I see, can you disable them? Yes. But it will alert the demi-spirits. Then we will go with the original plan. Understood, the braver Finn has arrived at the guild and wants to meet you. Finn. Alright, I'm coming back. Muzan. I want to disclose the existence of the Xenos to the braver Finn. What do you think? Tell Finn about the Xenos. Not a bad idea based on his character from the story. With Finn knowing in advance, it will solve several problems which arose in the original series. After all, the braver was a good person, those who have read Sword Oratoria will know. Sure. Then I'll wait for you. Fells must be scared of facing Finn alone, thinking of using him as a deterrent. Putting the magic sphere away, Muzan looked at the demon hellhound. What to do with this thing? The dungeon is too complicated to let this less than intelligent hellhound explore it. It will probably take a month just to reach the 24th floor. Guild house, upper floor. Muzan entered the room and looked at the Palum sitting inside. It was Finn Dame. The captain of Loki Familia got up from his seat, extended a hand towards him, and said with a friendly smile. Hello, Muzan. Thank you for agreeing to meet with me. Muzan shook his hand and nodded before asking. What did you want to talk about? Straight to the point, I see. I don't mind that. Still, please have a seat. There are a few things I'd like to confirm first. Before anything else, allow me to apologize for our previous encounter. Muzan sat down opposite Finn and replied. You made your decision and I made mine, that's all it was, everything else was simply the consequence. Including Gyako's death and Bet's capture. Finn kept smiling and said. Regarding Gnosis, are you certain you require no assistance? Yes. With the 2 children of Daedalus under his control, the artificial dungeon only had Revis who could challenge him. Valletta is not a problem, merely a side character he can dispose of in a few hits. The creature Revis is not easy to deal with, not to mention God Thanatos' suicide soldiers, but I suppose you must have a reason for your confidence. Finn said as he lightly touched his shoulder where Revis had hit him with her cursed sword, rendering him immobile. Revis's cursed weapon was nothing to joke about. Though the monster Rex's skin Muzan had acquired provided protection against curses as well. Then, let me ask a different question, what will you do with Gnosis after conquering it? This is why you are truly here, aren't you? Muzan calmly gazed at the Palum. The artificial dungeon provides the shortest route to the middle floors. If we were permitted to use it, the burden on our expeditions would be greatly reduced. So, you want to fight for ownership of Gnosis with me? A helpless smile appeared on Finn's face. Not at all. I'm proposing cooperation. If you'll allow Loki Familia access to Gnosis as a route into the dungeon, we'll compensate you appropriately. I believe such an arrangement would benefit both of us. Muzan calmly observed the braver. It seemed Finn had already determined that Gnosis would fall based on the information he received from Loki. I don't have a problem with letting you access Gnosis to reach the deeper floors, but... Are you sure about this, braver Finn? Finn gave him a questioning look, not understanding his words. So Muzan explained it to him. Have you heard about intelligent monsters, Xenos? Intelligent monsters. Finns narrowed his eyes as he listened to Muzan's explanation. Silently, the sage fells also appeared in the room. Unknowingly, time passed. Nighttime. Finn exited the guild's building while muttering in a small voice. Xenos, intelligent monsters hidden by the guild. What a troublesome secret. Shaking his head, Finn turned calm and recalled his talk with Muzan. Throughout the entire process, not once did his danger sense skill give a warning. Which means there was no hidden threat inside Muzan's plan, in short it wasn't some sort of trap. Finn raised his hand, revealing a magic device in the shape of a spherical ball. This was the communication device given to him by the old sage. Through this, Finn can time his attack perfectly with Muzan. Now the only thing left was to take over Knossos. Chapter 26, Knossos Raid, begins. Get everyone outside Rio. Hey, Dix, you bastard, where the hell is the treasure you were speaking of? Valletta said in an annoyed tone, staring at the empty plain all around her. And she wasn't the only one. Captain. It won't be easy to re-enter Rio with the increased surveillance. Gran, the vice-captain of Iklos Familia, said in confusion while looking at his captain, Dix Perdix's, back. Without any warning, his captain had called every single member of Iklos Familia to follow him out of the dungeon city. With such a large group, the chances of them getting discovered were extremely high, but somehow his captain led them through a route which had no surveillance at all. Which kind of didn't make sense. It was as if the Ganesha Familia was deliberately ignoring this route. Dix stopped, then looked back at him. Are you questioning my decision, Gran? Oh, of course not. I was just dash. Shut up and follow. I don't want to hear your nonsense. Why yes, sir. Gran rubbed his head in confusion, wondering why his usually crazy captain was acting even colder today. Valletta couldn't help but frown. Although she also liked talking down on weaklings, for some reason, Dix today seemed odd. Suddenly, Valletta's eyes widened. A terrifying sense of danger assaulted her. But it was already too late. Salis Hilder. A storm of lightning descended from the sky. Salis Hilder. Salis Hilder. Salis Hilder. Salis Hilder. Salis Hilder. Turning every member of Iklos Familia into dust. Only Valletta remained, in the giant hole, unmoving, completely charred, with all of her clothes burned away. Upper Moon 1, Hey Dean, descended from the sky, grabbed the still-alive Valletta, then nodded at Dix before heading back to protect the Goo World's gate. Knossos, 6th floor. Barca Perdix led a large group of suicide bomber members from Thanatos Familia. Lord Barca, are we changing formation? Yes, we are improving the defense formation. Barca replied in a calm tone. I see. The group of Thanatos Familia members nodded and followed behind Barca without any doubt. After all, Barca was the second in command in Thanatos Familia after Valletta. Not long after, Barca told them to hide in a completely closed chamber and wait for the attackers to arrive. The clueless suicide bombers unhesitatingly followed his command and hid under the tiles in the small compact room. Barca closed the orichalcum door, effectively eliminating all of them. If God Thanatos wasn't so preoccupied with his newly gained demon familia, then he would have definitely noticed this anomaly. My precious child. Anabi. After confirming the chamber was sealed, Barca quietly made his way toward the 10th floor, getting into position. But it wasn't like their movement went completely unnoticed. On the 11th floor of Knossos, the creature Ein, who was responsible for surveillance, frowned a little but didn't think much of the change. After all, Barca and Dix had been working with them for decades. They were already completely under Inios' control. But what did catch her eye was when Barca traveled together with Akaza afterwards. When did they get so close? The two of them went to one of Knossos' entrances, then Barca opened it up, before closing it. Was Barca checking the mechanism? Knossos' entrance. Goddess Hephaestus and Hestia, along with Bel and Tsubaki, wearing invisibility magic items taken from Hermes' Familia, silently entered Knossos. The group followed behind Akaza and Barca. Previously, when Hephaestus went to convince Hestia, Bel somehow heard their talk and requested to participate in the raid. Goddess Hestia also supported him, telling Hephaestus that she must bring her Familia member together. Goddess Hephaestus asked Muzan, who replied that it wasn't a problem since the goddess's only responsibility was to deal with Ishtar and Thanatos. After dealing with the two gods, they would directly exit Knossos. So Goddess Hephaestus thought about it and also brought Tsubaki, her level 5 Familia member, along. Tsubaki stared at Akaza's back. She couldn't help but feel a bit unsettled inside. Bel, on the other hand, tightly clenched his fists. Akaza was the one who ambushed them and kidnapped Haruheim. And now they were working. Rio, Loki Familia. Captain, we searched everywhere but couldn't find that creature Ein. Members of Loki familia shook their heads, having not found any clue about the creature Ein and her hiding spot. The same went for Ganesha familia. They too had returned empty-handed. The braver Finn calmly took out a magic sphere and said, "It seems creature Ein is not hiding on the surface, Muzan. Understood, she must be in Knossos then. I'll take care of her. Goddess Loki has invited God Dionysus over. I will also start moving then." As the connection cut off, Finn put away the magic sphere and got ready to take care of Philvis and Dionysus. Knossos, 9th floor. Muzan saw Akaza and Barca enter through the Orichalcum gate. Take Goddess Hestia to Ishtar's chamber and Goddess Hephaestus to Thanatos', capture the two gods, and leave directly. Don't let them use Arcanum and escape to heaven. If the gods were banished to heaven, then a massive pillar of light would pierce through the entire Knossos, heading for the sky. The damage caused by it to the artificial dungeon would be even worse than the spirit flesh. Kokoshibo and Doma, be prepared to save Demeter's children and take them out. No harm must come to them. Yes, Master. Understood, Master Muzan. The two upper moons standing near the gate which held Demeter's children replied at the same time. The two Thanatos familia members guarding the gate shivered unconsciously under their gaze. Why? Were their allies staring at them like that? Muzan turned away and walked towards the 10th floor of Knossos. Standing in front of the door, he calmly waited. Unsurprisingly, the door opened slightly, and a familiar red-haired woman walked out. Revis. She frowned as soon as she saw him. Surface, Loki familia. Lafia brought her friend Philvis to the garden, showing her the beautiful flowers with an innocent smile on her face. Philvis was affected by her kind nature and also smiled ever so slightly. On the other hand, Riveria asked Finn with a calm look on her face. Was it a good idea to not tell Lafia? Finn replied with a helpless smile. Lafia will be deeply saddened by Philvis's betrayal, might not even believe it, and compromise the plan. So you decided to lure Philvis with Lafia's innocence? To separate her from Dionysus? Saying it like that makes me sound like a villain, Riveria. I'm simply using the cards at my disposal. In Loki's office. The expensive-looking door opened up, revealing the smiling face of the guest. God Dionysus. With strands of his blonde hair falling freely around his face, God Dionysus's eyes fixed on the familiar figures. Ah, Loki and Hermes, I hope I wasn't late. Dionysus said in an apologetic tone as he casually walked up to them. Yo, Dionysus. Been a while. How have you been? Ahaha, Dionysus. You're making us look like bad hosts. Come, take a seat. God Hermes patted the seat beside him in a friendly gesture. Dionysus didn't think much and comfortably sat down beside Hermes. Then he was just about to say something when Loki suddenly stood up and sat on his other side. Stuck between the two gods, Dionysus blinked his eyes in confusion. Suddenly, the two gods wrapped their arms around Dionysus's shoulders. Loki. Hermes, while I'm certainly flattered by all this affection, don't you think you're getting a little too close? With an awkward smile on his face, God Dionysus tried to move their hands away. Only to notice that they wouldn't budge. And just then, Loki's casual voice reached his ears. Now then, care ta explain something fair me, Dionysus? Dionysus turned his head. Only to see a pair of incomparably cold eyes staring straight at him. How'd it feel? Playin' with me, and my children all this time. Dionysus's eyes contracted. Then before he could react, a nimble hand retrieved a sphere from his clothes. Ah, there it is. God Hermes said with a smile, holding Knossos' key. God Dionysus's face instantly changed, becoming ferocious. How did they know? Just how? It didn't make sense. You, dash. Before he could even say his words, Loki's punch landed straight on his face. That's fair every one of my children you killed, you son of a bitch. Goddess Loki said as she started beating the shit out of Dionysus. God Dionysus captured. Captain, God Dionysus has been caught. Finn calmly raised the magical sphere and said. We're moving to capture Philvis. With Ein inside Knossos, there was little point in doing a surprise attack, as it was no longer possible to attack all three creatures at the same time. That's why, instead of eliminating Philvis, they moved to the second best approach of capturing Philvis to prevent her from dissolving and remotely merging with her clone, Ein. This would prevent Ein from reaching level 7 strength. Though even if she did reach level 7 strength, it would make no difference. Knossos dungeon, 10th floor's gate. Muzan calmly walked towards Revis, observing her with the transparent world. He could clearly see all her tensed-up muscles. She was on guard. Why are you here, Muzan? Revis asked in a calm tone, observing his figure. Muzan smiled, making Revis raise her eyebrow. What was he up to? Then, under her confused eyes, Muzan raised his arm and wrapped it around her waist. Revis clearly saw his movement, but instead of dodging, she asked without a change in expression. "What are you doing?" "I'm here for you, Revis." Muzan replied as his left hand slid over her well-defined abdomen before moving to her large breasts. Revis grabbed his hand. She understood his motive. "You want my body?" "Yes." It was obvious. It seemed Muzan was just like every other male adventurer, lusting after her flesh. Though she couldn't understand why someone of his strength still cared about such stuff. Alas, it seems he was human after all. And actually, this development was beneficial for her. During the past few days, they had been thinking of how to use Muzan. And now the opportunity presented itself. Muzan grabbed Revis's chin and turned her to face him. Their gazes collided. Revis leaned back on him, pressing her plump hips against his body, and said, "You can have my body, but in exchange, you must do something for me." She calmly stated her demand. "All right," Muzan replied. Having received his confirmation, she let go of his hand. Instantly Muzan's hand slid under her clothes, moving between her large breasts, deforming their shape. But Revis remained calm, not showing any expression. Muzan's right hand slid across her beautiful, ice-cold face and reached her head. Revis was about to state her demand when it happened. She relaxed her muscles. And at that very moment, Muzan's left hand pierced through her chest. And his right hand pierced through her head. What? Revis unconsciously hit Muzan with her elbow. Boom. The attack broke Muzan's bones, only for them to regenerate the very next microsecond. Her strength, especially at this distance, was utterly useless. Muzan's demon blood rushed into her system. Revis let out a loud, painful cry, kicking and elbowing Muzan with all her strength. Ein. Spirit. On the surface. Before Filvis could understand what was happening. All four of her limbs were torn off by a dangerously glowing spear. She couldn't even see the perpetrator. All she saw was Lafia's horrified face before she was sent flying into the sky. And then. Windfimblevetter. Forever encamped inside a box of ice. Creature Filvis captured. Knossos, 9th floor. Goddess Ishtar, in her large bed, riding a large body pillow while calling, Muzan, Muzan, in excitement, was suddenly struck on the back of her head and fainted. Goddess Hestia removed the invisibility item, gave Ishtar a disgusted look before wrapping her in a large blanket and letting Akaza carry her away. God Thanatos was even easier. The demon Anabi suddenly grabbed Thanatos, making the god jump in exhilaration. Anabi. Have you finally accepted my love dash? Pang. A metal object hit Thanatos' head, knocking him out. Goddess Hephaestus shook her head as she saw Anabi quickly taking him away. Betrayed by his own children. How sad, Thanatos. Bel held the dazed Haruheim in his arms as he escaped with Aisha. Tsubaki followed, carrying the unconscious Bet on her back. The wolf had been knocked unconscious by Akaza several times during the past days whenever he woke up. Knossos, 7th floor. Bloody crescent moons flew in a systematic direction, cutting off all traps and monsters at the same time with otherworldly precision. Instantly saving all of Demeter's children. Then Doma's ice servants quickly picked up the weak adventurers and took them out. Goddess Demeter's children secured. Knossos, 11th floor. Ein froze for a brief second, unable to comprehend what she had just witnessed. The sheer speed of everything robbed her of the chance to react. She saw Revis being attacked by Muzan shouting for her help, felt Filvis's connection being cut without any warning, saw god Thanatos and Ishtar being captured. Even Demeter's children were rescued. It happened so fast. So fucking fast. No. This was planned. All of this was planned. Ein, being the other half of Filvis, containing all of her hatred, instantly exploded and contacted the corrupted spirit. The next moment, corrupted flesh exploded, rushing from the 10th floor of Knossos. Muzan tightly held the struggling Revis in his arms as he closed the door of Knossos using his key, stopping the approaching spirit flesh in its tracks. And at the same time, Dix and Barca also fulfilled their jobs, closing all of Knossos' doors leading to the 10th floor. Instantly isolating the 10th and 11th floors from the rest of Knossos. Muzan calmly whispered in Revis's ear. Give up, you've already lost. Knossos was meant to fall the day he gained control over Dix and Barca. Revis struggled with all her might, trying to activate her flesh armor. But it wouldn't work. Because Muzan's demon blood had already eroded into her body. Especially her brain. He was tampering with her thoughts. Revis's eyes rolled back as her resistance slowly became weaker and weaker. Creature Revis captured. Note, yes, gods can take damage and not return to heaven. Read the Sword Oratoria manga, where Loki beats the shit out of Dionysus, and yet he still doesn't return to heaven. As long as gods don't take lethal damage, receiving a few punches is perfectly fine and won't trigger ascension. Wisdom tooth getting extracted in 2 hours lol. Also, give power stones, you guys are slacking off, bruh. Chapter 27, Knossos' raid end. At the top of Babel's tower. Goddess Freya looked down at the operation silently taking place. Loki familia, Ganesha familia, and even the guild, all three of them were collaborating. Only she was left out. Should I make a move, goddess? The boar, Otter, asked from the side. Goddess Freya shook her head and elegantly drank from the red wine in her glass cup before saying. Since they believe they can win without my help, then why bother? Let's wait and see how competent Loki is. Knossos, 10th floor's gate. As Revis's resistance vanished, Muzan instantly increased the speed of his demonic blood entering her body. She was on par with Hayden, a strong antagonist in sword oratoria. Muzan had decided to make her one of his demons from the start. And now she was within his grasp. He forcefully changed her brain, severing her connection with the corrupted spirit. Then he retracted his hands from her head and chest before putting her down on the floor beside him. Now he only needed to wait for her to transform. Interestingly enough, unlike in the Demon Slayer world, where very few people were able to accept his blood and turn into demons, here in Danmaki almost every high-level adventurer and monster had no problem accepting his blood and turning into demons. The success rate was almost 100% due to their strong physical bodies. Revis's body started trembling. The transformation had begun. Now it was only a matter of time. Muzan connected with his demons to check their progress. Everything was going as expected. Muzan took out the magic sphere and said, Knossos is under control, but we couldn't prevent the spirit flesh from taking over the 10th and 11th floors. It was impossible to do so since Ain was down there and didn't reveal herself till the end. Felvis and Dinosis have been successfully captured. Braver Finn reported his status. Which meant the second phase could now begin. Muzan, I've arrived with the Xenos. Sage Fells gave the green signal. Muzan contacted Dix and Barca. Dix, go and open the Knossos gate for the Xenos. Barca, help the gods and Demeter's children escape. Yes, master. Barca quickly moved to the upper floors, opening doors for Hestia and Hephaestus to leave, and then delivered Demeter's children to the Ganesha familia members waiting outside. Through another passage, the Xenos entered. They quickly saved their fellow intelligent monsters from the 3rd and 4th floors, then moved under Barca's lead. Muzan, are you sure you do not want our help in clearing the 10th and 11th floors? Unnecessary, Finn. Alright, I'll wait for the good news then. Also, you really did a number on Bet, he keeps muttering random stuff dash. Muzan put the magical sphere away and looked at Barca and the group of intelligent monsters running toward him. They were the strongest Xenos present. LV7, Asterius, Minotaur. LV5, LYD, Lizardman, can breathe fire. LV5, Grow, Gargoyle, his entire body made of hard stone. And finally, LV5, Ray, Siren, capable of flight and sonic attacks. Fell stopped before Muzan, then looked at the trembling Revis in confusion. Muzan. Why is Revis alive? I've got her under my control. She'll help us navigate through the 10th and 11th floors after waking up. Damn, that's possible. This must be why Barca and Dix are following him. Muzan, what a terrifying guy. Fell shivered, held down his doubts, and quickly introduced the Xenos. They are the strongest among the Xenos. They wanted to personally thank you for saving the Xenos and help you. Ray flew using her golden feathers, circling Muzan with a face filled with curiosity. This was the first human who had accepted their identity. Even agreeing to live together. This was the opportunity for coexistence the Xenos had been wanting all this time. Hello, I am Ray. Muzan stood up from the ground and replied. Muzan. At this moment, the Minotaur stepped forward. Towering over everyone present, the Minotaur lowered his massive head. I am Asterius. His deep voice echoed through the corridor. I have heard that you rescued my brethren. For that, you have my gratitude. This sudden statement from Asterius stunned every Xenos. LYD and Grow couldn't help but give Asterius a doubtful look. Since when did this guy become so civilized? Wasn't he the most rock-headed, so why now? There was a reason for this. Because Asterius could sense an extremely terrifying feeling of danger from Muzan. He knew that this human before him was extremely powerful. Definitely the strongest opponent Asterius had seen ever since being born. LYD, the lizardman, scratched his scaled head and said in a sincere tone. I am LYD. My people, many would have died if not for you. We Xenos won't forget this debt. And please allow us to help you in dealing with Knossos. Grow, the gargoyle, crossed his stone arms. I still do not trust humans. Perhaps I never will. But Lord Fells trusts you. And you helped us. That is enough. Let us fight together today, and I shall watch your back. Muzan looked at the familiar faces from the show, then nodded and explained his plan. Revis will wake up in some time. Then we will follow her lead to Nidhogg and destroy the beast before killing Ein. The map of the 10th and 11th floors was unknown, not to mention Nidhogg's location was hidden behind some secret door which Loki Familia found by complete accident in the original series. So instead of rushing in blindly, it was better to wait for Revis to wake up and then attack the 10th and 11th floors. Asterius put down his giant battle axe and sat while leaning against the Knossos wall. Muzan sent a message to his demons, telling them to come down as well. At this time, the Xenos, Ray, landed beside Muzan and asked, Muzan, won't you be affected by associating with us? What do you mean? That, you'll be ostracized by other adventurers. Won't that be a problem? Muzan gave the siren a weird look. Ostracized? He was currently the most wanted man in the whole of Orario. Raising his hand, Muzan patted the golden blue head of the siren. Ray. Why was he suddenly patting her head? No, wait. He's not repulsed by her monster form. Ray lowered her head in confusion and bewilderment. If anyone has a problem with me, then they can confront me whenever. Muzan looked at her uniquely shaped ears and started touching them with interest. They were long and covered in a soft wool-like coating. The first time he had seen something like this. Do they provide better hearing? He couldn't say for sure without turning her into a demon and inspecting her body. As his hand kept moving around, Ray's face turned red. She quickly took a step back and exclaimed. Don't do that, it's ticklish. It seemed Muzan really wasn't repulsed by their appearance. Gro and Lyd looked at each other in confusion. It seemed the human who decided to help them wasn't quite right in his head. Though it was a fact that involvement with them would result in Muzan getting isolated by the adventurers above. Sage Fells suddenly said at this moment. You don't need to worry about him. Muzan can protect himself. His strength exceeds your imagination, currently he is the strongest person in Orario. Strongest in Orario? Even more than that otter? Lyd asked with shining eyes. Yes, that is why Knossos was deemed to be the safest place for everyone. So not only were they getting a place to live, but also being protected by him. The Xenos couldn't help but look at Muzan in a new light. At this time, Kokoshibo, Akaza, Doma, and Dix also arrived. Damn, a monster. The Xenos exclaimed after seeing Kokoshibo. Silently, a few hours passed by. Then, suddenly, Revis stopped trembling and let out a demonic scream. Roar. 2 pairs of goat-like horns burst out from Revis's head. Her eyes turned golden, displaying her new identity to the world. Upper rank 2. Creature Revis. Muzan's figure flashed and appeared beside her. Then he plunged his hands into her head and started altering her memories. Changing her obsession with Ace and her servitude toward the corrupted spirit. Replacing it all with himself. The Xenos and Sage Fells stared at the scene in utter shock. Holy shit, just who is the real monster here? A few moments later, Muzan retracted his hands from Revis's head. Master. Revis called out in a calm tone as she got up from the ground. Revis, can you control the spirit flesh? Muzan asked. Revis shook her head. I cannot, but the spirit flesh will not attack me. Then we'll just have to cut through it. Another pair of arms burst out from Muzan's back, and his skin started turning gray. He looked back at the dumbfounded Xenos and said. Be prepared. Asterius tightly held his giant axe and released a large breath. I will open the path. Revis, guide us to Nidhogg. Yes, master. The Knossos key in Dix's eye activated, and the orichalcum door quickly opened. Revealing the yellow-green colored spirit flesh. Rushing straight at them. Moon-breathing 5th form, Moon Spirit Calamity. 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 Countless bloody crescent moons rushed forth, breaking through the spirit flesh. But it wasn't enough. The spirit flesh, which was massive enough to quickly cover the entirety of Knossos, slowly overcame the crescent moon's onslaught. Muzan again waved his swords, cutting through the flesh. Now, it was a matter of time. They would have to keep hacking at it until the spirit flesh was gone. Kokoshibo, Doma, and Akaza also joined him, sending unrelenting attacks at the spirit flesh. The Xenos also tried to help but were quickly forced to step back due to exhaustion. But there were no such limits for demons. Under the Xenos' admiration-filled gaze, Muzan and his demons kept attacking like perpetual motion machines. Revis didn't have a proper ranged attack, so she just swung her sword, sending terrible wind pressure with her terrifying strength. Unknowingly, time passed by. Until the spirit flesh finally stopped expanding. Boom. The bloody crescent moons tore through the barricade like an endless tsunami. With Muzan taking the lead, they stepped foot onto the 10th floor. Knossos, 11th floor. The creature Ein harshly gritted her teeth, seeing Revis guiding Muzan toward Nidhogg. That bitch Revis. How dare she? How dare she betray us? She cursed in the loudest voice possible, breaking apart lesser plant monsters in her anger. Alas, it was all useless. She couldn't do anything, there were no cards left. The corrupted spirit was also held back by the dungeon. Using spirit flesh had made the dungeon vigilant. If the corrupted spirit made another move, then the dungeon would awaken and send countless monsters to hunt her down on the 60th and 61st floors. No. There was still something she could do. It wouldn't change the outcome, but she could at least cause a bloody blow to these bastards. Ein raised her sword and actually cut off her own head. Orario, Loki familia. Captain, there must be some mistake. Felvis cannot be our enemy. Lafia exclaimed as tears gushed out of her eyes. The Loki familia members who were not in the know, like Ace, also stared at Finn in confusion. The Braver gave them a helpless smile and was about to explain when. Boom. The ice block containing Felvis exploded. And from within appeared the combined creature, Ein. Strength, high LV7. Finn released a silent sigh at the scene. Looks like they'll have to fight her after all. Everyone, attack. Purple-red lightning rushed out from Ein's body as she let out an inhuman roar. Knossos, 11th floor. Muzan, after destroying Nidhogg, finally arrived at the main hideout. The boss, Nidhogg, didn't have much individual power. It was more like a bomb and was destroyed by Revis with a few strikes. Muzan and his group looked around, but they couldn't find Ein anywhere. Is she not in Knossos? Muzan frowned. He also wanted to turn the combined creature, Ein, into one of his demons. Her magic was quite powerful after all. But where would she go if not here? Muzan pulled out the magic sphere and said. Ein is not here. There was some delay before he received Finn's reply. She somehow combined with Felvis, we just finished dealing with her. Does anything remain of her body? No, Riveria finished her using her magic. Muzan raised an eyebrow but didn't say anything. Then he went down to the 10th floor and said to Revis, who was standing by a monster plant. What do you think? Can you control it? To some extent, yes. My connection has weakened from before, but it shouldn't be an issue to produce high-level magic crystals. Revis replied in a calm tone while staring at the magic crystals forming inside the monster plant's head. Everything is under control then. Muzan muttered to himself as he looked at the artificial dungeon. Knossos raid, completed. Note, now I understand why people fear dentists. Damn, I originally thought I'd be knocked out and they'd extract the tooth, but boy oh boy was I wrong. The dentist just numbed half my face and started pulling out the tooth with all kinds of shit. He sawed it, broke it, pulled it out in pieces like some fucking science experiment. And I was forced to stare the entire time, winky face. Dentist kept shouting at me to close my eyes lol. 10 out of 10 life-changing experience, recommended to all. Chapter 28, Heaven Smithing Immortal Venerable. Silently. Under the Ganesha familia's vigilant eyes. The gates of Knossos opened. And from within. Stepped out an extremely familiar face. Tap. Even though they had received instructions from their gods. Tap. They couldn't help but unconsciously tighten the hold around their weapons. Because his very presence demanded fear. The strongest in Orario. Muzan. Muzan glanced at the Ganesha familia members whose hearts were beating like crazy before placing his gaze on the blue-haired woman from Hermes familia. Asphai took a step forward as a drop of sweat slid down her face. Sir Musa, was the Knossos raid a success? Yes. Muzan replied, making Asphai release a small breath. Have Goddess Demeter's children been transferred? Yes, we treated them before safely sending them back to Demeter familia. Muzan nodded, then closed the door of Knossos before making his way towards Demeter familia. Asphai saw the scene and hurriedly caught up to him. Mr. Muzan, it will become problematic if you go out like this. In short, why aren't you changing your appearance? Most of the city still sees him as a wanted criminal. It is unnecessary. Muzan replied in a plain tone as he continued walking. The only reason he hid his appearance was to prevent god Dionysus from becoming alert. But now Knossos was under his control and his plan had been resolved. As for the opinion of adventurers in Orario, he didn't care, he never did. Asphai felt a massive headache coming over her, seeing Muzan calmly walking through the streets of Orario. How was it that every strong guy had a loose screw in their heads? She activated her invisibility magic item and quickly followed behind him. Orario's streets. Isn't that Muzan? Leader of Evolus. Why isn't Ganesha familia doing anything? They are just watching like he doesn't exist. The adventurers were trembling in fear while the gods were staring in excitement. Oh ho ho, I like his style. I have never seen clothes like this. I wonder which familia he's from. Where is he heading? Looks like he came with a purpose. For the majority of the gods, the lower world was a source of entertainment. They didn't care about Evolus or a terrorist organization. As long as they were having fun, it was enough. Muzan ignored all of them and arrived at his destination. Demeter Familia, Wheat Manor. Bypassing the Ganesha Familia's guards, Muzan stepped inside the familiar building. And in the middle of the hall, he saw his target. Goddess Demeter. Crying loudly while hugging her children. Muzan walked up to her and stated his purpose. Goddess Demeter, it is time to fulfill our deal. Demeter stopped crying and looked at Muzan with her teary eyes. Who was he? No, wait. Muzan from Evolus. Goddess Demeter hurriedly stood up and guarded her children behind her. She had just gotten them back. And now Evolus had come back to harm her again. Goddess Demeter stared at Muzan with a frightened gaze. Please, my children have only just come home. Please, don't take them away from me again. Muzan met her gaze and shook his head. You misunderstood, Goddess Demeter. I saved your children, and now it's time for you to give me your blood like you promised. Half of Muzan's face turned into Royman's, shocking Goddess Demeter. So it's him. Goddess Demeter paused, then suddenly hugged Muzan. Thank you, truly, thank you. Her large, soft, warm breast pressed against his chest, making Muzan pause. Feeling the genuine motherly affection emanating from Demeter, Muzan unconsciously patted her back to calm her down. After a few minutes of close proximity, Goddess Demeter took a step back, leaving Muzan with an inexplicable sense of emptiness. Goddess Demeter wiped away her tears and showed an embarrassed smile. I'm sorry. I was simply so relieved to have my children back. I hope you don't mind. I don't mind. Ah. Then please wait a minute. I'll give you my blood. Goddess Demeter quickly filled up a glass bottle with 10 drops of her blood, plucked out some of her hair, then handed them to Muzan. All 6 gods' blood received. Muzan put the bottle away and turned around to leave when. I am truly grateful for what you've done, child. If there is ever anything I can do for you, please don't hesitate to ask. Goddess Demeter's words reached his ears. Hold up. Anything? Muzan contemplated for a moment, then opened his mouth and asked. Goddess Demeter, can you stay still for a moment? Demeter blinked her eyes in confusion, then nodded her head. Then, the next moment, she saw Muzan let out a fake cough, position himself, and plunge his head into her godly bosom. Boing. Silence enveloped the place. Even Goddess Demeter was taken aback. But then. She gave an affectionate smile and gently hugged Muzan's head with her arms. She even pressed his head deeper into her all-encompassing chest. Asfi, on the side, who had followed Muzan wearing an invisibility item all the way, couldn't believe her eyes. Was she crazy, or had the world gone crazy? Just, what the hell was she seeing? Muzan didn't care what anyone else thought. He had always liked Goddess Demeter from the series and was suddenly given the opportunity to fulfill one of his desires from his bucket list, so he took it. The warmth surrounding his face, along with Goddess Demeter's motherly aura, felt nice. Really nice. Unfortunately, he was pressed for time. Muzan silently raised his head and saw Goddess Demeter's warm smile. Feeling a little better now, child? She asked while moving his hair back with her hand. Yes. Muzan unconsciously lowered his eyes. Just then. Goddess Demeter gently kissed his forehead. Muzan's eyes widened. No matter when it is, if you ever need me, don't hesitate to come, child. Goddess Demeter said as she retracted her hands. Muzan gave her a better look, then turned around and left the Wheat Manor. After walking for some distance, Muzan stopped and said without turning his head. How long are you going to follow me, Asfi from Hermes Familia? The invisible Asfi shook, then complained in her mind. He could even see through invisibility. Was this reasonable? Before she could say anything, Muzan's voice reached her ears. Leave. I do not enjoy your presence. Asfi saw Muzan staring straight at her. She unconsciously trembled, then quickly turned around and left without hesitation. Muzan continued his journey, terrorizing Orario before he arrived at Hephaestus Familia. You really walked all the way, letting the entire Orario know of your presence. Goddess Hephaestus gave a helpless smile as she offered Muzan a seat. If anyone has a problem with me, then they can come anytime. When you put it like that. Hephaestus shook her head, then suddenly turned serious. All the gods' blood has been gathered. Muzan took out 6 bottles and placed them on the table. The power of the sky. The strength of the earth. The warmth of love. The whispers of trickery. the embrace of death. And finally, the flow of time. Goddess Hephaestus released a sigh of admiration before taking the raw materials and saying, "This will be a lot of work. You'll be helping me out." Muzan nodded and followed Goddess Hephaestus into the smithy. Inside the forge, Goddess Hephaestus closed the room and told her familia members not to disturb her no matter what. Then she removed her red cloak, revealing a white undershirt. She raised her hands and tied her crimson hair behind her head. Her expression became calm and focused. This was the face of Orario's greatest smith. Goddess Hephaestus released a small breath, then looked at the god's blood. It was alive, filled with divine might. If she made a mistake, then a terrifying explosion would take place. But who was she? The goddess of smithing. She never once doubted her craft. Hephaestus looked at Muzan and started giving him instructions. Muzan followed without a second thought. He moved dozens of ingots stacked on the side. Adamantite, orichalcum, spirit silver. A fire was silently started inside the forge. Hours passed. The forge gradually became unbearably hot. Most level 1 adventurers would have collapsed from the temperature alone. Goddess Hephaestus's undershirt stuck to her body, outlining her figure. Muzan didn't even sweat. He continued following her commands without delay. Again. And again. And again. Even Hephaestus was a little surprised. Muzan. Yes. Aren't you tired? No. I see. Strongest in Orario for a reason indeed. Goddess Hephaestus lightly smiled. You're a terrifying assistant. The first day passed. Then the second. Then the third. The forge never stopped. Clank. 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 Neither did the rhythmic sound of the hammer hitting metal. Until finally, on the 6th day, Goddess Hephaestus put down her hammer. Breathing heavily, with sweat pouring from all over her body. Let's rest for an hour. Muzan handed her a towel. Hephaestus took it and wiped her face before suddenly losing her footing. But before she could fall, Muzan caught her. You are tired. Goddess Hephaestus replied in a tired tone. I'm using a mortal body after all. And here I was thinking I'll make you fall for me by showing my dedication. Muzan picked up Goddess Hephaestus in his arms and placed her down on the sofa. He handed her food and water. Goddess Hephaestus quietly ate, took a quick nap, then woke up invigorated. Now it was time to start the real work. Muzan placed every refined material upon the anvil. Then, one after another, Goddess Hephaestus opened each bottle, dropping a single drop of blood from each onto the pool of molten metals. And almost instantly, a terrifying pressure descended upon the smithy. All around Orario, abnormal changes started happening. The sky above the dungeon city roared in anger. The earth shook in protest. Mortals' hearts seemed to beat in sync. An illusory laughter, filled with trickery, seemed to fill the world. Even the dead in the underworld became restless. Finally, even time seemed to stand still. All of them protesting against the thing that would break the natural order. Back at the smithy, Muzan was instantly assaulted by a mix of chaotic divine might. Under the godly pressure, he was instantly forced onto one knee. What about Goddess Hephaestus? Veins appeared all over Muzan's face as he forcefully raised his head. And what he saw, clank, was a grinning Goddess Hephaestus. Clank. Hammering down on the god's blood. Clank. A fire that seemed to burn the world appeared in her eyes. Her divine might spread out. The 6 divinities refused to obey, resisting her power. Goddess Hephaestus cut her hand. Using her own blood as a medium, she forged it. Clank. Bend the sky. Clank. Shape the earth. Clank. Control love. Clank. Rise above death. Clank. Command time. Clank. Master deception. Clank. Defy fate. The entire forge screamed. An invisible shockwave blasted everywhere. Muzan was slowly pushed back. But he kept staring, unable to look away. Unknowingly, Goddess Hephaestus removed her eye patch, revealing a crimson eye, surrounded by black sclera and scarred skin. Both eyes of the goddess of smithing opened. One emerald. One blazing scarlet. The authority of smithing appeared, subduing the 6 divinities. The very next second, the chaotic divine pressure was pushed back. The world stopped protesting. A sudden silence seemed to envelop everything. Muzan slowly got up from the ground and stepped forward. He arrived beside Goddess Hephaestus and eagerly stared at the result. But he saw nothing. It was empty. The anvil was empty. How? Where did the blood, the metal go? As Muzan's eyes shook with confusion, Goddess Hephaestus lowered her hand and picked up something. Something invisible, something that couldn't be sensed, with her fingers. Then, under Muzan's confused eyes, she grabbed his hand, raised his ring finger, and slid something onto it. Was it a ring? Muzan's senses were hit with confusion. He barely felt the surface of something like a ring covering his ring finger. Just then, Goddess Hephaestus's voice reached his ears. It isn't empty. Solving his doubts. It simply refuses to be perceived. Muzan widened his eyes. His 5 brains analyzed the phenomenon from every possible angle. Heat. Sound. Magic. Life. Even the countless microscopic eyes hidden throughout his body. Nothing. There was absolutely nothing there. Yet, when he closed his hand, he distinctly felt the cold touch of a ring. Goddess Hephaestus raised her head. Her face was filled with unmistakable pride. Muzan paused. He saw that her eye patch was gone. Goddess Hephaestus seemed not to have noticed as she said in excitement. A conceptual artifact, created by mixing 6 divinities that govern the world, including my own. Its wearer cannot be sensed. Cannot be traced. Cannot be controlled. By neither the sky, nor the earth, nor love, nor trickery, nor death, nor even time. The greatest work of Hephaestus, goddess of smithing. Hephaestus declared with a bright smile. I name it Aphanes. Note, smithing heaven immortal venerable oh shit. Wrong world. Srei Hephaestus. Chapter 29, Hephaestus shocked, someone crossed a line. Aphanes. Muzan repeated the artifact's name as he raised his hand but saw absolutely nothing. What if he ends up dropping it? Or if his hand gets cut or something? It's better to absorb the ring and keep it inside his body near one of his hearts or something. Though he will have to test whether it's useful or not first. Muzan turned his head and looked at Goddess Hephaestus's eager face. Thank you, Goddess. Once it's lost, finding it again will be nearly impossible. Guard it well. Goddess Hephaestus said while stretching her arms, feeling tired. I'll go rest, I really need to take a bath first. Muzan saw her turn around and suddenly called out. Goddess Hephaestus. Is something the matter? Hephaestus turned around in confusion. Muzan took a step forward, bent down, and picked up a familiar eye cover from the ground. As soon as Hephaestus saw the eye cover, her entire being froze in place like a statue. She had forgotten. Completely forgotten. About the mask. Now. Muzan saw it. He saw her cursed face. The one which made her an outcast among every god in heaven. Hephaestus's eyes shook as she silently lowered her face when a fair hand held it in place. And raised her head back up. Instantly. 2 pairs of eyes looked at each other. Muzan slid his thumb over her scarred skin. Tears unknowingly formed in Goddess Hephaestus's eyes. Making Muzan raise a question. Why are you crying? Why was she crying? Isn't it obvious? Pretty cool eye you've got. It's like some sort of hidden superpower. Muzan stared at her blackened red eye with interest. This was the first time he was seeing Hephaestus's second eye. He always wondered what she was hiding when watching the series. As for scars and stuff, well, he is a demon and had seen far worse. He even poked Nakeim's big eye. Does someone really think his taste is normal? Muzan wiped away the tears from the confused Hephaestus's eyes. Handing her the eye guard, he turned around. I'll test the effectiveness of the ring. And left. Just like that. Goddess Hephaestus silently watched the closed door. Then she suddenly collapsed to her knees. Pretty cool? Did he really say that? Hephaestus looked at her eye guard, then her face turned beet red. That's the second time someone didn't fear me, after Hestia. Raising her hands, she covered her face to hide her embarrassment. But, was that truly how he felt? I can't tell because he's wearing the ring. I should have waited before handing it over. If she delayed giving the ring, then she would have confirmed his thoughts. Goddess Hephaestus released a helpless sigh. Damn it, betrayed by her own creation. But he didn't run away, or shout like others. So it should be the truth. She quickly fell into her own imagination. After exiting the smithy, Muzan first stored the ring inside his body, then his figure flashed. He was on his way back to the Infinity Gate. As Muzan's figure rushed through the street, crossing a district, he suddenly furrowed his brows and turned his head in another direction. There stood a very familiar figure. The boar, Otter. And not only that. He could sense Freya familia members moving around him. It was as if history was repeating itself. And just a week later at that. Muzan glanced at the adventurers around him. There was a big problem. Ring of Hephaestus, Aphanes. He couldn't risk it being dropped. Nobody knows how hard it will be to find it if it happens. The goddess of beauty stood beside Otter. Freya. It's been a while. Muzan. Muzan turned to her. Here for revenge, goddess Freya. Freya gave her usual smile and said. Yes and no. Their gazes collided. What did she mean? The wind blew, making goddess Freya's long silver hair flow with it. She stood there, with a calm look on her face. So Muzan asked. Aren't you acting confident? Even after your previous loss? Otter's face twitched as he tightened his grip around his blade. Goddess Freya gave a charming smile in return. Why do you think I chose today to make my move, Muzan? Her voice, full of allure, spread out. Muzan narrowed his eyes. That thing Hephaestus made for you. Must be quite precious to you, no? Tell me, what would happen if it were destroyed? The mages of Freya familia raised their staffs, pointing them at Muzan. Not only that. The warriors were also holding glowing weapons. Magic items. They were all ready to blast it all to bits. Her intent was clear. She had managed to get her hands on information regarding him. And for the past week, she had been waiting. Waiting very patiently, to make her move at the right moment. Silently. Muzan clenched his fists. From only one thing. Anger. He was angry. He was so angry, in fact, that he started smiling. He is this close to finishing his plan. And yet, she, Freya, stands to obstruct him. At this critical moment, countless veins appeared on Muzan's face and neck as he said in a deep voice. Goddess Freya. You just made it personal. Freya corrected him. Muzan. In her usual charming tone. It became personal the day Hayden died. Surrender, Muzan, I'd rather not destroy something Hephaestus poured her heart into. She paused and then continued. But I will not hesitate if it comes to it. The whole place fell silent. The members of Freya familia stared at Muzan with clear animosity in their eyes. Goddess Freya waited for a few seconds. But Muzan remained silent. So she opened her mouth and said. Attack. Instantly. Countless spells covered the sky. Lighting up the entire district, giving rise to a new sun in the night sky. At the same time. Without anyone noticing. The ring of Hephaestus, Aphanes, inside Muzan. Glowed with an uncanny light of trickery. Refusing to be destroyed. The commotion was huge. The braver Finn, along with Loki familia, quickly arrived at the scene. Only to see the whole of Freya familia seemingly searching for something. Or someone. Within the rubble of what was once a district. Freya. Have you finally gone nuts, you crazy bitch? Goddess Loki exclaimed in a loud tone as she approached the goddess of beauty. Freya ignored her and furrowed her brows in confusion. Just where did he go? Outside or Rio? A half-skeleton stepped through the door of Infinity Castle. Master Muzan. The demons exclaimed in terrified tones as they quickly rushed up to their master. The skeleton raised his hand, stopping them in place. Then, under their tearful eyes, the flesh on the skeleton slowly started regenerating, fighting against the terrifying magic energy surrounding it. The destroyed hearts and brains grew back one by one, then the arms, legs, until finally, a full 10 minutes later, the head grew back as well. Muzan returned to his normal state. Daki instantly rushed up and held his arm, with tears flowing down her eyes. Master Muzan. Who did this to you? Tell me. I'll kill them. I'll tear them apart. Every last one of them. Their families too. I'll erase them all. Jotaro saw his master's calm face and silently lowered his head. As a demon who had lived for centuries, he could tell. Master Muzan was in a bad mood. An extremely terrifyingly bad mood. Daki kept crying when a calm voice entered her ears. Step back, Daki. Instantly jolting her body. Why yes, master. Daki instinctively stopped crying and hurriedly took a step back. Muzan released a breath, calming his mind before turning to Hayden. Come here. Yes, master. After Hayden approached him, Muzan pierced through his body. Changing his appearance to match the wolf who had crossed over previously. The other side of the gate opened in the middle of a forest, a wolf's identity would make it easier to hide. As for why not send Menshur, the Goo Master he had turned into a demon. Because he needed Menshur to study the aperture, plus Menshur was weak, he didn't want to entrust the ring to someone who couldn't even beat a rank 2 Goo Master. Muzan also didn't change Hephaestus' appearance to Menshur because other Gu masters could tell if someone had an aperture or not. I gave you Menshur's memories before, have you familiarized yourself with them? Yes, master. I am also able to understand their language to the greatest extent. Muzan nodded, then placed aphanes inside Hephaestus' heart. He would have Hephaestus test out its effect in reverent insanity. Hopefully, everything would work out. Muzan patted Hephaestus' head and said, "Don't do anything, just stay near the door until I call you back." "Yes, master." Muzan patted his head a few more times, then turned to the stunned demon siblings. "Daki, you will return with me to Knossos, and Jotaro will stay back, looking after the Gu world's door from our side." Daki and Jotaro looked at each other in confusion. Why was their master? Come. Did they sense wrong? No, that shouldn't be. Daki didn't think much, she quickly wiped away her tears and said with a bright smile. "Really? I get to stay by your side again, master." Muzan glanced at Nakime but didn't say anything. If Hephaestus's ring proved to be ineffective, then he would kill Nakime and destroy the Infinity Castle. Perhaps this way the Gu world's door would be closed as well. And this would mean that he would be forced to live in Danmaki's world. "Let's go, Daki." "Yes, master." Muzan exited the Infinity Castle with Daki following behind him. After he left, Hephaestus gave Nakime a nod. "Train." With the sound of a biwa, the Gu world's gate opened up. Hephaestus jumped inside without hesitation, appearing inside a large forest range. Instantly, he sprang into action and started camouflaging the Gu world's gate before going into hiding himself. Silently waiting for time to pass. With Daki following behind him, Muzan entered Knossos. Descending down the floors, Muzan met Barca and Dix. Due to god Thanatos being sent back to heaven, Barca had lost his strength, with his status being sealed. Which means he would need to join a familia and receive another god's blessing to regain his status as an adventurer. Not only him, but all of his demons would need a god so that they could be granted blessings. God Thanatos would have been a good match, but due to his past decades of acting as one of Evolus's major gods, it was impossible for Muzan to save him without burning bridges with almost all of Orario. Which was not worth it, and it's not like Orario lacked gods anyway. There were plenty of crazy gods in the dungeon city. One of them being Iklos, the god whose familia Dix belonged to. Iklos is not a part of Evolus, instead he runs an underworld operation, selling Xenos outside of Orario. Even though Muzan eliminated the entirety of Iklos' familia except Dix, God Iklos didn't care in the least bit. Heck, he even told Dix that he wanted to make an alliance with Muzan. Truly, to most gods, the lower world was simply for entertainment. Barca, go with Dix and join Iklos' familia. Yes, Master Muzan. The two brothers quietly left Knossos, heading towards God Iklos' hideout. Muzan turned to Kokoshibo, Doma, and Akaza. Now for the three of them. Kokoshibo, you will go to God of War, Takamikazuchi familia. Akaza, you will go to Ganesha familia. And for you, Doma. Where will I be going, Master Muzan? You will go to the goddess of poverty, Pinia. Doma fell down on the ground with a look of betrayal on his face. Eh? That's so unfair, Master. Lord Kokoshibo gets the God of War, Lord Akaza gets Ganesha. I don't know who Ganesha means, but it has to be better than the goddess of poverty. You're playing favorites, Master. Muzan looked at him with a calm gaze. Are you rejecting my words, Doma? Instantly. A terrifying pressure descended upon Doma. Gush. Making blood pour out from all over his body. Kokoshibo, Akaza, and Daki instantly felt an unprecedented sense of danger. Master Muzan. Master Muzan was angry. The pressure on Doma's body increased, breaking all the bones in his body. But the upper moon demon only showed his uncanny smile in response. Ah, how frightening, Master Muzan. Muzan looked down at the smiling Doma and retracted his pressure. God Dionysus tricked many adventurers into thinking they were part of his familia when, in fact, they received their blessing from the goddess of poverty, Pinia. He accomplished this with the help of divine wine, tricking both Pinia and the rookie adventurers. Now those adventurers, large in number, must be devastated by the betrayal. With your manipulative skills, it should be easy to join them and take over Pinia familia. Doma suddenly raised his head, stared at Muzan with deep confusion before turning his head, thinking deeply for a moment, then finally showing a helpless smile. Master Muzan, manipulate people. Me. Have I ever done something like that? He asked in genuine curiosity. Just do what you do best. Ahahaha. As you wish, Master. Kokoshibo and Akaza gave Doma a silent look. Was he crazy or was he crazy? This guy was completely fearless, wasn't he? Kokoshibo, Akaza, and Doma. Their appearances had become well known, so Muzan changed them, along with their memories, to help them join the familias. After he was done, the three looked like a group of newbie adventurers. Sending them away, Muzan turned to Daki. Daki, you and Jotaro will join Soma Familia. It will work well with your background, but let's wait for now, until Hayden returns. Yes, Master Muzan. Whatever you ask of me, I'll do it. Daki replied without any delay. Muzan gave her a look, then went to the 10th floor. There he met up with Revis. Follow me. He gave a simple command, making Revis stop controlling the monster plant and follow after him. They used Gnosis' entrance to directly enter the 19th floor of the dungeon. Muzan calmly looked at the dungeon walls. He was worried about the goo world. He needed to make an aperture for himself. He needed to plan his actions for the future. And much more. There were so many things he needed to do, places where he had to be. But right now, only the face of the goddess of beauty kept passing through his mind. Freya. Muzan clenched his fists. You truly made it personal. Muzan stepped foot onto the dungeon's floor and took a spherical magic tool from Revis. Finn. The reply came almost immediately. Muzan. I'm in the middle of. Tell Goddess Freya I'm alive. Silence. Then Finn's confused voice returned. What? Muzan spoke in an eerily calm voice. Tell her to prepare. Finn frowned. Prepare. Tell her to gather everything she has. Every member of her familia. Every ally she can muster. Every weapon. Every magic item. Everything, every last resource she possesses. The magic stone remained silent for several seconds. Why? Muzan answered his query. So that none of it can escape. Another silence. Even Finn was taken aback. Muzan, were you the one attacked? Do you realize what you're saying? This would become a war game. No, there will be no war. Muzan corrected him. It will be a one-sided massacre. Muzan put away the magic sphere before Finn could say anything. Now. He will devour the dungeon. Devour its strongest monsters. And come out. As a force that cannot be stopped. By anyone, in the dungeon city or Rio. Chapter 30, Rapid Changes, Become Mine. I request to join your familia. God Takamikazuchi stared at the samurai before him with a serious gaze. It was Kokoshibo. He wore clothes similar to his own, reflecting the unique style of the Far East. It seemed he was from the same homeland as his other children. But this wasn't why God Takamikazuchi was silent. The reason for his silence was the warrior aura he could sense from Kokoshibo. It was so resolute, unlike any he had seen before. One carved through countless wars, built through an unimaginable number of years. God Takamikazuchi opened his mouth and asked in a serious tone. Are you sure you want to join my familia, child? He didn't feel his familia was worthy of having such a brilliant warrior. If he joined them, then they would just hold him back. But even still, God Takamikazuchi looked at Kokoshibo with a hopeful gaze. After all, which god could turn away such a brilliant child? Behind Takamikazuchi, 3 of his children, Uka, Chigusa, and Asaka, peeked through the gap between the sliding doors, curiously examining Kokoshibo's appearance. Kokoshibo opened his mouth and said in a calm tone. The path of my sword sees a new possibility. I seek your guidance, Takamikazuchi, god of war. God Takamikazuchi paused, then gave a calming smile. Then allow me the privilege of guiding your sword. Welcome, child, to the Takamikazuchi familia. Rio, Ganesha familia. Guh. With a loud sound, a figure was sent flying through the air before crashing into a wall. God Ganesha kneeled beside his fallen child and stared at the metal plate armor he was wearing. There was a clear indent made by a fist on it. All of the surrounding members of Ganesha familia stared at the scene in utter shock, some even holding their mouths in disbelief. God Ganesha silently turned his head toward the perpetrator. Upper Demon Moon, Akaza. He stood in the middle of the hall in his airtight form. Can I join your familia now? God Ganesha smiled and gave him a thumbs up. I am Ganesha. Akaza. Akaza no speak Ganesha. Rio, Deadless Street. Upper rank, Doma, sat on the side of the street with an empty wooden bowl in his hands. Clank. A passing adventurer casually tossed him a single valise. His bowl was no longer empty. Doma silently turned to his side. Lady Pinia. It would seem I've earned 1 valise. Pinia looked at his wooden begging bowl and nodded in satisfaction. Well done. Doma looked at the lone coin for a moment. Never could he have imagined he would be praised for being a good beggar. By now, he was even starting to question his life decisions. Lady Pinia. How long do we have to do this? Peenia folded her arms and said with a dignified look on her face. Poverty is an art, brat. Do it for the love of the game, otherwise how can you become a professional beggar and join my familia? I see. Doma nodded in understanding. It was his fault indeed. For not taking a novel profession like begging seriously. So, to become the best beggar in Orario, Doma started giving his all. And the result was almost instantaneous. Clank. 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 Several coins poured down into Doma's bowl, filling it up in no time. Goddess Peenia slowly looked from her own completely empty bowl to Doma's nearly overflowing one. Doma saw her movement and happily took a coin from his own bowl and dropped it into Peenia's empty one. Lady Peenia, now your bowl is no longer empty. Goddess Peenia gave him a blank look. Oi. Yes. How about I join your familia instead? Unknowingly. Time passed by. Orario, dungeon 49th floor. Demon Revis lay on the ground, quickly regenerating her obliterated lower body. Roar. A terrifying roar resounded throughout the boss room, led out by a 10-meter-tall towering figure which was a combination of an insect, a dragon, and a giant. The boss monster Baylor. This terrifying beast, carrying the strength of a high level 7, was currently roaring in pain. As it was being devoured by an even more terrifying creature. Crunch. Tearing away pieces of Baylor with its terrifying mouth. Revis stood up and stared at the monstrosity in silence. She knew what it was made of. As she had personally helped hunt those monsters down. Eudias's pitch-black skeleton acted as the foundation. Baylor's flesh became its strength. The Juggernaut's legs became its speed. And Amphisbaena, its eyes. The countless monsters of the dungeon, stitched together to form its armor. And finally its blood. Carried a demon. Giving form to this creature she called Master. 2 days later. Members of Loki Familia and the guild silently arrived at a scene of carnage. The building had been reduced to rubble, the ground was cracked open, covered in blood and broken body parts from more than 100 adventurers. One of the guild members suddenly lost his strength, and the bell on his back fell to the ground. The braver, Finn, silently picked up a broken flag from the ground. It carried a familiar symbol. Depicting what was once Orario's strongest familia. Finn turned his gaze to look at a familiar broken black sword. It was Otter's weapon. Forged from the boss monster Eudias. Yet now it lay broken amidst the rubble. Ace stared at the scene in silence, tightly holding the hilt of her sword. How does one possess such strength? Goddess Loki walked through the place, looked all around, and seeing nothing left alive, crossed her arms and declared in a serious tone. It's over. Freya Familia's gone. That day. The entire Orario fell silent. Freya Familia. One of the 2 leaders of Orario. Had been wiped out of existence. In less than 5 minutes. And the perpetrator. Kibutsuji Muzan. In a gods' conference that was held not long after, he was given a nickname. Lord of Ruin. Kanasso's dungeon, 9th floor. Muzan sat on the floor, understanding the aperture inside one of his demon's bodies. Beside him, Revis held a magical sphere from which a familiar voice came out. You really killed them all, Muzan. Yes, I already told you I would, Fells. Your anger against Freya is justified. But killing so many adventurers. They had time to leave Freya Familia, they died because of their own decision. Sigh, understood. The guild supports you, but the incident has caused a great disturbance in Orario. The people have become even more scared of you. Even though we tried our best to remove your status as a member of Evolus. God Auranas has asked for you to stay low for some time, the guild will give you a task later to quench the dissatisfaction of the gods. It will be related to the corrupted spirit. We will use its threat to whitewash your image. Muzan paused and turned to the magic sphere. Corrupted spirit? Is the guild planning to hunt it? Yes, but not now. The corrupted spirit was good, he was interested in her, turning her into a demon would give unexpected results. But the goo world was more important now. It would be a good experience for his demons. Understood, we'll help out when the guild decides to hunt it down. Thank you. The magic sphere shut off as Muzan turned his focus back to the aperture. At the same time, a part of his mind was always paying attention to Hayden. There haven't been any abnormalities yet. Except for some random weak animals passing by, nothing had attacked Hayden for now. Which was a good sign. Let's watch for a bit more. If nothing happens then. Muzan started feeling a little excited. Looks like things were finally moving in a good direction. Silently, Dix and Barca walked in, with Dix carrying a bloodied person on his shoulder. Muzan raised his head in doubt. Dix placed the bloodied person down before Muzan and explained. The elf ambushed us while we were hunting in the dungeon, Master Muzan. Her magic was powerful, so we brought her back to you. Muzan checked their memories and was taken aback for a moment. His gaze couldn't help but turn to the elf they had just brought. Because he knew who she was. Rio Lion. It seemed she had tried to kill Barca and Dix with a surprise attack, though unfortunately for her, her magic wasn't strong enough to kill them. Still. What the hell was this? Home delivery. Muzan grabbed Rio's mask and pulled it off, revealing a broken face, black and blue all over. Damn, Rio, you were way out of your league. The corners of Muzan's mouth couldn't help but twitch. He liked Rio even more than Ace from the show, that's why seeing her like this was just sad. She was even missing a leg and an arm. Muzan pierced through Rio's body and injected his demon blood into her. Outside or Rio? Is it really necessary to blindfold my eyes? God Iklos complained to Dix as he was placed in front of the door to Infinity Castle. Dix ignored him and placed God Iklos' hand on a fair back. It feels like a woman. God Iklos murmured as he dropped his divine blood onto Nakeim's pale back. Nakeim couldn't exit Infinity Castle, and letting gods enter Infinity Castle carried a risk, that's why this roundabout approach was being used. Unknowingly. A month passed by. Infinity Castle. Muzan smiled in excitement, seeing Hadeen come back from the goo world. It had been confirmed. Hephaestus's ring could block the world will. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for the world will to let an immortal creature like Hadeen survive. Master Muzan. Well done, Hadeen. Muzan pierced his hand through Hadeen's body and took out Aphanes. The ring could only barely be felt, fortunately it had stayed in the position inside Hadeen where he had placed it. Placing it in his heart, Muzan flashed away from Infinity Castle. His figure quickly passed through the land and entered the dungeon city before coming in front of a familiar shop. Pushing the door open, he stepped inside under the confused gaze of the red-haired goddess, grabbed her waist, and lifted her up with a big smile on his face. Goddess Hephaestus couldn't understand what was happening. One moment she was on the ground. And the next, she was lifted into the air like a child. Muzan. Goddess Hephaestus called out his name in confusion, surprise, and embarrassment. What in the world is he doing? Why did he just lift her up like this? Her face instantly turned beet red. You did it, Goddess Hephaestus, you really did it. Muzan ignored her voice, bubbling with excitement as he spun her around in circles. EA. Goddess Hephaestus let out a stupid sound as her world started spinning around. Tsubaki, on the side, stared at the scene with her mouth hanging wide open. What the hell was she watching? That's her goddess. But the opponent is Muzan. Lord of Ruin. Tsubaki silently turned around and left the room. Wait, Tsubaki. Stop him. Ahahaha, you are the best, Goddess Hephaestus. You really are the best. Please put me down, Muzan. After a few more rounds, Muzan placed Hephaestus down. Why you, what has gotten into you all of a sudden? Goddess Hephaestus couldn't continue her words as Muzan pushed her hair back with his right hand, touched her face with his fingers before holding the back of her neck. Ba-dump asterisk. Her heart started beating like crazy. What was this? Why was Muzan giving her that look? Suddenly, a familiar voice reached her ears. Right now, you have no idea how beautiful you look in my eyes, Goddess Hephaestus. Beautiful. Her. Hephaestus's eye widened. Then, before she could react, Muzan removed her eye guard, revealing a crimson eye surrounded by black. Goddess Hephaestus trembled and instinctively tried to lower her head. But Muzan didn't let her, he held her face up with his hand. Goddess Hephaestus stared into his crimson eyes and said in a shaking voice. Muzan, do you truly understand what you're saying? Muzan kept smiling as he moved his thumb across her red lips. A god's love is too heavy for mortals to bear. A calm voice gave her the reply. I don't care, I am an immortal. You. Muzan tightened his grip around her waist, pulling them closer, and said. Become mine, Goddess Hephaestus. Hephaestus pursed her lips and asked again in a mosquito-like voice. Are you sure? Yes. The reply came instantly. Ba-dump asterisk. Ba-dump asterisk. Goddess Hephaestus felt her heart beating faster than ever before. Blood seemed to rush through her body as Muzan, in her eyes, seemed to become the focus of the world. Countless thoughts seemed to pass through her mind. Until finally, her lips parted open as she said. All right. With her agreement, the two of them came closer, and their lips connected. Everything seemed to slow down for a moment. Hephaestus raised her arms and wrapped them around Muzan's neck. Their bodies pressed against each other, her big, soft chest deformed as it pressed against Muzan. Muzan grabbed her hips and lifted her up, and Hephaestus wrapped her legs around his waist. Chapter 32, Chapter 31, Preparations complete. Straight face style. You name it, they did it. Mainly because gods, even in mortal bodies, possess extremely high stamina, not to mention Muzan, a flesh monster. Plus, goddess Hephaestus suddenly became excited after learning about certain special features of his body. Heh. It could even vibrate. God Hephaestus almost lost her senses when Muzan suddenly used this feature. Anyway. Inside the bedroom, Muzan lay on the bed with goddess Hephaestus snuggled up to his left side. Her head rested on his arm as she affectionately traced her hand around his face and body. Muzan also squeezed her big chest while thinking about something. Goddess Hephaestus saw his dazed look and asked with a smile. What are you thinking? Muzan looked at her, saw her beautiful face, and then turned toward her and hugged her. Goddess Hephaestus placed a leg over his hips as her soft breasts pressed against Muzan, making her nipples become erect. Her eyes melted with love as Muzan caressed her face. I noticed a major difference between a god and a human. What is it? Muzan slid his hand over Hephaestus's round hips before retracting his hand and taking a sniff. Goddess Hephaestus blushed and complained. What are you doing? Your scent reminds me of leather and iron. Her face froze. Muzan continued explaining. It's completely unlike the odor of a human. No matter which part of your body it is, your sweat smells like that too. Goddess Hephaestus suddenly covered his mouth. Then, she asked with lowered eyes. Do you not like it? Muzan removed her hand and replied with a serious face. I love it. Even after the entire night, you don't smell bad at all. Goddess Hephaestus blinked her eyes, and then she burst into laughter. Puff. She held his face and then went in for a deep kiss, interlinking their tongues. After pulling back, she revealed a love-struck expression before suddenly narrowing her eyes and demanding. I have already promised myself to you, so you have to receive my blessing now. All right. You agree. Goddess Hephaestus widened her eyes and then quickly turned Muzan around before he could say anything. She quickly saddled his back, revealing her proud breasts as she cut her finger and dropped a drop of her divine blood on Muzan's back. Instantly, her blessing combined with him, as she eagerly waited for what was to come. She couldn't see his memories, but that was to be expected due to the ring she gave him. Instead of that, she was way more interested in seeing his status. What set of skills would he have? As the Lord of Ruin? The strongest adventurer? Hephaestus's body burned with excitement as she saw the crest of her familia appearing on Muzan's back. Her child. Muzan was her child now. Eagerly looking down, she stared at his fauna and froze. I assent this, too much. Goddess Hephaestus fell into shock. Muzan raised his head and asked her. How does my status look? It's incredible. A drop of sweat slid down Hephaestus's face as she quickly copied Muzan's status onto a sheet of paper, and then she hid her blessing pasted on his back. She couldn't ever let any other god see or know about this. Never. He was a part of her familia now. Goddess Hephaestus hugged Muzan's back, pressing her assets against him as she handed him his status sheet and said in a serious tone. Take a look. Muzan took the parchment and saw his stats. Status. Level. Name, Muzan Kibutsuji. Age. Race, demi-human. Basic stats. Strength, I, 0. Endurance, I, 0. Dexterity, I, 0. Agility, I, 0. Magic, I, 0. Skills. Demon Progenitor, SSS, Supreme Regeneration, SSS, Biokinesis, SSS, Immortality, SS, Blood Demon Art, SS, Analytical Mind, S, Master Researcher, S, Transparent World, A, Moon Breathing, A, Medical Knowledge, A, Tactician, A, Battle Instinct, A, Survival Instinct, A, Enhanced Senses, A. Development Abilities. King, Researcher, Biologist, Alchemist, Strategist, Tactician, Commander, Predator, Manipulator, Executioner, Survivor, Great Sword Master. Decent. Goddess Hephaestus put her hand through his hair and commented, This is the most absurd level 1 status I have ever seen. Absurd? You're making it sound like I'm some sort of monster, Goddess Hephaestus. Well. Goddess Hephaestus paused and remembered the vibrating feature from last night. She didn't have words to describe it. As she was at a loss for words, he turned around and pulled her closer. Time for a quick morning session. After some time, the two of them got dressed, Muzan ate food with Goddess Hephaestus, and then he exited the shop under her reluctant gaze. In the world of reverent insanity, an aperture is the foundation of a Gu master's cultivation. It is a unique internal space existing within one's body, a vessel created to contain primeval essence, the energy consumed to activate Gu worms. Without an aperture, no matter how intelligent or talented someone was, they could never become a Gu master. The aperture itself wasn't the same for everyone. Every person was born with a fixed aptitude, determining how much primeval essence their aperture could contain and how quickly it recovered. The aptitude of aperture is divided into 5 grades. D grade, 20 to 39%, C grade, 40 to 59%, B grade, 60 to 79%, A grade, 80 to 99%, and extreme physique, 100%. Inside every aperture existed a primeval C. The greater one's aptitude, the larger this C became. A D-grade cultivator possessed only a shallow puddle of primeval essence. An A-grade genius possessed an enormous ocean. And the legendary extreme physiques, they are on another level altogether. As a Goo Master cultivated, the aperture evolved. From rank 1 all the way to rank 5, the aperture expanded, its walls strengthened, and the quality of its primeval essence transformed with each breakthrough. Beyond rank 5, the aperture underwent a qualitative evolution, becoming an immortal aperture, an independent miniature world capable of nurturing resources, producing immortal essence, and sustaining entire ecosystems. For an easier understanding, Goo worms are like Pokemons that need a Goo Master's essence C to function. A rank 1 Goo needs rank 1 primeval essence, while a rank 5 Goo needs rank 5 primeval essence. Along with this, just like Pokemons, these Goo worms need to be fed. Every Goo worm has its own specific food that it requires, or else it will die. Above rank 5 are immortal Goo worms. Aside from the massive difference in power, there is one major distinction between them and mortal Goo worms. Immortal Goo worms are all unique. This means there can be hundreds or thousands of rank 4 Fireball Goo worms, but there can only ever be a single, unique rank 6 immortal Fireball Goo worm in the entire world. Infinity Castle. Muzan sat on the tatami mat, silently manipulating his body. Time passed by. Then, slowly, a small, invisible organ formed inside his body. It was an aperture. He had done it. Muzan had created his own aperture. The demon, based on whom Muzan had designed his aperture, didn't have a very good aptitude. But Muzan could change his aptitude at will with biokinesis. His aperture's current aptitude, grade A, 99%. I could not reach 100%. It seems 99% is the limit of a normal aperture. He would need to analyze a special physique to reach 100% aptitude. But this wasn't the big news. The big news was what would happen next. Having succeeded once, the process had become almost instantaneous for him now. Thus, within seconds under Muzan's absolute control. 4 more apertures formed in his body. Yes. He, Kibutsuji Muzan, could hold 5 apertures simultaneously in his body. And all of them were at 99%. The reason? Because Muzan is a demon. The original demon with 5 brains and 7 hearts. But to fill up these empty apertures with a primeval C, he would need to enter the Goo world. Muzan released a silent breath. Currently, he had already written all of Hephaestus' spells inside 2 of his brains for perpetual casting. He had also obtained an invisibility magic item from the Hermes familia. This, combined with the ring from Hephaestus, might just produce some unexpectedly excellent effects. Muzan stored the invisibility magic item safely inside his body and stood up. It was time. Time to finally step foot inside the world of reverent insanity. Muzan gave Nakaim a firm nod. Train. The closed, blackened door swung open, revealing the path to the other world. Note, end of Vol 1. This is for all the experts in reverent insanity lore. If you know some general mistakes or easily forgotten plot points, then please write them in this paragraph comment to enrich my knowledge base. It will strengthen the story's logic. Damn, I just remembered the good old days of fanfics, with Endless Path always Bane at the top spot for all year long, so many uniques concept with terrible grammar and zero AI appearing every other week. Sigh, I feel old and nostalgic, sniff. Chapter 33, Chapter 32, Reverend Insanity. With a single step, Muzan Jackson entered the world of reverend insanity. Taking in a deep breath, he took in the foreign air, expanding his lungs before releasing it and looking around the forest. He was currently in the northern forest that connected with Qingmao Mountain, near the Goo clan where the protagonist, Fang Yuan, was born. A year before the original story begins. Muzan silently raised his head and looked at the sky. It appeared ordinary, with a bright sun hanging above among white clouds. But it was anything but ordinary. There were 9 heavens above this sky. Alas, due to the long history of the Goo world, 7 of the 9 heavens had been destroyed, leaving only white heaven and black heaven intact. Muzan took in the scenery for a moment before sitting down on the uneven grass. He concentrated on the 5 apertures inside his body. Using the method he learned from his demon's memories, he started gathering primeval essence. The effect was immediate. A faint green-colored primeval essence started gathering. The color representing its rank 1 status. All 5 of his apertures were working separately. After an hour of practice, all of them were filled up. The way to level up is by attacking the aperture's walls with primeval essence, breaking them to reach the next stage. Muzan was unable to break the walls of his apertures by using biokinesis, although he could completely destroy an aperture and make a new one, which would start from rank 1. Why? Because he lacked soul foundation. And since all 5 apertures worked separately, he couldn't just use all the primeval essence from all 5 apertures to upgrade a single one to the highest level first. Each aperture would have to break down its own walls using its own primeval essence. The first goo I refine will become my vital goo, separate for each aperture. He could have 5 vital goo worms. And unlike other goo masters, who would suffer terrible backlash and most probably die by changing their vital goo, Muzan had no such restriction because of his healing power. Except for all of this, he had one major advantage. Muzan, in reverent insanity, was a complete otherworldly demon. Meaning fate goo could not prevent him from reaching rank 9, venerable status. And with Hephaestus's ring, heaven's will could not perceive him as a breaker of balance. The first thing Muzan wanted to do was to absorb a desolate beast, which was equivalent to a rank 6 goo immortal. Why? Because he wanted to see if his biokinesis could help him absorb its physical strength. Just like what he did in Danmachi. If it was possible. Then a terrifying, uncontrollable storm would arise in the world of reverent insanity. But there was a single major problem he was currently facing. Muzan turned back to look at the open black door through which he could see Infinity Castle and Nakheim. What to do with this door? Muzan frowned. Attain had moved mud and trees around before, making it hard to detect, but this was a major issue. Muzan walked up to the black door, then tried to lift it from the bottom. Under his immense strength, the ground beneath his feet caved in, but the door remained stuck in place. Muzan tried a few more times, increasing his strength again, but the door refused to move. This damn door. The corners of Muzan's mouth twitched. I swear to reserve one of my apertures for space path and break this door to pieces one day. Shaking his head, Muzan told Nakheim to close the gates. 2 of his strongest demons, Attain and Revis, were on the other side. With their protection, nothing major should happen. Muzan covered the door with mud and trees again before activating the invisibility magic item he had brought along. The magic item trembled before his figure became invisible. A pair of terrifying black-gray wings sprouted out from his back as he took to the sky. Muzan looked down at the place from above. Qingmao Mountain was a low-level area. He would never find immortal-level beasts here. And he didn't know which direction to go. The southern territory was too large, not to mention his rank 2 goo master demon didn't know anything about geography. Muzan raised his head to look at the sky again. Black heaven and white heaven would have a lot of desolate beasts. But it was too dangerous. Just to reach them he would have to be fortunate enough not to encounter a natural calamity like heavenly wind or astral wind. Not to mention, those heavens would have a lot of immortal-level beasts. He just wanted to face a single one first to see if he could subdue it. Muzan flapped his wings, leaving sonic booms in his wake as he flew through the air and arrived on the other side of the mountain range. Following the memories he received from his rank 2 demon goo master, Muzan identified the 3 clans. Guyu clan, Bai clan, and Xiong clan. He knew the most about Guyu clan. He even had an identity he could use to sneak in. Though he highly doubted anyone here could see through his invisibility. But he didn't want to change anything for Fang Yuan's future progress. Plus, there was someone else he wanted to see more. Muzan thought for a moment before diving down. Towards the Bai clan. Qingmao Mountain, Bai clan. Muzan landed amidst the street. Several goo masters casually passed by him, unable to notice his presence because of Hephaestus's ring. Invisibility hid him from the naked eye. And Hephaestus's ring completely hid any presence he gave off. Muzan walked around, his gaze passing through the ancient Chinese-style houses before stopping at a particularly grand-looking one. It seemed to be a place of importance. Muzan entered like a ghost. Moving around the large place, he heard some young goo masters talking and understood that he was in the academy building. Yes, it was the place where Bai clan trained its young, newly awakened goo masters. Interestingly, Muzan managed to find the place where they stored goo worms. Why? Because it was hard not to notice a large line of excited teenagers standing in line, constantly discussing what goo worm they would choose. Form a line and enter one by one. The guard at the gate shouted, making the teenagers calm down. Muzan thought for a moment, then entered the storeroom, following behind a young girl. Once inside, he looked around the walls with several square holes in them. Each square hole seemed to contain a goo worm. Some goo were silent while others were constantly making chirping sounds, making the room painfully lively to be in. Muzan looked inside one of the square holes and saw a random rank 1 goo worm he didn't recognize. Seems like this academy storage didn't have any good goo worms, only several rank 1 ones were present. Muzan turned around and exited the place while the young girl smilingly chose her goo worm. Walking around the academy, Muzan managed to find the library. He looked around for something like a map which would help him understand the geography. I can't turn anyone into a demon and read their memories. Muzan thought, looking at an old-looking Gu master who seemed to be a teacher here. Hephaestus's ring only protected himself. The moment he made a demon minion, Heaven's will and fate Gu would know of his minion's existence. And thus would lead to some extremely unpredictable results. Fortunately, Muzan did manage to find a map. The map showed hunting grounds, dangerous beast territories, mountain trails, rivers. The map didn't really mention any path leading to outside major cities. It mainly displayed the territories of the 3 clans occupying the area. Muzan frowned, committing the map to his memory before looking around for a better one. But he couldn't find a better map. In fact, the one he found first was the most detailed. The caravan should have one. Muzan had heard that a caravan was currently present in Bai clan territory. They should have the detailed map he wanted. Muzan was silently leaving the library when he paused. Taking a step back, he turned his head to the left and saw a particularly thick book. The Legends of Renzu. The greatest human path inheritance in the Gu world. Read by all, understood by few. Muzan didn't have time to read it through his demon's memories as he was too busy making the apertures, carving his brain with magic, and absorbing monsters. So, he quietly grabbed the book and exited the library. Stepping foot outside, Muzan made his way towards the caravan. It was situated at the edge of the clan, with many Gu masters flocking around it. As Muzan was observing the caravan, his gaze paused on a particular figure. It was a person with snow-white skin, long silver-white hair, and blue eyes. He stood alone, without a care in the world, giving off the aura of an unapproachable being. Who else could this be? Except Bai Ningbing, the one born with the northern dark eye soul physique. While Bai Ningbing was staring coldly at the goods displayed by the caravan, a sharp invisible demon hand was placed inches away from his fair neck. But the monster of Bai clan couldn't notice it at all. Muzan silently retracted his hand and entered the caravan. There was no point in interfering with the main story now. If anything, getting in the way of Fang Yuan didn't offer him much benefit. Perhaps later, but not now. It was way too early for that. There were several rank 1 and a few rank 2 Gu worms on display, but no rank 3 Gu worm. And there was no relic Gu either. Muzan stopped before the door leading to the intersection. He silently opened it when no one was noticing and stepped inside. There was a long passage with a stairway heading upstairs. Muzan was walking down the empty passageway when suddenly, puk puk asterisk. An unconventional sound reached his ears. Muzan stopped, raised his eyebrow, and peeked through the gap in the wooden door, puk puk asterisk. He didn't know the caravan offered this service too. Not finding anything useful on the lower floor, Muzan stepped onto the stairs and headed up. He found the door there, which seemed to house the leader of the caravan. Muzan sensed 2 Gu masters' auras inside. Well, what to do now? Break in and knock the guys unconscious. If he took action, then his invisibility magic item would lose its effect. Muzan waited for some time. And surprisingly, one of the Gu masters inside started moving. Clank. The door opened as a middle-aged Gu master stepped out and closed the door before walking downstairs. In that brief moment, Muzan had slipped inside. As soon as he was inside, Muzan's gaze landed on the map lying on the caravan leader's desk. The leader seemed to be making changes to it. Muzan quietly came behind him, leaned down, and observed the map as the leader made his changes. As the caravan leader finished making his changes, he was about to put the map away when the door of his room suddenly opened up on its own. Who? The rank 3 Gu master shouted in vigilance and quickly used his methods to investigate. But he found absolutely nothing, leaving him feeling confused. High above, in the sky, the invisible Muzan flew through the air, leaving sonic booms in his wake. Chapter 34, Chapter 33, Southern Region. Muzan's invisible figure flew through the sky of the southern region, cutting through the clouds at an incredible speed. Did Muzan find a place to capture desolate beasts from the map at the caravan? No. A mortal Gu master would, 99% of the time, die before ever encountering a monster on the level of an immortal. And even if they did see one, they most definitely would not survive that encounter. So where was Muzan heading? Shangliang Mountain. The nearest place harboring a super force. It took Fang Yuan 2 years to reach there on foot. Muzan should arrive in a little less than an hour. Suddenly. He came to a stop and turned his gaze into the distance. There, far away, he could see a figure flying in the air. Could it be a Gu immortal? Was he lucky or unlucky? Muzan narrowed his eyes. He couldn't guess the Gu immortal's level. But one thing was certain. The flying speed of the Gu immortal was slower than his. No, actually. He was a bit too slow. Muzan fell into doubt. Was this guy really a Gu immortal? A rank 6 shouldn't be flying so slowly. He seemed more like a rank 5. Maybe he didn't have a speed-type immortal goo worm. After all, immortal goo were very rare during this time in the story. Muzan thought for a moment before following behind him. The man wore flowing black clothes, with long flowing white hair extending from his head. Under Muzan's gaze, the goo cultivator kept flying continuously for more than half an hour. A goo master cannot sustain flight for so long. Even a rank 5 would have to take a short break, as their primeval essence would have been depleted to a dangerously low level. Which could only mean the man flying ahead of him was a goo immortal. Robbing a goo immortal would be the fastest way to get some of the things he wanted. Now the question remained: to take action or not. But apart from the strength issue, the biggest problem was how to control the goo immortal. Silently, a red-gray blade appeared in Muzan's hands. His invisible figure silently closed the distance. He saw the goo immortal's physical body using transparent world and was just about to attack when he noticed a sudden change. Muzan's figure quickly flashed, dodging to the left. And just as he had moved away, the goo immortal suddenly turned around and launched an intense rock storm into the air. Hitting nothing. The goo immortal quickly looked around in vigilance. But he found nothing. With a deep frown on his face, the goo immortal suddenly unleashed an area of effect attack all around him. And just outside his attack range, the invisible Muzan crossed his arms and stared at the scene in confusion. Why was he discovered? It didn't happen when he was following the goo immortal all this time. So why now? What changed? Was it because he was attacking? Muzan couldn't find a concrete answer. But it didn't matter. Why? Because this goo immortal's attacks weren't strong enough. The world around Muzan seemed to slow down. An armor made of blood-red flesh and black matter covered his body. Through transparent world, the goo immortal's body structure was laid bare before his eyes. Then, the moment he saw a gap, his figure flashed at a terrifying speed, shaking the sky. The goo immortal's eyes widened as he instantly launched another attack. Boom. Countless rocks collided against Muzan's battle armor, deactivating his invisibility. The attack was endless. But its power was lacking. And Muzan's speed was far too fast. Gush. His blade cleanly struck the goo immortal, piercing through his chest, barely missing his heart by a margin of millimeters. Move a muscle and I'll blast you to pieces. Muzan's cold voice entered the goo immortal's ears, making him tremble as he looked at him in horror. What kind of monstrosity was this? A monster? A transformation path goo immortal? But then why couldn't he sense any aura from him? The goo immortal was filled with confusion as blood seeped out from his mouth. Young friend. Perhaps we have some misunderstanding. How did you sense me? Before, when you turned around and attacked, how did you find me? The goo immortal furrowed his brows in confusion before replying in an obvious tone. I sense the displacement in Dao marks. Displacement in Dao marks? In reverent insanity, everything in the world has Dao marks. The mountains. The rivers. The atmosphere. Everything. And goo immortals can sense and accumulate Dao marks within their immortal apertures. The more Dao marks someone has, the stronger they are. Dao marks act as multipliers for attacks. For example, time path Dao marks greatly increase the strength of time path attacks. When Muzan got within range of this goo immortal, although the immortal couldn't see or sense him directly, he noticed something every goo immortal relied on during high-speed battles. A sudden disturbance in the Dao marks of the surrounding world. This was why, even with mortal physical bodies, goo immortals could fight at incredible speeds and kill desolate and immemorial beasts that possess terrifying strength and speed. And well, the majority of those beasts were unintelligent, so that also worked in the immortal's favor. Seeing Muzan fall silent, the goo immortal suddenly straightened his back and said with a dignified expression. Sir, I am Shang Jiufeng, a member of a super clan. My master is. You're lying. Muzan cut him off, sensing the changes in his heartbeat through transparent world. The goo immortal didn't even break a sweat. I am not lying. I am Shang Jiufeng. You must be a demonic cultivator, considering you didn't attack with an immortal goo. The strength of his stone attack was lacking compared to what an immortal goo should produce. Muzan sensed the subtle changes in the immortal's body and concluded that he had guessed correctly. The goo immortal could only reveal a wry smile. You are correct. I am a demonic cultivator. Mu Yen. I don't care about your name. Do a few things for me, and I won't kill you. Won't kill me? Mu Yen narrowed his eyes and asked. As a demonic cultivator, he was well aware of the darkest side of the world. That was why, when Muzan captured him, he had already been prepared to self-destruct, refusing to let Muzan gain any benefit from his death. But now he was being given a chance to live. Was it the truth or a lie? What do you want from me, sir? If the demand was too excessive, then he would still self-destruct. With the sword still stuck in Mu Yan's chest, Muzan said. Give me relic goo, all from rank 1 to rank 5 peak. 10 sets. Relic goo worms could instantly increase a goo master's cultivation rank within the mortal realm, from rank 1 to rank 5, reducing a process that normally took years into mere seconds. Relic goo. 10 sets. Why would someone with immortal level strength want such a goo worm? It was practically useless to them. And what the hell was he going to do with 10 sets? Was it for some human path refinement method? I don't have any relic goo. He was an earth path demonic goo immortal. Why would he carry relic goo? Heck, even human path goo immortals might not carry them unless they had a clan supporting them or some killer move that required them. Use immortal essence beads to buy them from Treasure Yellow Heaven. What the F***CK? Use immortal essence beads to buy F***King relic goo. Mu Yan loudly cursed in his mind. He had never seen such a waste of resources. Why not just take his immortal essence beads instead? At least that way he would feel a little better. Madman. He had met a complete madman. Even more insane than a demonic cultivator like himself. With a sword in his chest, ready to slice him apart, Mu Yan didn't have much choice. Reluctantly, he used a fraction of one immortal essence bead to exchange for 10 complete sets of relic goo, from rank 1 all the way to rank 5 peak, through Treasure Yellow Heaven. It also took some time. Getting 10 sets wasn't that straightforward. He had to negotiate with the seller. Treasure Yellow Heaven was like an online marketplace where all goo immortals conducted transactions and exchanged resources in real time. Muzan silently stored the sealed relic goo worms inside his aperture. Since they were all sealed, their rank 5 aura did not damage his rank 1 aperture. Now buy me a desolate beast. Desolate beast. Finally. A normal demand. But desolate beasts were not cheap. Mu Yan frowned. He only had 12 immortal essence beads in savings. A desolate beast could cost anywhere from 0.5 to over 10 beads, depending on its rarity and type. For example, Earth Path giant bears were as common as cabbages. But Soul Path and Space Path desolate beasts were anything but cheap. Which one? A desolate beast with high physical strength. High physical strength. Wouldn't a giant bear work then? Like, a giant bear. Yes. Buy it. Make sure it's unconscious. Alright. The two of them silently descended to the ground. Then, a sleeping, 30-meter-tall desolate giant bear suddenly appeared, crashing onto the forest floor and crushing countless trees beneath its massive body. Give me rank 5 goo worms from Space Path, Time Path, Wisdom Path, Soul Path, and Refinement Path, along with their food. So many different paths. Just why? Mu Yan inwardly shook his head. Mortal rank goo worms were pocket change for goo immortals. Though Space, Time Path goo worms were rare. Still, for a goo immortal they weren't hard to gather. He even placed the enormous desolate beast inside a rank 5 spatial pocket goo, together with the food for the rank 5 goo worms, making it easier for Muzan to carry. Give me some of your immortal essence. It was here. The major demand had finally arrived. Mu Yan gritted his teeth. I can give you 2 immortal essence beads, any more, and I'll self-destruct. Muzan observed the intense expression on his face and the calm rhythm of his heart. Mu Yan was acting. 10 immortal essence beads. What? No way. You're mad. Mu Yan's heartbeat sped up in genuine anger. 9.5 then. Are you crazy? Let's just die. Who's afraid of who? Mu Yan continued shouting angrily. 5. I won't give you more than 5. Okay. With a flushed face, Mu Yan transferred 5 immortal essence beads into the rank 5 spatial pocket goo and handed it over to Muzan, who quickly stored it inside his aperture. I need a map of the entire goo world. How come the demands kept getting weirder and weirder? It was like a random rank 1 idiot asking him for all kinds of basic things to progress rapidly. Did he have a kid or something? Was he trying to raise some retarded brat with mountains of resources? Here, it's nothing special. Just an overview. Even a random map owned by a goo immortal was leagues beyond anything a mortal goo master could obtain. Having gotten everything he wanted, Muzan thought silently. Mu Yan was completely vigilant now. Killing him at such close range had a high chance of triggering Mu Yan's self-destruction. The explosion caused by the destruction of an immortal aperture was nothing less than a nuclear bomb. Perhaps even stronger. Muzan silently pulled his blade out of Mu Yan's chest. The immortal let out a sigh of relief. He hadn't expected Muzan to actually keep his word. Quickly taking to the sky, he thought. An immortal who cannot be sensed and uses transformation path means. A cold light flashed through Mu Yan's eyes. He would spread Muzan's information throughout Treasure Yellow Heaven as revenge. Dare to extort him? Well, let's see if you have the capability. Mu Yan's eyes suddenly widened. Sayless Hilder. He instantly activated his goo worms to intercept the lightning. Sayless Hilder. 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 The lightning was endless. But so were Mu Yan's earth path methods. You piece of sure. Just as Mu Yan was cursing, his body suddenly turned green. Poison. Muzan couldn't replicate magic from the monsters of Danmachi. But their poison. That was something he had successfully copied. With a human body, Mu Yan had no chance of surviving poison secreted by the dungeon monsters of the 29th floor. Normally, he would have been able to counter it using some rank 5 goo method. But currently, he was being besieged by an endless storm of lightning. His fate was already sealed. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. An explosion, akin to a nuclear blast, engulfed the entire area. Chapter 35, Chapter 34, Ranking Up. At the site of the explosion, 3 goo immortals from the Shang clan were present. Shang Qiushuan, a rank 6 wisdom path goo immortal, stared at the scene with a dubious expression. What did you find, Qiushuan? A rank 6 demonic goo immortal named Mu Yuan self-destructed here. Qiushuan explained with furrowed brows. He used treasure yellow heaven to make purchases before his death, most of which were unrelated to his path. Purchases made through treasure yellow heaven always left traces. It was easy to deduce Mu Yuan's identity because of that. Which meant it was extortion. Mu Yuan had been extorted before being killed. But why? Those items were practically worthless to a goo immortal. Even a newly ascended goo immortal could easily obtain them. Who was the attacker? Another demonic cultivator? Or someone from another superforce? Qiushuan paused before speaking in a heavy tone. I don't know. What? Could it be a higher-ranked wisdom path goo immortal? I can't deduce it. Even if the other party were a wisdom path goo immortal, my deduction should have been blocked by their defensive methods. But I sense nothing. As if the person doesn't exist. The expressions of the other 2 immortals stiffened. Trouble. This was definitely major trouble. And it had happened just outside the Shang clan's territory. If I'm mistaken, and it really is a higher-ranked wisdom path goo immortal. Qiushuan continued while pointing toward a section of the battlefield. Then why didn't they even bother concealing the traces of the battle? He ignored the uneasy expressions on his companions. The thing that surprises me even more is this. He pointed at several charred craters. Lightning attacks were used against Mu Yuan. Lightning attacks that carry neither the aura of a mortal goo nor an immortal goo. Silence descended. How could such a thing be possible? An attack. Without using either mortal or immortal goo. We need to report this to the Supreme Elder. At a random corner of southern border, Muzan descended from the sky. After confirming that no one was nearby, he immediately got to work. He was currently only rank 1 initial stage. Using relic goo, he could rapidly raise his cultivation. However, there was one problem. The first goo worm refined by a goo master became their vital goo. Relic goo were consumable goo worms. If he refined one directly, then after using it, his vital goo would be destroyed, causing severe backlash for absolutely no reason. So, he needed to refine a proper vital goo first. Let's go with space. Rank 5 space step goo. Its effect was as simple as its name suggested. It folded space between 2 points, allowing the user to instantly appear at the second location. The only limitation was that the destination had to remain within the user's line of sight. Normally, refining a rank 5 goo while only at rank 1 initial stage was nothing short of suicide. There were several reasons. First, a rank 1 goo master could never suppress the will inside a rank 5 goo worm. Fortunately, every goo worm Muzan had extorted came with its will already subdued. That problem no longer existed. The second issue was far more dangerous. A rank 1 aperture simply could not withstand housing a rank 5 goo. The pressure alone would shatter it. Fortunately, Muzan's terrifying regenerative abilities completely nullified that weakness. With both obstacles resolved, he began refining the rank 5 space step goo. Even without resistance from the goo's will, the process remained painfully slow due to his weak rank 1 primeval essence. 5 hours later, the refinement was finally complete. Crack. As expected, huge cracks spread across his rank 1 aperture. The damage was severe enough to cripple any ordinary cultivator. Yet, the fractures healed almost instantly. Without wasting another moment, Muzan refined a rank 1 relic goo. His cultivation immediately began rising. Rank 1 initial stage. Rank 1 middle stage. Rank 1 upper stage. Rank 1 peak stage. It was time to break through. With his 99% grade A aptitude, the rank 2 bottleneck lasted only a single hour. Crack. Rank 2. More relic goo followed. Rank 2 initial stage. Rank 2 middle stage. Rank 2 upper stage. Rank 2 peak stage. 3 hours later. Rank 3. The process repeated itself again and again. Until 2 days later. One of Muzan's apertures had reached rank 5 peak stage. His primeval essence transformed into dark purple essence as his rank 5 space step goo finally stabilized inside the aperture. 8 more days passed. Every one of his 5 apertures reached rank 5 peak stage. Time path vital goo. Rank 5 stagnant second goo. Slows the flow of time within a certain radius around the user. Wisdom path vital goo. Rank 5 clear thought goo. Greatly increases the speed of thoughts, making deductions significantly faster. Refinement path vital goo. Rank 5 constant success goo. Raises the success rate while refining goo worms. Soul path vital goo. Rank 5 block soul goo. Covers the soul with an illusory shield, protecting it from soul path attacks. 5 different paths. And Muzan was a complete beginner in every one of them. No. Perhaps even worse than a beginner. Shaking his head, Muzan suddenly turned to his left. Several goo masters were approaching. His figure instantly disappeared. Invisible. As he quietly left, he casually slapped the back of a random rank 4 goo master's head before vanishing. What the? The confused goo master immediately turned around and glared at the cultivator standing behind him. What are you looking at? I didn't touch you. Oh. Then who did? Within moments, the group broke into a chaotic fight. Watching from afar, Muzan couldn't help but feel amused. This ring, combined with invisibility, was ridiculously useful. Maybe he could even sneak into the residence of a bathing female goo immortal. Was this how thieving heaven demon venerable felt? Leaving behind a sonic boom, Muzan shot across the night sky. While flying toward his next destination, he activated his wisdom path goo. He attempted to deduce information about himself. The result surprised him. Nothing. He couldn't deduce even the slightest thing. He knew everything about himself. Under normal circumstances, deductions regarding himself should have been the easiest. Yet, the result was complete emptiness. Interesting. With another sonic boom, his figure disappeared into the endless night. Qing Mao Mountain. The invisible Muzan descended before the door to the Infinity Castle. Opening the door, he stepped through. Master Muzan. Revis, Haydeen, and Nakheim greeted him. Muzan gave them a nod. Passing through the gate leading to the Danmachi world, he arrived at a secluded area where no one was in sight before taking out the desolate beast. Boom. A 30-meter-tall desolate giant bear crashed onto the ground. Muzan placed his hand on its tough hide. Using the transparent world, he observed its dense muscles. Finding a gap, he pierced his hand through them. The enormous desolate beast didn't react. The wound was simply too insignificant compared to its massive body. Muzan tore off a piece of its flesh and absorbed it. But the moment he did, the flesh of the desolate beast exploded. Rejection. Because of Dao marks? Muzan thought as he expelled the useless chunks of flesh from his body. The strength of all beasts came from beast path Dao marks. As spectral soul demon venerable had explained. Beast path Dao marks were present throughout their entire bodies. Their skin. Their muscles. Their bones. Every part of them. Those Dao marks granted them their overwhelming physical strength. In a way, it was similar to how Muzan couldn't read a human's memory simply by absorbing their flesh. But if he first turned them into demons, then they essentially became a part of himself, allowing him to absorb everything about them, including their memories. Muzan pierced his hand into the desolate beast once again. This time, he began injecting his demonic blood. His blood silently flowed throughout the desolate beast's body, making its way directly toward the brain. Then, it struck. Decisively. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. The entire desolate beast trembled violently. The earth cracked beneath its body. Yet the immortal method restraining it was truly extraordinary. Despite struggling instinctively, the beast never woke up. Hours passed. Muzan slowly withdrew his hand. The transformation had begun. The desolate giant bear's body started cracking from the inside. 1 day. 3 days. 5 days. 7 days. A full 7 days passed before the transformation was finally complete. It was, by far, the longest transformation any demon had ever undergone. Muzan, who had been waiting eagerly the entire time, immediately absorbed the transformed desolate beast. And the changes far exceeded his expectations. Almost the instant the entire beast disappeared into his body. Every cell within Muzan began undergoing a miraculous transformation. His entire physique started becoming denser. Stronger. Without him consciously altering anything. Without him understanding even the slightest bit of the desolate beast's physiology. His body simply improved. A tremendous all-around physical enhancement was incorporated directly into his biology. Muzan slowly clenched his fist. Without enhancing himself using any monster parts. He casually punched the ground beneath him. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. The earth collapsed. Massive cracks spread in every direction as tremors rippled through the surrounding land. A wide grin spread across Muzan's face. This. He looked at his fist. Is power. Well. After finishing a few experiments, Muzan arrived at Goddess Demeter's place. Why? For his weekly boob hug. Boing. Goddess Demeter gently caressed Muzan's head as his face was enveloped in greatness. After having his fill, Muzan took Goddess Hephaestus for a ride. The rest of the day passed beneath Goddess Hephaestus's sensual moans. Then he updated his fauna and left. There wasn't much change in his stats. Though Goddess Hephaestus did question him about the sudden aperture that appeared in the status. It's a secret. Goddess Hephaestus gave him a long look. Alright, it's a cultivation thing used to nurture goo worms. Hephaestus. What the hell is a goo worm? Muzan helplessly shook his head and left the confused goddess behind. The next day. Reverend Insanity World. Muzan stepped through the blackened gate. Turning toward it, he attempted to deduce it using his rank 5 wisdom path goo. Just like when he had tried to deduce himself. He failed. A thoughtful expression appeared on Muzan's face. He had obtained a rank 5 seal space goo from Mu Yuan. It could distort the surrounding space and conceal the location of the gate. But there were major problems. If he used the rank 5 space path goo, then the surrounding area would become filled with space path aura. His attainment was nowhere near high enough to conceal those traces. Which meant, instead of hiding the gate, it would actually make it easier for truly terrifying experts to discover it. I can't deduce it even with my rank 5 wisdom path goo. It's better to leave it alone for now. He could deal with the gate after increasing his attainment. But attainment wasn't something easily obtained. The fastest methods involved dream path, dream realms, or true meaning inheritances left behind by venerables. Unfortunately, Muzan wasn't a 500-year-old transmigrator from the future. He had no idea how to create dream path goo worms. Even if he somehow found a dream realm, entering it with his current soul foundation would simply be suicide. Without at least master-level attainment in a single path, he wouldn't even be able to properly balance heaven chi, earth chi, and human chi during immortal ascension. Well, maybe he could simply brute force it. Use quantity to overcome quality. Others died the moment they failed their immortal ascension. For Muzan, it wasn't exactly a major concern. But his lack of attainment truly was an abyss. Wait. A sudden thought appeared. Can I even ascend? With the ring on, can the heavenly tribulation even find me? That was a serious problem. Thanks to his rank 5 wisdom path goo, his thoughts now moved at incredible speed. For someone who possessed extensive knowledge of the original story, wisdom path suited him perfectly. After all, wisdom path relied upon information, clues, and knowledge. And who possessed more information than someone who had already read the story? No. I need to test this. If heavenly tribulations can't detect me, he won't be able to ascend. Because his immortal aperture won't form. Muzan's thoughts accelerated even further. Regardless, without balancing the 3 chi, he wouldn't even reach the stage where heavenly tribulation descended. Attainment. He needed attainment. And beasts. Desolate beasts, ancient desolate beasts, immemorial desolate beasts. He needed to absorb more of them. Lastly, his soul. His soul foundation also needed to improve. Whether for exploring dream realms, or simply for his own survival.